92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If you watched three young Cleveland Guardians in the All-Star game yesterday, and you're not feeling optimistic about the rest of the baseball season, I think you're a negative Nelly.
I thought you were going to say you might be a redneck. He was walking right down that road.
My last name is Phelps, not Foxworthy.
Oh, I'm just double checking. I knew it was Jeff somewhere.
Yeah, it's Jeff somewhere and Andy B over here.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Cardi.
How can you not be or as Charles Barkley would say.
Charlie B?
No. He used a different letter when talking about her, not B.
Okay.
You go look it up.
All right, I will.
You'll love it. You got to be optimistic about our team in the second part of the season. The final 41.1% of the season. The final 2/3 or 2/5 of the season. I thought it was just really cool. Parker Messick goes out. You know, you were wondering, okay, will he get used? You probably figure yes, most pitchers will get used because they go about an inning each, and they did. And Parker Messick threw 10 pitches and got 3 outs. Way to be. Rookie. Goes in there and does the job. Cade Smith. Cade Smith gets out there and looks like a big-time closer. Did a great job. Bryce Harper was wearing a mic when he went to the plate to hit against him. We're going to hear that coming up. And then Travis Bazzana got into the game, got a couple of at-bats. They didn't go well. So what? He's an all-star, and he started the season in AAA. You got to be optimistic.
Missed the first month of this. Oh, I didn't play in the bigs. I shouldn't say he missed. He
got to be optimistic, Andy. Yes?
Yeah, I'm totally optimistic. And I was reading, I think it was Bleacher Report this morning. Now, we had this conversation before, and I do think you have to watch out for Detroit. And Dan brings this up every time. We have hey, let's take a look at the big picture of the Central. But they had the Guardians winning, the AL Central for while Chicago might be able to score runs, the Guardians have the pitching. And so if they can get by with the pitching, they can do that. But, there's another point there, and they did get very lucky with the health of their starting rotation in the first half. I'll call it luck because it just doesn't happen that often. You're talking about all 5 of your regular starters not missing start. I mean, that's just how often does that happen?
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. Find some wood.
You don't say that out loud.
Someone has said it out loud before. That's how
we have.
It's my fault if that doesn't happen. Yeah, come find me. Baskin said that. Baskin wanted to play the Yankees in the playoffs the other day. Idiot.
I'm glad you're not paying attention to the stuff that's going on around the show. If you look at what happened last night, 2 rookies from the Guardians, a second-year guy from the Guardians, the team's producing all-star talent. One of them actually is a guy who holds a bat. Think about that.
And I don't even know that he was the all-star among position players.
I don't think he was. That was Brian Rocchio.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's Rocchio.
Yeah.
So
I think there's no question.
Or even DeLauder. I mean, you could put DeLauder in there,
or even DeLauder.
I would have
but
taken
he played the correct position for that.
Yeah, I would have taken either one of those 2 guys in the All-Star game, but it's, where you play your position. So I'm happy for him. I'm glad Bazzana got to do it. And he got 2 at-bats. I never thought he'd get 2 at-bats either.
Yeah, struck out and did what? Grounded out to second
Especially
base.
in a game with as many strikeouts as they had. And, what the American League ended with? How many hits last night? 7?
Well, there were and 3 for the National League.
That's amazing.
I was just going to go in this direction with the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If you're wondering why so many good hitters in the major leagues this year seem to be having down years, and some of the batting averages are just atrociously low, like under 200.
Yeah, we're used to seeing that. I look at that every day.
But if you're wondering why, last night in the All-Star game, there were 54 outs in the game, right?
Correct.
27 of them were strikeouts. 27. These were
an entire side.
These were the best hitters in the game. And there were 27 strikeouts in the game. And why? Because in this game, it was a bullpen game, both sides.
Right.
And you had big-time pitchers, whether they be starters or relievers, coming out and giving it their all for one inning, basically. One guy, Robleski from the Dodgers, threw 2 innings. And he gave up the only run. It was a home run by Vargas that was just smashed. But this is what's going on in Major League Baseball now. If the starter goes 6 innings in this day and age, congratulations. If he goes 7, you're going to have a parade for the guy. And then, the deal is, hey, give us your 4 innings, give us your 5 innings, maybe 6. And then we're going to bring in arm after arm after arm, and hitters aren't going to get a look at the same pitcher usually more than twice in a game. And once you get to the bullpen, you're going to see a different arm every at bat. And a lot of these guys, if they're not throwing really, really hard, they have a pitch that is, an out pitch, and they just keep throwing it. And pitchers are dominating right now. I don't know if it's to the point where Major League Baseball needs to do something drastic to change that. But if you like pitching, by golly, you're enjoying this era of baseball.
It's all. I mean, those guys also threw strikes last night. They weren't. Well, yeah, they weren't nitpicking.
That's key, right?
They didn't do it. That's. But Andy, I kind of like that part of the game.
That kind of goes back to the. These guys knew. Hey, I got 1 inning. Yeah. I'm letting it rip, and that's what you see now. It's a different level of pitcher, but that's what you're seeing a lot throughout Major League Baseball each and every night.
Messick threw 10 pitches last night for 7 strikes, and Cade threw 12 pitches for 9. So, I mean, they only threw 3 outside of the zone, or at least didn't get a strikeout. There were a couple foul balls in there, but it's actually kind of fun to watch it. But I think you have to. For me, mentally, I like to watch the offensive part of the game. So, but knowing what we had last night, I was rooting for our guys. So I was all about defense and pitching and. How about Cease striking out the side to start the game? I mean, that was pretty cool.
Well, he mixed in a walk, didn't he?
Well, he ended up, you're right. He got 3 strikeouts. I shouldn't say struck out the side.
He looked good doing it, too.
Yeah.
All the pitchers look good, Andy, except Sanchez in the first. He got knocked around a little bit. But I just thought it was indicative of where the game is today. And that's not a bad thing. I
don't know. Is it, Jeff? I mean,
everybody
like
likes hitting.
Yeah,
I know. Everybody likes hitting, but still, you have some real dominant pitching philosophies, more than pitchers, I think, even that's working right now in Major League Baseball, and it's get our starter to get us into the game, and then here comes the bullpen, and that just makes it really, really challenging on hitters. And I know I don't know what his current average is. Manny Machado, whose career is he's still a terrific player, but his average and some of his hitting stats have slid over the last several years. He's been hitting around 180 most of the year. Same thing with Rhys Hoskins, here in Cleveland. And you have guys who are pretty good who are hitting right around 200. And I maybe part of that, along with it, Andy, is the hitting philosophy today. It's almost like the NBA, layup or 3-point shot, right? So 3-point shot in baseball is the home run. The whole swing plane and everything else. It's tough to match up that swing plane stuff with guys coming out of the bullpen throwing 98 with movement. And It's just a different game right now. And I don't think it's a bad game. It's just a different game.
So just at a quick glance, I was trying to figure out how many guys are hitting over 230, right? Like 230 would be
in what? Major League Baseball?
In Major League Baseball. And you want to guess?
About half.
80 to 90 are hitting over 230 out of 270, according to AI. So I didn't have a chance to kind of go through all the numbers, but that to me seems like they probably need to figure out a way to get more offense into the game. So if it's truly 80 to 90, Dan, does that number sound right to you? 80 to 90 players in Major League Baseball and about 270 qualified everyday hitters. That's
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Mennigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And
I mean,
so,
batting average is prioritized.
Yeah, so but my question is that
you don't get paid for a high batting average.
You don't get paid for a high batting average?
You don't get paid for a high batting average. It's just the truth.
If I walk in there with a 300 batting average, I think I'm getting paid.
Okay, good luck with that. Pull up Luis Arraez, pull up Manny Machado, tell me which one's going to look better.
I was just going to say Luis Arraez.
Yeah.
Now he was, but
God,
he was on the All-Star team last night.
Pull up Luis Arraez's numbers and how much he has made in his career, and pull up Rafael Devers.
Well, no, there's no question about that.
I mean,
you get paid for power numbers and hitting the ball hard.
Yeah.
You really do.
Is it good for the game, though? That's what I'm asking.
See, that's part of it. If you had more guys and that goes back to what I talked about. And by the way, Dan,
you're right.
With hitting philosophies.
Even at the game, they don't even put batting averages up there anymore. It's on base percentage.
Mm-hmm. So. That's where the priority is.
I mean, I tend to agree more with the on base percentage anyway, but I just I don't know. I just to watch a guy who's hitting under 200 night after night after night, I'm assuming that the other numbers that you're talking about go along with it. So again, no matter whether you're getting paid or not, you would think that, if you're hitting over, between 230 and 275, that your offense would be more. Look at all the negative numbers.
You're talking about batting averages that in yesteryear and not that far yesteryear, were not considered very good.
Oh, horrible!
Yeah. If you were hitting 250, you weren't having a very good year.
Remember we had Ben Broussard the other day? Yeah. Like the entire lineup was hitting over 240.
Oh, they're better than that. Better than that. The pitching was dominant last night. Guardians' future on display last night, and that's just a touch of it. Did you feel optimistic watching that game last night? I got to be honest, I really did. Who expected Bazzana to be an all-star as a rookie? Who expected Parker Messick to be an all-star as a rookie? Who expected Cade Smith to step in and do a great Emmanuel Clase impression?
Maybe better than?
Well, that's hard to say, but he's there and he's really good.
I think I know where his head is when he's throwing.
And that's just part of what's going on with the Guardians right now, folks. 216-474-0092. Where's your optimism? Because I got to be honest, mine's really high right now. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Hey, everybody. Anthony Lima here, and so excited to
partner of today's match, will face Spain on Sunday. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
All-Star game last night. We're coming through in a big way. Dano, is Keith Law joining us at 11 or 11:20?
11:20.
11:20. Keith Law is going to join us. And Keith Law is the guy who, you want to know something about farm systems, about prospects, the draft just happened. Keith Law from The Athletic is your guy. He's going to join us at 11:20. Chris Ossenheimer joining us at noon. He covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. I watched last night, and I just thought, you know what, this is terrific for the franchise. 3 young all-stars. And I think it's a reason to be optimistic, Andy.
The fact that we even had a rookie all-star is pretty amazing when you think about it.
There were 4 rookies in the game, 2 of them from our team.
But I mean, look at our franchise. You know, how many years have we been around? 100 plus, right? The organization with different names.
It's the 5th time we've had 4th and 5th rookie all-stars.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. You're talking about Herb Score, Sandy Alomar, and I don't know, 2 other guys? Another guy?
No, one other guy.
One guy, I can't remember his name, yeah.
I can remember his name. Dick Stigman.
Did you know off the top of your head?
Absolutely not.
I just think you Googled that. Okay,
no, I didn't Google it.
Oh.
We had a little shtick that we were going to do yesterday that got kicked to the curb, and we're going to do it today.
Oh, good.
And that guy was an all-star team from the Guardians.
Thank you.
And Indians. Yeah. I'm optimistic. Are you? Second half of the season, your Guardians are sitting in first place. They're ready to roll. Joe's in Shaker Heights. Joe, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Good morning, men. I've been a longtime fan, and I want a World Series here.
Okay.
And we're not going to get one. I mean, all we do is tread water. We go to the division championship, win it sometimes. And all the owner does is tread water. We're in the land of almost. I mean, he doesn't want to augment the team with valid, authentic major league hitters. He keeps patting the fans on the head like children with all this development.
Joe, it feels like
great.
Joe. It feels like he's almost gone anyway. At the end of this, it's up. If David Blitzer wants it, it's his. It's his team. They just have to buy this.
I wonder about that. I wonder about that for a lot of reasons.
Yeah,
here's what
I think that's not going to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Being a businessman, it may not happen because the ownership of Blitzer may be tied in to the market value. Any businessman is going to tie a future buy into the future value of the team. Okay. You know, the Padres sold for $3.9 million.
Okay.
And for a couple of years ago, the Indians, the Guardians are worth $1.6 billion, $1.8 billion, $1.4 billion. Nonsense. It's worth in the $3 billions.
Okay.
And if that's tied into a future value, he may or may not pull the trigger. So you don't know.
Well, I can't understand why you wouldn't if you were Blitzer. I mean, it's not like you have to buy. You got to get to 51%, and that's where I don't know the exact percentage of the minority group there that he's got in there, but they just need to get to 51%. I think your bigger issue with him taking over the team is they want to see what's going on with the labor negotiations and when they're going to come back and play. And by the way, I mean, if they didn't put that much money into it to get it, it might be more beneficial for him to sell out his minority ownership and not – I can't imagine what the return on investment would be without really having to do anything if they wanted to not be the owners.
What I'm trying to tell you is the value of the team is so high anymore in the last few years. His buy-in may be so high that maybe he's going to change his mind because it's too high. Maybe he doesn't want to pay.
I don't see that. I mean, especially with it, he's got the Sixers, he's got the Devils, he's got part of Salt Lake's MLS team. He's got a couple. He's got a couple soccer teams.
So his focus will really be on the baseball team.
He's into it, man. I mean, I talked to him on opening day, and he is into it. And I think he wants. I definitely think he is intrigued by what's going on here. I just don't know how much money he's going to spend. And if you look at what he spends on his other teams, his teams are middle of the pack in everything. NBA, NHL, so and his soccer team. So I think he'll be competitive. So I'm not going to sit here.
Middle of the pack. Guardians aren't middle of the pack.
No, the Guardians aren't, which means you would probably spend a little bit more money. I'm not saying,
or maybe you would just let them slide back to middle of the pack.
But they got to go up to middle of the pack. They're in the bottom now. Our payroll.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at wins and losses.
Oh, we were talking about payroll. That's what he was talking about.
I know. I'm looking at wins and losses.
I don't.
Somehow our team gets it done. They're smart. They have a good front office.
Yeah,
they scout. They develop.
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
If the Dolans are done and they're going to sell off the team, can we just let them ride here at the end of the season? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm not watching the Guardians because of the Dolans." I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm not rooting for this team because of them." That's ridiculous.
Again.
And I also tell you, be careful what you wish for, because the Dolans are from here, and I mean they get it, they understand it, and they are at kind of the same position. We are as fans. I think they understand, but as Jeff has said 1,000 times, they run it as a business, and that's okay.
Run it like I'd run it.
Be careful what you wish for when you bring in ownership from out of town. And by the way, Blitzer's got local guys. Matt Collick's in on his group too, so there are local guys in on his thing. And Travis Kelce.
And we'll see where it goes.
Well, Travis,
maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't happen. So we'll see where it goes. That said. And Joe just said, I need a World Series. I would love a World Series.
I would too.
I get the enjoyment of watching pro sports. I don't like watching lousy teams. Well, we don't have a lousy baseball team. We have a good baseball team. Might not be great, but we have a great organization. And I personally love watching the way they do their business. To me, that is entertaining. I don't need the personal glory of a World Series to make my life better. But yeah, you'd want to see him win. I get great enjoyment out of watching a team develop players, draft players. The offense drives me up a wall. You know that.
Yeah.
But I find them wildly fun to watch, and I don't mean just like on the field. I mean the entire way they do their business.
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying. And Jeff, I do think we might be in the minority on that. I'm just like, look, if the Dolans
and that's okay.
If the Dolans are leaving at the end of the year, can we just cut them a tiny bit of slack in the second half of the season? And if they win, if they get there, they get there. If they don't, then they're probably gone anyway. So what's the sense? I'm tired of bashing the Dolans for everything. Look, this team's battling for first place right now. Could they spend more money? Yes, but I'm just tired of it. We've done this the whole time, and what do? They're the one team in town that makes the playoffs all the time. Now, is that because they're in the American League Central? Yeah, probably. Is that because they're in a game that allows a lot of teams to be in the playoffs? Yeah, probably. But they're consistent. Like, they give you postseason. And do I want more? Yes. Do I wish we didn't have a rain delay against the Cubs? Yes. But I also wish that all those people that sold off their tickets to Cubs fans for Game 7 didn't do that either. So why don't you be mad at them, too?
Which had nothing to do with the rain or the outcome of the game.
No, but why don't you be mad at all those Guardians fans or Indians fans that dumped their tickets then, too, and turned this place down here into mini Wrigley? I'm tired of it.
Bill's in Parma. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. Enjoy talking baseball. I love it. My biggest concern is this, and I hate saying this, but you guys are hyping a bad product. I looked at the statistics last night.
What's the hype? I mean, look, are we supposed to be
talking sports, Bill?
Are we supposed to be wrong about them being in first place, tied for first place? It's not our fault.
Well, let's look at this first place and what we have as a product in baseball. Not necessarily Cleveland, but in baseball. What is the batting average of the Cleveland Indians right now as we stand?
We just went through that.
We know it's awful. Yeah. It's somewhere around 28th, 29th.
228, and we're second to last in baseball. We are so bad that we sent a guy to the All-Star game who probably should not even be out of AAA. And
okay, stop. We didn't send him. They picked him.
He was voted by the players.
His peers picked him. So not that we sent him. How did we send him?
All right. Well, when I say we, I'm saying this product that we have, which in the past you would never send a guy who is 2 months in, struggling at batting, didn't have a really robust minor league career.
Bill, I'm going to cut you off on that. Are you blaming the Guardians that Travis Bazzana made the All-Star team?
I'm blaming baseball.
Okay.
Well, I mean, do you ever get mad at baseball when there's let's just say who's the farthest? Kansas City's out. Should Kansas City have had an All-Star? That's your team.
Bobby Witt.
Okay, I would have. Give me another bad team. The Colorado. Does Colorado deserve an All-Star this year? Sorry, I should have picked
probably
them.
Not.
Okay, but they still get one anyway. So it's like,
all right. Okay, but what my point is this. I mean, we can go over this, but let's look at baseball in general, and that is that they've cut the minor league teams. They're going to now decrease the number of rounds in the draft. We have and
they've already done that.
Yeah. And then we all know that the black athlete is not interested in this sport at all. We do not have a Willie Mays, a Willie McCovey, Hank Aaron. Those guys are gone. We are now seeing this year 8 ball players challenging the strikeout record that stood for years with over 230. And so what is the product we're watching right now? Are we saying that this is a good product, not so good a product? We're bringing up guys that have no business being in the major leagues. We're sending them to the All-Star game. What's going on?
Now, Bill, that's a different question than the one you started with, and it's kind of what we were talking about early. Pitching just absolutely dominating the game right now, dominated the All-Star game. And I wonder if they do need to do something to change it up because Bill, you can get into it. Andy can get into it. Dan and I can get into it. I like watching a well-pitched game. That doesn't really sell a whole lot of tickets. And so I understand what you're talking about there. I can't stand watching some of these guys go up and strike out on 4 pitches and go sit down and, the money they're making for it.
And, Jeff, I'm not trying to be controversial. I love baseball. That's all I listen to.
Yes,
That's all I watched when I was a kid.
Yep, we know you do.
The thing is this. It's just, you said it just right. We had a player not too long ago. We're here with Guardians. He brought him up. He had 17 home runs, and he had a 150 batting average. And the guy could run like the wind. And they would pull over to the right side, his left-handed batter. He no more had a desire of putting the ball butting it down the left side. There was nobody there. He could have gotten a double out of it. But you know what? No interest whatsoever. So I hear the music. Hey,
thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. Yeah.
51-46, tied for first place. 4-game winning streak.
Bill started Guardians and then he went baseball. I disagree with his Guardians thought on that.
A lot of people think.
But he played the Guardians into what's going on in baseball. Does it anger you that the offensive game in baseball is where it is, folks? 216-474-0092.
Just swept Miami.
I do wish we had better offense. It might be on the way. Maybe. Keith Law is going to join us and talk about that coming up at 11:20 from The Athletic. But where the game is today, can you tolerate it? Are you enjoying it? Or is it unwatchable? I personally enjoy it, but I look at maybe baseball a little bit differently. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
When there's a big sports story in Cleveland or anywhere in the sports world, hear the news straight from the newsmakers themselves with pressers on 92.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Expert Renovations.
Winner moves on to take on Spain in the title game on Sunday. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy and Jeff here on 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 11:20, Keith Law. Keith Law from The Athletic is going to join us. And Keith, you want to know about prospects and young guys in minor leagues and who's on the way. Keith's your guy. He's coming up at 11:20. Chris Ossenheimer, Chronicle Telegram, joining us at noon.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carmode Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., our show from 10 to 2, and then Afternoon Drive from 2 to 7. That is live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. We're talking Guardians out of the All-Star break. And second part of the season's coming up here. I'm optimistic about it. I would expect the team to add a bat, Andy. I'd be really surprised if they don't.
What are they giving up for a bat? Are you trying to find somebody who might be a decent bat on the Rockies, or I don't even know what they would have, but who's 22 games out and probably whatever.
Whatever you're gonna, wherever you're gonna find one, you can go get a bat. Keith Law has some insight into who you might be able to give up. Who would you give up? Right now, and MLB.com just put out the latest rankings of top prospects in the organization. And right now, Angel Anao is the number one prospect in the Guardians organization. And he is a shortstop who was just called up from AA to AAA. He's in AAA now. And so he's closing in on being Major League ready. Ralph Velasquez is the number 2 prospect, and Ralphie's now in AAA as well. You could, if you wanted to, you could move Anao, and you could trade him for a bat. What might be a better idea? Travis Bazzana has struggled at second base. Okay. Who do you like as a defensive second baseman?
Okay.
Think next year. You put Rocchio back at second base. You put Anao at second base. Travis Bazzana becomes your center fielder. He's not played outfield as a pro, but could you turn Travis Bazzana into an outfielder? Or are you okay with the old John Hart philosophy, second base is an offensive position and we'll make it work? Carlos Baerga was not a phenomenal defensive second baseman, but he was competent.
If you ask me, I think he's going to be at second for a long time. I can't see them moving him to the outfield.
Why not? He's there for his bat. You didn't draft the guy number 1 overall because of his defensive ability.
Really? You don't think that if you're drafting somebody number 1 overall, that
Dude
they
hit like 37 homers in college or something?
You don't think they should be able to do both?
Well, you asked a different question than the one I posed.
No, my point is...
Yes, in theory, if you draft the number 1 overall guy, you have the number 1 pick, you draft the guy who can do everything. Bazzana's not a great defensive second baseman. Doesn't mean he's not competent. But what I'm trying to do, Andy,
philosophically, I can't see them trying to make him into something that he's not.
Well, but is he a second baseman?
Is he an outfielder?
I don't know. Is he a major league hitter? Yep.
Okay.
What does our team need?
Hitting?
Major league hitters. Yep. Right now, it's kind of like this. Hey, Travis, keep hitting well because your glove's not helping us.
I can't see them. Maybe you're right. It doesn't make a lot of sense to. I just thought once he got here and he started playing second base, and he might need to play through some of the bumps and bruises of being. Let's not forget
I
he's
don't
a
mind
rookie.
him at second base. What I'm trying to do, Andy, is figure out where you're going to play the number 1 prospect in your entire organization. That's the thing.
Or are you going to trade him? That's what you just said. Go get a bat. So why wouldn't you?
But that's my point. would you give up the number one pick in the organization to go get a short-term bat? I don't know that that's a good idea. It's certainly not the Guardian way.
No, it's not. Maybe could they get a long-term bat? I don't know.
Well, that's the question.
You'd have to know you're going to re-sign somebody to do that. I just don't see them.
Could you trade?
Maybe I'm wrong. Dan, am I wrong completely? If I've got Travis Bell, I'm leaving him at second base.
Yeah, he doesn't have a strong enough arm to play him anywhere else. You're kind of stuck with him at second base.
I don't. Where else? You're not going to play him at first, right?
Maybe left field, but you probably don't love that idea because that would take away whatever else could possibly be out there.
In other words, you're thinking Stephen Kwan's coming back from the dead.
I mean, he is hitting the ball. This last month, he's been hitting the ball pretty well.
It limits Khalil Watson. It limits a lot of other guys if you move Bazana there. I think he's at second base.
Yeah, I don't want to limit Khalil Watson. I love watching him play.
Here's another thought. You want to improve the team? And I'm anxious to talk to Keith Law because we're going to ask Keith about this stuff. You just drafted a 6'5", 240-pound right-handed hitting catcher / first baseman from Oklahoma. And the dude hit 18 home runs in the second half of the season after not hitting any in the first half of the college season.
Mm-hmm.
You have Cooper Ingle, who you've thrown into the outfield. That didn't work. It's hard to say it didn't work overall. It didn't work in the very short time he was here. You trade Cooper Ingle?
Maybe.
I mean, see that? You traded for Patrick Bailey. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and Bailey's hitting better than we thought too.
The Austin Hedges statue is under construction, so he's not going anywhere. See, you do have options here. I mean, so you might have drafted your catcher of the future, unless you decide he's a first baseman.
I don't.
And at 6'5", 240, I think I'd play him at first base. Except guess what? That's where Ralphie Velasquez plays. So you're starting to, and because the organization is starting to draft some college hitters now, who get more major league ready. Ralphie was not. Ralphie was a high school kid, but maybe you're on the cusp of some position players coming up, meaning that you can either trade some of those guys, for a bat now. You just don't want to make a Junior Caminero mistake.
No, you don't, because I think we spent the last 3 days.
He was so young, it was ridiculous, but it was a mistake. Chris is in Chicago, Illinois. Hello,
hey, Chris.
Gentlemen, I had some questions for Keith Law, but first, a quick trivia.
As soon as he starts working here at the Fan, by God, we'll have him.
I know. Well, maybe you could pass him along. All right, quick trivia, though. I was trying to get through last week. Last week, I was reading my quote-unquote copy of The Athletic, and 2 Revere grads were in there that made the news. One of them's an easy one. Who do you think the other one was? All right, so 2 Revere grads make the news. One was easy. That was last week. The other one, and they're both basketball related.
Larry Nance Jr. signs with the Indiana Pacers.
There you go.
And?
I bet. Yeah.
Andy
other
McCollum.
One, no, good guess.
Another basketball guy?
Guess. Yeah, another basketball guy. Revere grad Carl Smesko coaches the Atlanta Dream and was quoted in a nice article about Angel Reese moving from Chicago to Atlanta. So shout out to Carl Smesko.
There you go. It's Chris in Chicago, who is a Revere Minuteman at heart.
That's right.
That's right. Coming up later, I'll be doing Cleveland Heights sports trivia.
That happens most every day anyway, Chris. Go ahead.
I talk about one guy who's one of the best tight ends, a Hall of Famer. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's right. All right, real quick. Keith Law never was a big Bazana fan. I wouldn't mind hearing his opinion on how he's doing so far.
Well, we'll ask him
how Bazana is doing.
He's on the list.
Okay, cool. What happened to C.J. Kafis?
Who's that, Chris?
Kafis, whatever, that guy that was shoved down.
No, I know. That's my point. He's been buried.
Whatever happened to him?
You know what happened to him?
He had a $182. Well,
Chase DeLauder happened to him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but they were both up. They both came up last year in the playoffs. I mean, is I don't know. I don't follow him. I don't follow the Clippers that much. I assume that's where he is. I mean, I didn't.
240 with a 352.
Here's the thing,
705 OPS.
And Chris, this is exactly what I'm talking about with the organization right now. C.J. Kafus was a guy that they thought, hey, okay, first baseman coming up. That could work, and maybe we can play him in the outfield a little bit. But boom, here comes DeLauder. He's more prepared and he's better. And so all of a sudden, Kafus, and these are some of the guys who maybe another organization thinks we'd like him. And so pay attention at the trade deadline. Maybe some of these guys get moved along.
I agree. And one last thing real quick. Bazzana, I think part of the reason they drafted him weren't they able to, sign other players that same day a little easier because of, I don't know, any
because of money?
He took less money, supposedly.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right. Chris, thank you very much. This Revere Minuteman Minute brought to you by Chris in Chicago.
Felt like it was 60 seconds.
See, you're starting to stockpile some of these guys now, Andy, and maybe we're starting to see a little bit of a little bit paying off from what has been a slight change in philosophy, where they've been bringing in these position players from colleges, especially in last year's draft, not this year's draft quite so much.
I'll buy it. I want to see how they redistribute what they've done, right? Like, they don't really make a lot of mistakes with calling guys up that can't help or trading off guys that don't, like having an abundance of minor leaguers. I think they've done a really good job over the last few years of, cultivating the minor leagues so that they do have position players, and you kind of fall in love with somebody. But I'm glad he brought up Kafus because I forgot about Kafus. Remember, we were all.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of all on board with him, and then all of a sudden, if they get a guy that's better than you, he's going to be here. It's a reminder of how short the shelf life is for some of these guys in the bigs.
This has proven to me time, though. What you just laid out with the first base position sounds like exactly what you and I were screaming about 2 years ago with the shortstop position.
Yeah.
Where we went, there's a bunch of shortstops, and they need to figure out, package some of these guys and turn around and trade them. And guess what they did? Not that. They gave all of them a shot. They had all the shine wear off of all of these different guys. You saw all of their flaws, and the only thing you've gotten back from the shortstop position was a cup of coffee with Nolan Jones. They hug these prospects every night and read them individual bedtime stories before they put them to bed, and they will not part with them.
Because no one wants to feel like they made a mistake on a draft pick.
Until they part with them, I'm not holding my breath.
I get it. For instance, Juan Brito. Weren't we supposed to see Juan Brito? And we did for about a month, and Juan didn't produce.
Until they part with these guys in these log jams, I'm not holding my breath.
Can I tell you that goes back decades? Let me throw a name at you. Alex Ramirez, the next great outfielder for the organization. Well, guess what? Alex Ramirez had a phenomenal career in Japan. But by God, he was going to be something here, wasn't he? Last night we saw Travis Bazzana in the All-Star game, rookie. It was like, he made the All-Star game? Parker Messick, we understand why he did. Cade Smith, we understand why he did. However, Dan calls it the David Fry All-Stars. I call it that guy was an All-Star for the Indians? All-time team coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Bookman and Son. That's right, Josh Bookman.
20-year and 25-year, et cetera, anniversary of the one championship that I know you'll win and probably will only win if you don't get me back because you didn't think it was worthy of having to come make a pitch to my agent, one of the three most powerful men in sports. You're crazy.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up in 20 minutes, Keith Law is going to join us. Actually, 17 minutes. Keith Law from The Athletic joining us at 11:20. We'll get the lowdown on what the Guardians might have coming up in the pipeline and what might be a tradable asset here to help the Major League team. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over here is Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. When Travis Bazzana was named to the All-Star team, I was inspired. And as soon as Travis was named to the All-Star team, one name popped into my head in particular. And it's not the name that Dan's going to think it was. It was Ken Schramm.
Oh, that was, I remember.
Remember Ken Schramm?
Yeah.
Ken pitched for the Indians in the 80s, and he made the All-Star team. And I always thought, Ken Schramm made an All-Star team, huh? And I thought, I wonder how many guys we can say that about with the Indians. You know how many guys we can, Andy? Enough to fill out an entire team, and that's exactly what I did. So I've put together. Dan called it, when I mentioned the concept to Dan and told him, hey, I have this thing done, he goes, oh, the David Fry All-Stars. And I thought, there's your point. There's your point. I call it that guy was an all-star with the Indians, huh? Anyways, here's the phenomenal offensive year that led to the 7-year, $106 million back in the day. Only All-Star team Joe ever made. Here's how bad the catching situation must have been in 1968. Joe had 100 hits that season. Only time he ever had 100 hits in a season. And he made the All-Star team. He was 100 on the nose. He was traded to Boston the next season in the deal for. Put it on the board.
Oh.
Yes.
Hawk.
Ken Hawk Harrelson. In the outfield, Andy, from the 2004 All-Star game, who do you think it is, Andy?
From 2004. I'm not gonna spoil it. Go ahead.
How about Matt Lawton, Andy?
Oh, how about Matt Lawton?
It was his third and final season in Cleveland. Dan?
I loved Matt.
Anybody on YouTube, watch Andy's head get ready to explode.
Okay.
Matt Lawton was traded to the Steelers or the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yes.
After the third season in Cleveland when he made the All-Star team.
Yeah, I remember.
For Arthur Rhodes.
Well, why would my head explode?
That guy was an all-star from the Indians team. Or, as Dano wants to call it, the David Fry All-Stars.
trying to think of guys that you didn't. I'm not surprised.
Being on the All-Star team is not necessarily a career award. How's that?
No, it could be you're the best guy on the team at
This
the time
year.
player. Yeah,
This
for
year.
half a season.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
I was surprised you didn't bring up Johnny Temple.
When did Johnny make an All-Star team?
60, the first year or 61.
But he actually had a pretty decent career.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm looking at some of the All-Stars.
I went with guys.
The internet may catch on someday.
It's really going to be good.
Hell of a thing.
I'm done. Thanks for playing.
You had to do it before the show and put together a shtick. That'd be
I'm
great.
trying to go along with the conversation with you here. I mean, like you had a cow because I mentioned a couple that they had a lot of guys one year. You're like, oh, you're blowing the shtick.
You did. You mentioned Matt Lawton. He was on the team.
Big deal.
Come
I
on,
just said
man.
they had
Play
5
along.
guys in 04.
Where's the drama?
I'm
Build
done.
the drama.
Done playing these games with you. We're
Build
done.
the drama. And some guys didn't make it because somebody else was even more obscure as a one-time All-Star. So Johnny Temple, I'm sorry you didn't make it. That guy was an Indians All-Star team, huh?
I just saw a couple names since 60, and I was like, oh, this is
Keith Law
unique.
from The Athletic is the man in the know when it comes to prospects in Major League Baseball. His thoughts on the Guardians in the draft, his thoughts on their prospects, his thoughts on who would you move and who you wouldn't move at the trade deadline. Keith Law coming up next.
the NL by a 4-0 final score. Both Guardian pitchers in Parker Messick and Cade Smith recording 1-2-3 innings in their first career appearance in the Midsummer Classic. To talk more baseball with Andy and Jeff, Keith Law of The Athletic is coming up next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The Major League Baseball draft over. Guardians loading up on college talent, also loading up on pitching. Probably not a surprise on either one of those fronts. A gentleman who makes his living doing great work on prospects in baseball, on young guys in baseball, on just about anything you want in baseball, joins us right now on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He writes for The Athletic. He's Mr. Keith Law. Keith, welcome, and thank you for being back with us.
Hey, Keith.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Before we get to some draft stuff, Travis Bazzana makes an all-star team as a rookie. Parker Messick makes an all-star team as a rookie. I was surprised about Bazzana, not about Messick. How about the development of those two young guys?
Yeah, I don't know why Bazzana was there. I mean, it's fine to sort of promote. I'm always in favor of promoting young players like that. There were a handful of rookies in the game. He was probably the most surprising to me. He's had a perfectly fine start to his career. Does he really meet the criteria typically to make an all-star team? Probably not. Will he make an all-star team at some point in the future, kind of on merit? Yeah, I think so. That was a little bit of a strange one. I was thrilled to see Messick there, though. Just the development of that guy over the last 2 years, I would say, where they've taken him from more of a finesse lefty who didn't really seem to have a clear out pitch, a question whether the fastball was going to play. He's added velocity. I think all of his stuff has actually gotten better, but particularly the fastball ticking up and the way it's brought the quality of some of the other stuff up behind it as well has led to the point where he's obviously an above-average starter and a very deserving all-star.
What do you think the Guardians' philosophy is when they go into these drafts? It's been interesting the last couple of years where, like, this year on the back end, they went pitcher heavy. They went hitting heavy. Like, really, like, let's try to get some bats in here, which was a necessity. You can see at the big league level a year ago. And then, they went middle infielder there for, like, an entire draft. Like, do you think that philosophically they've changed the way they think about the draft?
I thought so last year because they went for all of these, like, low-contact power hitters, and it hasn't worked. All right, last I looked, Laviolette's been a disaster, Nolan Schubert's been a disaster. And that is a really – I'm not saying you don't take those guys, but you have to have a core confidence in developing those guys. Baltimore's been doing that for years now, and I've sort of kind of become when I go on Baltimore radio there, it's like I'm a broken record. Like, stop taking these guys. They don't get better. You get these guys into your system, and it's like, well, they swung and missed a lot in college with a metal bat. Why didn't that get better in professional baseball with a wood bat against better pitching? Gee, I don't know. If you think you can develop those guys, great, take them. But Cleveland really, that's never been their thing, right? They've always wanted the high contact guys. They like them small and fast, probably playing the middle infield and bat to ball, and they don't care about the other stuff. So I was really surprised when they went the other direction last year and thought, oh, maybe they think they've got some new ideas, some new technology, new people who can help develop them. And it's only a year in, but no, we haven't really seen that. And I wonder if that's why this year they really went back in the other direction. And they only took, I'm looking at their draft now, so 4 position players in the top 10 rounds, and all of those guys are pretty high contact. 2 of them, Trey Broussard and Lucas Moore, are very like classic Guardians picks where it's all contact, speed, up the middle, and absolutely no power.
Their number 1 pick was Liam Peterson, whose numbers don't pop out at you from a result standpoint, but all of the metrics seem to jump out. What do you think of Peterson as a right-handed college pitcher?
I love Peterson. I had him in the top 10 on my own board. He is a little different than what they've typically gone for because it's now stuff, and they really need to work on refining some of what he has, but more than anything, it's command, location, pitch selection. He's fits 93 to 98. It's a plus slider. He can really spin the ball. It's a good arm. He throws strikes, but he does not throw a lot of quality strikes. And if you look at his surface numbers, like you said, he gets hit way too hard for a guy who has this quality of stuff. And some of it is, again, it's pitch selection. but a lot of it is he lives middle up, and his stuff isn't good enough to miss bats there. It's fine. You can live in other parts of the strike zone. He should be trying to pitch more to the corners, which obviously is advice for every pitcher. But he's trying to do that sort of high ride, sit on the top rail with the fastball to miss bats, and it's not that kind of fastball. Maybe Cleveland thinks they can tweak the fastball to get more of that spin, so it has that riding life. I wouldn't mind seeing him try a two-seamer, so it's a little easier for him to maybe go down and in, down and away to hitters on both sides. But there's a lot to work with here. It's hard for me to see him, as long as he stays healthy, not being at least a fourth starter. There's just a lot more upside there, depending on what they can do. And they do have great pitcher development. It's just typically their pitcher development has been take a guy with really good command, maybe one or two good secondary pitches. We can add velocity, like Messick.
The other thing that I thought that kind of caught my eye too about what the Guardians are doing here with drafting guys is taking, for the most part, taking guys that have gone to big time college programs, not just and not a lot of high school guys, as maybe some other teams. Can you just talk about that philosophy and what does that mean when you not only are you taking big time, you're taking kids from big time colleges and then staying away maybe from some of the high school kids?
I think other than Broussard, every one of their college guys in the top 10, actually until through pick 11 or through the 11th round, they're all – Broussard's the only one who's not one of what I would consider the big three conferences, SEC, ACC, Big 12.
Right.
So we get most of the prospects come from there. The caliber of baseball is way higher in those conferences than it is in anything else. And, I apologize if I got one wrong because these colleges, like somebody sneezes and they change conferences on me and I'm still recovering. I live in Delaware. University of Delaware is now in Conference USA, and I saw them this year and I still can't remember that they're not in the CAA anymore. So this is...
It's all about the Blue Hens. It's all about Tubby Raymond.
That's right.
Yes, me.
That's right.
It's all about the wing tee. Anyway, keep going, sir.
Yeah. Anyway, so yes, you are correct. They're going for big conference guys. That's because it's where the best players are. Most teams do that. Mm-hmm. And typically you got to get out of the top 5 rounds or so where you're going to start to see mid-majors. The Cardinals took a D2 guy in the 6th round who went to the MLB Draft League, one of those wood-bat summer leagues, and kind of took off there. I'm sure they knew him from the spring, but if he hadn't gone to the Draft League and performed against somewhat better competition, they probably don't take him in that spot. As for high school, they did what they've typically done. They did this 2 years ago in the Bazana draft where they ran off a bunch of high school pitchers who met some of their criteria. They took 2 of those guys. Logan Schmidt is a big breaking ball guy, lefty from Southern California. I mean, that is the easiest, just simplify the pitch mix. I saw him. He threw 6 different pitches, and he was going all cutters in the first 2 innings. And have I lost my mind here? We're all looking at each other what is wrong? Where's 95, 96 in the 4th inning? Suddenly it's boom, 95, 96. Oh, there it is. He's fine. And they took Savion Sims, who's a bit more of a project than what they've typically taken on, but super tall, athletic, arm is really fast. Looks like he has not had a lot of kind of classic, just delivery instruction, does not have really a present average breaking ball. That's the guy where you hand to player development. It's here is some fantastic raw material. Make me a pitcher.
Is he signable? He's committed to Oklahoma.
Yes, and his mom, I believe, is a professor there. I don't think they're taking him in the 7th round if he's not signable. Okay. Right? If they took him after the 10th, I'd say that's very up in the air. But usually if you take a guy in the top 10 rounds, you think he's signable. You think he's agreed verbally because it screws up your bonus pool if he doesn't end up signing. And also, I look at the rest of their draft, other than Schmidt, several of these guys are probably going to come in a little bit under slot. And they went after Sims to 8, 9, 10, all seniors who will probably sign way under slot to set aside a little money for Sims. That said, if Sims ends up going to college, they lose the 7th round, the pool for the 7th round potentially. It's not the end of the world. It's not great, but it's certainly not the end of the world. It would be much more disastrous if Schmidt didn't sign since he was the 2nd round pick.
Keith Law joining us from The Athletic. Deaton LaChance, the catcher from Oklahoma, seems really intriguing. He's really big. Is he a catcher? Is he a first baseman? And how major league close is he?
Him being again, college guy, major conference, probably not too far. He's a fringy defender, not enough to move him off the position entirely, but that's at the very least never going to be his calling card. he changed his hand load very late in the season and suddenly started hitting for power. I think it was like 14 homers in the last month plus of the season. They obviously went all the way, right, to the College World Series. So, a month and a half, he absolutely took off. If you are a just barely adequate defensive catcher who can hit for power, maybe take a handful of walks, even with a low batting average, you're probably a big league backup. For him to be a starter, either he has to turn into a much better defender than I think he is, which is not impossible. Again, a lot of these amateurs don't get a lot of defensive instruction. Or if they can work with him on just making more contact, putting more balls in play, because obviously he's got the strength. He puts the ball in play, good things happen. He just hasn't done that quite enough. So those are two paths to turn him into a regular with the floor of a big league backup, let's say no less than 2 years from now.
Is it, I don't know, maybe I'm just stating the obvious, but which one of these guys, when you look, probably would be closest to Major League ready? You would think that it would be Peterson because he was their first pick, but I mean, you never know. Somebody might be a little bit, I want your thoughts on who you think we might see in the bigs first out of this group.
Peterson would be, if I didn't think, in another organization, I'd say, yeah, probably he would. I think Cleveland, there's no way they're taking this guy unless they see things they think they can do, right? This is a player development directed organization and very pitching development directed. So I wouldn't be surprised if they slow played it a little bit with him, even if he goes right to Double-A next year. But I think of the Cardinals took this kid, Liam Doyle, out of Tennessee in the first round last year. And he's in Double-A. His surface stats aren't great because they have been working with him on 2 new breaking balls because that was kind of his big weakness as a college pitcher. And so in Peterson, they might send him to Double-A, but say, here are 3 things we're asking you to work on, and you're probably going to spend most of the year there. And I'd be totally in favor of that. Whereas a guy like, I'm looking at the, Trey Broussard, Lucas Moore, the Louisville center fielder, Cade Lewis, that's 3, 4, 5 right there. Those guys are all in that. None of them are big development projects. They mostly are what they are, and those guys will tend to move faster. And I also think all 3 of those guys are going to rake in the low minors. They're all high contact, advanced hitters, not just in terms of contact and batting average. And those guys should dominate A ball, get to Double-A quickly. And obviously, once you're in Double-A, you're a stone's throw from the big leagues. Guys get called up from that level all the time.
We had an interesting conversation about Travis Bazzana before he came up. And Terry Pluto is a really good writer here in town. Mm-hmm. Had a good piece about, sometimes you think, you got a number 1 overall pick who probably was maybe ready a week or 2 or maybe a couple weeks, or maybe could have broke camp with the team and came in right in the beginning. But the importance of making sure that those guys are, I'm trying to think of the right way. It'd be like onboarding for anybody else, but onboarding those guys into a major league locker room to make sure that it's not only about the baseball part of it, but it's about, I don't know, the unwritten rules of a clubhouse too. How is that real? Do you think that's real? And how important is that as far as a guy's development?
I got to shout out Terry's book, Loose Balls, in the ABA, though, which is awesome. Awesome. Read it years ago and can't get enough of that stuff.
It's still tremendous. It's still in bookstores. I saw it in the bookstore yesterday.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that's awesome. I love it. Yeah, everyone should go. Even if you're not a basketball fan, and I'm really not, you should check that book out. It's fantastic. To your question, with some kids, yes. I would be surprised if they felt that way with Bazzana because he's been such a plus makeup guy forever, right? He is super competitive. I mean, this guy came to the UA, could have signed as an amateur out of Australia. He's like, nope, I want to go to college. I want to play for one of the best colleges in the United States. He goes to Oregon State. I don't even think he had a scholarship when he started, and then obviously ends up one of the best players in the country by his junior year. I think he would fit right in, or would have, I should say, fit right into a major league clubhouse almost immediately after the draft. He was not somebody I was ever worried about his ability to make that transition. I do think with some guys it is an issue, and you might often have a specific coach, or even if you've got a major league veteran who you trust, maybe has something in common with the player, you'd say, hey, can you take this guy under your wing, keep an eye on this guy, just help him out? Because it's a different rhythm. Most guys end up fitting in pretty quickly, but that first transition, not just into a major league clubhouse, but I think going from amateur baseball to pro baseball, all these high school kids, they were the big fish. Everywhere they played, they were the best player they ever saw most of their lives, and then suddenly they show up in pro ball, even in the complex or low A, and it's like, oh, everybody here is special, which means I'm not.
Isn't that true? Keith Law joining us from The Athletic. The trade deadline coming up. Guardians need a bat.
Yep.
With that in mind, we've been kicking around, okay, how high do you have to go on your prospect list if you're looking to trade for a bat? And I want to combine that with Bazana playing second base and Now, terrific young middle infielder. Would you move him? Is he the second baseman of the future? Should Bazana be an outfielder? Would you trade a Now for a bat for Now? I don't mean to be funny there, Keith, but what do you think?
So I think Hanau's a better prospect than Bazana. He's going to be a better defender. I think there's more offensive upside. If you put Bazana in left field, which people have been saying that since he was in college, that he's not a great defender at second. He will work as hard as he can. He'll end up maxing out what he can do in the infield. That just may make him like a borderline average. I'm not trading either of those guys for a rental. Right? Those guys are too good. They have too much short and long-term value to give them away for a rental at any position. If you told me you're trading one of those guys and you're getting a hitter who will help this club a year and a half, 2 years and a half to provide some thump, because it's not what they're always looking for, then yeah, I'd be open to it. I wouldn't love it, of course, but that's just how the trade deadline market in particular works. You're giving up future value for present, and you're probably going to overpay in potential for some certainty in the short term. They do have some depth further down in the system. I'd be very curious where they would land on a guy like Braden Doty, who's the pitcher from that draft class, the Bazana class, who's been the best. Joey Oki has better stuff, but he hasn't thrown strikes this year, and he's on the IL now. Doty, on the other hand, has just stepped up his strike throwing. It's 92-95. It's an out-pitch breaking ball. He's going to move pretty quick. He may not have a huge ceiling, but the odds of that guy turning into a major league starting pitcher 2-3 years down the road are really high. And to me, that's the perfect guy to trade. I love Braylon Doty. He's a very valuable prospect, but he's a young pitcher. They get hurt a lot. It's down the road. And obviously they just drafted a bunch more pitching. They are really good at developing pitching. You'd be trading from strength in that situation. So I hope nobody thinks I'm like undervaluing or denigrating Doty in any way. It's just that's where I'd rather see them trade from versus trading Hanau or even Bazana or even like Rocchio, who's turned into a very, very good big league player. Took him a couple years, but looks like he's gotten there. You don't want to trade those guys for just short-term help. You want to only trade those guys if you're getting a long-term answer at a different position.
Is Hanau close enough that he could be a starting middle infielder for this team next year with Bazana starting in left field?
Yes. Yes. In a world where Travis Bazana doesn't exist, Hanau is probably their second baseman in the majors now, or about to be so. I mean, I'm a huge Angel Hanau fan. I have been forever, and you guys are probably sick of me talking about him. Yeah, he would be in the big leagues. They just have this embarrassment of riches in the middle infield, which is, also a function. We were talking about this, how they draft and how they scout and sign internationally, too. They focus on, they love their middle infielders, and they're not wrong. That's where a lot of the best players at least start their careers, even if they move to a corner at some later point.
We debate this and we laugh about it sometimes on the show about how sometimes they cherish their draft picks so much so that could they be blinded by maybe they should be trading a couple of these guys to try to fill in and support the major leagues. Like when you look at the Guardians and you look at their farm system and the way it's run, do they cherish these guys maybe a little bit too much?
Yeah, they haven't traded a lot of significant prospects. Right? That's just not been their history. And I think a lot of that is look, the owner doesn't spend money. So, you want to keep those guys because how do you get superstars? You're not going to go get them in free agency. It's hard to get that type of guy in trade unless you get lucky or trade with San Diego because they are willing to trade those guys where most clubs aren't. So I feel both ways. Like, do they hug their prospect? Yeah, they do. Maybe they should because of this situation. Now, if ownership was not pocketing so much of the profits, right, and was willing to put a little bit more into the major league roster, they could open things up. They could trade a prospect for a guy who's going to make more money in the short term. And then they probably should because they do consistently have certain surpluses, some starting pitching, which is always valuable in the trade market, and middle infield surplus that they could trade from. And I think this isn't from talking directly to those guys, just interpreting from the outside. I think they're looking at this and saying we can't give up all of that sort of surplus value that comes from having a really good young player contributing and still making the minimum salary.
Keith Law joining us. Keith, we've got about 30 seconds, but I wanted to ask you, Jim Thome's son, Landon, drafted by the White Sox, drafted high by the White Sox. He's a shortstop, but still was the number 1 overall pick going to Chicago. What's Landon Thome's future look like?
He's going to be a third base. I think he's going to come into some power. I don't want to say he's like his dad. He looks like his dad in the face, but like obviously his dad's a Hall of Famer. I like Landon. I like the swing. I think he's going to drive the ball. He's going to come into some pull power when he fills out. Put him at third base. Got to give him some time to develop with the bat. And because of Chalowski and some of their other draft picks this year, they have the luxury of time.
We always appreciate having you with us, Keith. Great insight into what's going on in the Indians organization and Guardians organization as well. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man.
My pleasure.
Keith Law, read him in The Athletic, and he has everything you need to know about what's going on in everybody's farm system. That guy's a walking encyclopedia of the current guys in the minors. You heard what he said. If Bazzana didn't exist, Hanau would be the starting second baseman for the Guardians right now. Right now. And Bazzana may be in left field, and he wouldn't move the position player. He'd move a pitcher. What do you think of that, folks? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
think Hanau's a better prospect than Bazana. He's going to be a better defender. I think there's more offensive upside. If you put Bazana in left field, which people have been saying that since he was in college, that he's not a great defender at second. He will work as hard as he can. He'll end up maxing out what he can do in the infield. That just may make him like a borderline average. I'm not trading either of those guys for a rental. Those guys are too good. They have too much short and long-term value.
That was Keith Law just minutes ago right here on The Fan. If you missed the conversation, you'll want to go back and listen to it. So you can do that by using the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Keith Law covers baseball for The Athletic and big into the minors and drafting and prospects. And he said a lot of things about Bazana and Hanau, and it's Angel Hanau. I think there's an H at the beginning of the name. And interesting name. And Keith said, if it weren't for Bazana, Hanau would right now be the starting second baseman. I thought, oh, that's something. Which might make, because if you're thinking about, okay, we're going to trade somebody, he wouldn't trade him for a rental. No. I like that.
I like that idea too, but
if Hanau is as good as everybody, if he ends up being as good as everybody thinks he's going to be, he plays second, Rocchio plays short, Bazana in left.
Yeah, I'm just not. If you're going to draft a guy number one overall, aren't you hanging on to the position that he's most comfortable with, that he plays, and give him the
Bryce Harper was drafted as a catcher.
I'm churning the earth, I guess. I'm trying to think of a better way to put this, for Bazana to play what I think he should be playing and trying to put him in the best position to be worthy of being a top pick. And I know that the draft
he's not real good
for a
there.
major league, I don't.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I don't sit around and I'm not nitpicking him on the way he's playing second. But I don't have any problem. I just figured, you drafted this guy super high. He's going to sit in the spot that you...
I don't think you could have drafted him any higher.
No, you couldn't have. So, I don't know why you would move him off the number one spot.
Because he's not that good of a second baseman, and maybe if you have somebody else who's going to be a lot better...
So it's better for him to be not so good somewhere else? I would think
maybe he becomes a really good outfielder.
Maybe he becomes a really good second baseman.
But if you have a guy sitting there as your number one or two prospect in the organization...
Maybe I'm moving him to the outfield. Why wouldn't I?
Because his glove is significantly better than Bazana's.
It seems silly. If you didn't think, I don't know, maybe just.
And he also
it's just a baseball draft. I just know that if I'm taking a guy number one overall in any sport, I'm pretty much expecting him to play the position and probably the guy that in the organization to be most ready to be there and play. Now it'd be something different if you drafted a high school kid. Which, it's different with baseball. That you draft a high school kid and he's just not mature enough to be a big leaguer at some point, and you'd rather pull a college kid up before you do that. I can understand that. Keith Law talked about the maturity, talked about wanting to go play in college first, talked about, defying the odds and trying to get to where he's at.
Can I ask you this, though?
Huh?
You seem hung up on what position he's going to play defensively. They drafted him for his bat.
Yeah, I get that.
As long as his bat's in the lineup, I don't care where he's playing.
I don't care either, but, don't we have other outfielders that we're trying to make Major League Baseball ready too?
By golly, point him out to me, because we don't see him right now. Our organization right now, what was it, Dan? It's the worst OPS among all Major League outfields right now. Guardians outfielders?
Hang on, I can look that up.
No, I think that's the right stat. Worst OPS among Major League outfielders are Cleveland Guardians. So I don't know. It
just seems to me like you're trying to reinvent the wheel on a wheel that might not need to be reinvented. And the guy hasn't even been up for a full half a season. Like, he's played like a quarter of a season, made the All-Star team, and now we're trying to make him not a second baseman?
I'm not trying to make him anything. If you didn't have Angel Hanau sitting there as your one or two prospect in the organization in AAA, knocking on the door, Bazzana would play second base.
But he's also a prospect. We haven't seen him in the bigs yet. And
we've barely seen Bazzana in the bigs.
And I agree. And he's an all-star. So, why would I want to move
Keith Law
that?
said, there's no reason he should be an all-star except,
I don't care what Keith Law said. This Pierce picked him as an all-star.
He was good. We all know.
to the worst, Mr. Phelps.
Oh, I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Padres are worse.
I'm sorry.
You owe us a lap.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's a lap.
I mean, we're trying to. Don't you want to take a guy that you drafted number 1 overall and put him in the best position to succeed at all areas of the game? Being a baseball player,
might be the outfield.
I don't want to sit here and guess about it. Let him play second base until we really think he's. If he can't play second base, then you think about it as option B. I don't know why you would want to start moving around a guy. Give him a chance to get comfortable.
I'm not saying move him. What I'm saying is, if you're sold on Hanau, and you think he's going to be on your team, and you're not going to trade him, well, then where are you going to play those two guys? What the bottom line, Andy, is this: you have Brian Rocchio, who's clearly, in my estimation, should be a middle infielder on this team.
And by the way, people were down on Rocchio at one point too. Like,
I'm not down on Bazzana. All I'm trying to do is get all three guys in the lineup, Andy. I'm not poo-pooing Travis Bazzana. I want him in the lineup. But if Hanau is your number 1 or 2 prospect, I want him in the lineup. And I want Rocchio in the lineup. That's 3 guys and 2 positions. So something's going to have to give.
I mean, I may have shocked too because the Cooper Engel thing just did not, he only got 7 games anyway. Yeah, and I agree, he only got 7 games. Early. But it just reminded me when I was watching Engel, play left field, I was like, this guy's a catcher, and maybe he shouldn't be playing in the outfield. But I was excited about him coming up, especially because of the offense that he was going to bring.
But guys do change positions. Bryce Harper, again, was drafted as a catcher. He'd been a catcher his whole life.
Okay, one guy.
No, there are a lot of guys.
I know, but I just don't. To me, it doesn't make any. And as much as you may like him, this goes back to what Dan says. So if he's such a great prospect, trade him and bring in somebody else who is proven in Major League Baseball that might be able to help you with the outfield or give you another bat, so that we're not looking at the half the guys hitting less than 240 on this team.
Chris Otzenheimer covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. His thoughts on all this next on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Anything happens with LeBron James, by golly, you're going to hear it here. And we're going to talk about LeBron coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. We go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Talking a lot of Guardians today, a lot of all-star stuff. This man covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. He's Mr. Chris Ossenheimer. Hello, Chris.
Hey, man.
What's happening, dudes?
How are you? Everything good? Had a little break?
Yeah. Everything's good.
Hope you're refreshed for the final 2/5 of the season. Are the Guardians refreshed? Yeah. Do they need to be, or do they just need new bats?
I think they just need new bats. I mean, I heard you guys talking earlier about the playoffs and all that and the stuff and Dolans and all of that. And it's like I do think that the Dolans take a ton of heat, and it's not all their fault. Then again, when you say that they're like, they're Clevelanders, they get it and everything. Well, if they get it, then they know that they haven't won a World Series since 1948, and they have the power to help them out a little bit. And I've never really bought into this, it's small market team. And I mean, Major League Baseball owners, I know there's different levels, but Major League Baseball owners are all rich. If you own a baseball team, you're rich. And I know you're a businessman. That's always their thing. Well, I'm running a business here. How much money are they losing? And, I mean, I don't know. I know that's not where this question started.
Not anywhere close, but you're on a roll.
Well, I mean, if it's again, I say to folks, and you sound frustrated. Like I mean, I get frustrated too, but everyone does. But it's almost over then. If Blitzer takes over, then there's no worries anymore about the Dolans, right?
True,
then you're mad at then you'll be mad at Blitzer if he doesn't spend money.
Right, exactly. I mean, I just think they've had a whole lot of opportunities that maybe if they put a little into the team and did something financially, that maybe they could have got past the first round of the playoffs, and I know they did get past the first round with the Tigers, but maybe they could have challenged the Yankees more than they did if they had another guy there. But yeah, and I'm not here to rip them on their way out. That's not what I'm saying. It's just when you ask that question, what do they need? Well, yeah, they need new bats but does anyone really believe that's going to happen? I mean,
I'd be stunned if they don't go get somebody who they can put in the lineup on a daily basis, Chris. Would you?
No, I wouldn't be stunned, but I also wouldn't be counting on it.
Okay.
I just, you've seen it before. I mean, for God's sakes, they pulled the plug on a team that was one game out of first place, I think.
Yeah.
And that's that. I mean, Antonetti had to fly to wherever they were, Seattle, to address the clubhouse and say, "Hey, we're not giving up on you guys. We're just giving up on you guys." And and that started the whole Naylor thing. That's probably the start of the Naylor and friction between him and the organization, and also bringing in Kyle Manzardo when he thought he was the first baseman of the future.
What was I going to say? Was Tito still here then too? Right? Wasn't that towards the end? Was that after Tito or?
Oh
before?
Yeah. I think that affects. And conspiracy theory, whatever. I think that played a big part in Tito leaving. I don't think he was down with just yanking it, and just folding up the tents when you're a game out of first place. And I think he saw the writing on the wall that they weren't going to keep pushing like that, and it's just time for him to leave, which is crazy because you're basically pushing a Hall of Fame manager out the door. But, I mean, vote's been great, so can't argue there.
Chris Ossenheimer joining us, covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. We've been talking about All-Star Travis Bazzana, who, interestingly enough, makes an All-Star team his rookie year. But we've been combining that talk along with Angel Henao being highly rated prospect, trade deadline, positions. Rocchio's in there somewhere. If they keep Henao, he's going to be in the majors soon enough. Bazzana, clearly going to start. Where do you play those three guys?
Oh, wow.
In other words, would you move Bazzana or would you leave him at second?
I mean, that's a tough one. I'm not, Rocchio's not going anywhere. Maybe try Bazzana in the outfield. Who knows?
That might take a spring training and an off season, right?
Sure. But Hosey's coming back, so you can't move him over to third or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you try him in the outfield. I mean, that's basically your only other option, right? I mean, you're not moving Rocchio from short.
I don't know. Can he catch? I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
Yeah, right. Maybe they'll try Cooper Engel. Sorry, Cooper.
Did you want him to pitch? You want Engel to pitch then?
Yeah.
Oh, man. When you look at take a big picture look at the American League Central for me. And you remember you said we were talking about the playoffs. What scares you more? Like, I look at the Tigers. I look at the Twins. Nothing. It's theirs.
Nothing.
It's theirs for the
taking. That's a big reason why. I mean, look at it. Two of your best players struggled offensively, and I know Hosey was starting to come around, but he wasn't off to the start that he usually gets off to. Mm-hmm. Stephen Kwan's been terrible. I think they're in contention right now because two things. Their division stinks, and they have a great rotation. A good rotation. Let's go with that. But, I mean, their pitching's clearly kept them in the game, kept them in games on a nightly basis. Their offense has been brutal, and yet they're tied for first place. So I think the division I hate sounding negative, but, I mean, it's a fact. You know, the division is not good. I mean, the White Sox were they were supposed to improve, but not do this. And the Twins aren't good. The Tigers don't scare anyone. So, yeah, I mean, who knows who's going to win this division, but they certainly have a chance. And because most of the teams around them aren't real good.
Chris Ostenheimer joining us from the Chronicle Telegram. You mentioned the starting rotation, the only team in Major League Baseball to use only 5 starters this year. Can't imagine that lasting throughout the entire second half. You know, let's just be realistic about it. Is Logan Allen the next man up if something happens, or are they thinking outside the box?
I would assume that Logan would be the next man up. Yeah, and I agree with you. You know, I mean, they were very fortunate in the first half to avoid those injuries. And as the season goes on, as you know, you're throwing more. It's gonna creep in at some point. But I think that they would just bring Allen up, and give him, you know, not another shot. They know what they're going to get out of him, but yeah, he would be the guy to fill in. And depending on the injury, you know, maybe that's the guy that they go after at the deadline, along with a bat too, right?
Yeah.
I know that's not going to happen, but
we would think so.
Yeah, if depends on how many injuries, you know. I think the first guy, like you said, though, first guy up would be Logan Allen, and then they see what happens from there.
Two things here. I want to go first base first. Ralphie Velasquez is in AAA Columbus. You think he's close? And do they need to do something with Rhys Hoskins and or Kyle Manzardo at first base? Or are you okay rolling those two guys out?
I mean, they got. It's like they have to keep pushing this Manzardo thing, but every time they do, and they try to play him on the reg, he's just inconsistent. You know, he shows flashes, and he's improved defensively. But then you look at Hoskins, and he's hitting, 180? He's had a couple big hits, sure. But, I mean, I don't think Reese is going anywhere because they like the veteran and the leadership that he brings. He's got a pedigree, and but you know, I mean, why not give Ralphie Velasquez? You're not getting production at first base anyway.
No.
Bring him up, see what happens. Okay, didn't work. Go back to what you did. You know. But the Manzardo is he's to me has been the huge disappointment this year. This was really a season that you would have liked to have seen him, you know, take hold of and actually produce on a consistent basis, and it's been the complete opposite. And again, Hoskins, great veteran, everything, but you know, you look at the batting average, and I know no one cares about that.
Better start hitting.
Exactly.
You got Patrick Bailey
over there needs to.
You got Patrick Bailey and Austin Hedges. Is Bo Naylor a trade chip at the trade deadline, or do you think his value is trash?
I think his value is trash. I was just writing that he's going to stay in Columbus for the remainder of the season if he isn't released or traded. And I mean, who wants to trade for that guy? I mean, he's not a good defensive catcher, and he certainly hasn't shown that he can hit in the majors. So where are the tools there? You know, I guess you would say he's got some pop. You know, he can slug it, but you know, he's not doing enough of it. So Bo's not in the picture as far as I'm concerned for the rest of the season, and probably for the rest of his career.
When you look at this lineup and the guys in the clubhouse right now, who should be renting right now or gone over to a rental agreement because they might be gone by the trade deadline? Like, who can you see anybody that seems clear that they could trade to try to do something that has any kind of value to do that? I'm not in love with the thought of. I mean, again, if Quan can get hot here for the first 2 weeks coming back after the break, then maybe he becomes that guy again to trade. But your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that you're right. I mean, Quan would be the guy that I would point to because they probably they probably would have. Well, they might have traded him if Clase didn't get suspended, and there was certainly talk of that.
Yeah.
Which now, as they look back, they probably are bummed out they didn't trade him. But yeah, I guess. But I mean, he's been so bad in the first half, and he started to put together a little bit at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But really, I mean, he's still top-notch outfielder, so I guess there might be some interest that way too. And the team is figuring they can rekindle the magic that he had. So he would be, I guess, if he keeps doing what he's doing now and trending upward. But that's, I mean, who, you know?
The other part is you already don't have enough bats, right? You don't have enough bats. So if he does start getting hot, like maybe we should hang on to him because now maybe he can produce for us.
Yeah. I guess Manzardo, maybe, but we just talked about, okay, you trade him, and so you're lining up Brees every day. You know, and I guess maybe your hope would be that Velasquez came up and shined like Bazana and DeLauder have.
It's a lot of rookies, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Always great to talk to you. Thank you, dude.
You as well, my friend.
Chris Ossenheimer, Chronicle Telegram. Read his coverage of the Guardians. Does a terrific job. He joined us on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Headlines are coming up in a little bit. Same thing with some LeBron talk. There's a couple of things going on that we're going to kick around on the 1 o'clock hour that I'm not real crazy about. But a new young Cleveland Brown was on big-time national stuff.
Wow.
Hey, get in the pub, Andy. We're going to hear what he had to say coming up next on Basket and Phelps. And we'll figure out which one it was, too.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for
back in December. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? We'll get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Matt Corrali, doing just phenomenal work on the 2020s. Corrali, that's what you wanted me to say, right?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Okay, good. Corrali doing phenomenal work on the 2020s. And Dan Manigan behind the glass wearing a shirt with a banana on it. How did I just notice that?
Oh, it's the cover of the Velvet Underground and Nico album.
Nice. Mm-hmm. Little Velvet Underground.
Uh-huh. Yeah, bought this when I was in New York at CBGB's before they ended up shutting the whole thing down. It was my souvenir.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, We do cool things from time to time.
My kid loves the Velvet Underground.
I bought it in high school, and it still fits. I was like, all right.
Nice.
We're feeling good.
Yeah, very nice. Of course, you were bigger in high school.
Yeah, I was going to say, which only tells you I was husky in high school, too. Shucks.
Didn't you hate shopping for pants in the husky section?
I hated shopping for pants in general because my mom would do the 2-finger thing where she would go, come out here, shove her fingers in and go, nope, those are too small, and then make you go change.
I always remember an episode of The Wonder Years where when Kevin Arnold is shopping for pants with his mom, and he talked about how embarrassing it was, as you just did, and all of a sudden his mom's grabbing the pants, and then the speaker comes in and says, "Attention shoppers, there's plenty of room in Kevin Arnold's pants." Just cracked me up to this
Did your mom ever do that to you?
No, but I like Dan, I hated shopping for pants.
I hated it too. It's back to school stuff already out there. It's just like I
heard a back to school ad the other day, and I thought it's not even mid-July. Well, actually now it is. But
you want to feel even more gross?
Yeah.
Those pop-up Halloween stores are starting to show up at the strip malls.
Are you kidding?
Mm-hmm. There's one by me that already had the sign up in the front for that particular Halloween store.
It's either that or they do those bin things now, right?
Oh,
where
yeah,
you walk
I've seen those
in and you're
pop up.
like, what's going on with this thing?
Have you done any of those?
I've walked in there and I'm just like, because it seems kind of fun, right? Like you walk in and it's kind of leftover stuff from I don't even know where. And you're like, I wonder. And then it's like, it changes every day. How much price? I don't know. It's confusing. And by the way, you go in there, if you don't need something, you're going to buy something you probably don't need, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm sure you would pick up some fun stuff there. But I just had that conversation yesterday with Tropical Storm. We were walking through and I saw this back to school stuff. And when he had just said, I lost my mom a couple months ago, and he said, I'm going to miss Grandma this year because it's like, we always did back to school clothing. And all I could think about was the Kevin Arnold thing you were talking about. I'm like, we used to go to like Higbee's or Hallie's at Severance, and my mom would be like, let me see if those jeans fit. I'm like, Mom, stop. I'm 27 years old. What are you? No, I'm just kidding.
And a sophomore.
Yeah, I'm like, I was probably like, I don't know, second grade. Okay, I get it. Is this really how we check to see if pants fit?
Yeah. One of the new members of our Cleveland Browns getting a little national pub today. Dano? That'd be Jared Verse.
Yeah, hopped on Good Morning Football and talked to those guys for a little bit about miscellaneous things. But, of course, the beginning of it was, hey, you got traded for the first time in your career. How'd that go?
I'd be lying to y'all if I said like it didn't hurt, if it didn't bother me. You build relationships with people, you build a routine, then you start getting close and start imagining your whole career in one place. And then, you don't get the one that just kind of pops up on you one day and you just got to swallow. It's a big pill. You got to swallow. You're like, all right, it changes everything. Like I got to look around for a little while.
And he left out, I got traded from the Rams, who were Super Bowl contenders, to the Browns, who are not. He left that out. That's gotta weigh on a guy a little bit,
It is kind of weird though, because in football, I think first of all, the realization of your career only lasting maybe 4 years, right? I mean, it's the NFL. If you're there 3-4 years, you're lucky, and if you're good enough to be in his position, I would think you're not getting traded. Like, you could feel comfortable knowing where you're at. I think it's the only sport where you can, if you're a high round draft pick and and you feel like you've settled in and you're contributing to the team and, rookie of the year and all, like, I don't think anywhere in his right mind, prior to maybe right before the trade, that he probably ever thought he was getting traded. I don't know how you could, but it's part of the game. It's a business. That's what they keep saying. It's a business.
It is a business, isn't it?
It is.
People don't like hearing it's a business. People want to just think it's a game.
It's just unusual in football.
All of pro sports.
Absolutely, but I thought this was really interesting, too. When he got traded, he brought this up on Good Morning Football, and that's where all this audio is courtesy of. I love the fact that he was the one who said, you know what? Let me be the guy who tells him.
Those aren't just my teammates. Those are genuinely my brothers. Those are people I spend a lot of time around, somebody I, build a good culture around, somebody I perform with, people that I genuinely love being around. So when you go to battle and you go to war with these guys, I feel like they deserve to hear it from me. They didn't have to hear it from, the news side, ESPN, Sports Center, this journalist or that journalist. I want them to hear it from me.
I love that.
I think it's interesting because he didn't do it. You know what I mean? I would think if you left as a free agent, you'd want to tell your guys because that's completely your call. For him to, it's nice that he did. I mean, good and credit to him for being man enough to say, "Hey guys, I got traded." But it's just I find that okay, good for you. But I would think the team, guys who made the trade, Les Snead, the guys should tell the team.
I also, but it's kind of a sting too, right? Like if the team comes down. And I think he put the team in a really good position. To me, this guy defines class, right? If the team goes down and
he's
says,
from Ohio, Andy.
Oh, that's why. If they go down and say, "Hey, we traded, Jared, and hey, look who we got coming in. He's a fantastic player, and by the way, it's Myles Garrett," and you're like, and they're all like, you got to be excited from that point of view. But it's at some point you're looking in the mirror going, man, if they could trade, and I understand that they got an instant impact guy, but you still have to ask yourself, wow, I wonder, am I getting traded? I wonder if they could trade me. I wonder if I'm going to get traded. They just gave up on him. Oh, and that's got to be the same in our locker room too. Although I think the situation here is just different because of your building, and we saw what we saw last year, and the expectations of being in the Super Bowl while they should be there aren't the same as they are with the Rams. They're just not. And I think you're a fool if you don't see it.
So, of course, everybody's wondering, hey, Jared, what are you going to bring to the Browns defense?
Cleveland Browns defense has always been known as, aggressive, attacking, really getting after you, and really, getting in your face, being mental. I'm just here to add to that. I'm here just to add my own little flavor. I'm here to get in your face. I'm here to be a little bit more aggressive. And I'm here to just, have that statement. That's Jared Verse defense. That old school defense where you got to get nitty gritty. You're going to have to really earn every yard, every play, everything you get.
I'm anxious to see this guy. I don't expect him to be Myles Garrett. If he becomes a Myles Garrett caliber player, it would be stunning. But that doesn't mean he can't be a really good player. He's been in the Pro Bowl twice in 2 years. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean he can't be a really good player here. Take care of that spot that Myles Garrett occupied and take draft picks from 2027 and go get your quarterback if that needs to be the case. But I like the way he's represented himself since this trade. Been big time.
I want him to be the next Myles Garrett. I'm not going to lie. I do. I'm just not lying about it. I'm sitting here saying, well, he can't be, he's not going to be Myles Garrett. And every time I say I know he's not going to be Myles Garrett, I'm saying that to myself because I'm setting myself up for, okay, what if this doesn't work out?
Well, how many guys are as good as Myles in the league?
They're not.
Yeah,
they're not.
So doesn't mean Jared Verse couldn't make 10 Pro Bowls.
No, it doesn't mean he couldn't be. He could be a Hall of Famer too when it's all said and done.
Sure.
So I'm going to miss Myles for a number of reasons, but I am 100% excited and optimistic about what Jared Verse can do. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I understand why they did it.
What do you mean what doesn't work?
I'm just saying if it doesn't work.
He's going to work. He's a good player.
You never know. Injury, there's all kinds of things that can happen.
Well, sure,
along
but
the way.
I mean, if the same thing with Myles Garrett.
Exactly.
He could go to L.A. and be toast before the season starts.
Agree. I want him to be every bit as good as Myles Garrett. I want him to be I want him to be able to try to go after sack records. Wouldn't it be sweet if he set a sack record next year or something like that? But I also think that the responsibility on Graham and Collins and Wright, I think it changes the dynamic of the offensive line, and we might be able to see those guys step up even more. I thought Graham's going to get better. I mean, look, we're looking at his second year, right? So I am very optimistic about what Jared Verse can do, not only by himself, but what he is going to mean for the defensive line. And let's not forget, I mean, Mike Hall's still pushing. Isaiah McGuire's still around. We have some guys that can play. I think we have a little bit of depth, too. That's the exciting part of it, that there's depth there, too, now.
All right, kids. Arbitrary quarterback question. Jared Verse, your turn.
And the main thing I've seen is it just work. Deshaun had his own problems throughout the league, but he's still a great quarterback. You see him dominate. He's got that vet presence of someone that's done this for a good little bit. Then you got Shedeur, who, that dude's confidence is unparalleled. The way he goes out there, the way he throws that, at the moment you be like, what? And then he dots him, he connects him, and you can't even say too much about it. These are two great quarterbacks. I'm honestly excited to see how it goes further in the preseason. But so far, I've just seen two elite quarterbacks battling it out.
All right, he's seeing elite quarterbacks, Jeff. Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep, the one he left in Los Angeles, Matthew Stafford. Thank
Just
you.
a total
Thank you very
PC
much.
answer there, you think? Or?
Be here for another hour and a half. Yeah, Andy, he's not good. If he's asked that question, that's the way he needs to answer it.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And by the way, I play defense. That's the other answer.
Yeah,
I see both these guys on the other side. I know they both have great qualities that really can make things difficult for a defense. Done.
A little subplot that I think will be fun to keep an eye on during training camp. Spencer Fano against Jared Verse. Getting Myles Garrett. If you were Fano, you were going up against Myles Garrett in practice on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that would have gotten you better. Jared Verse will too, and a little different. And the buzz on Verse is more of a power rusher, all power and not as much finesse. Well, that'll get you NFL ready if you're Spencer Fano. Will it not?
Absolutely.
And I would think it would get you ready fast.
All right, Jared Verse wanted to put one more thing to bed.
Uh-oh.
And that is the Dylan Gabriel 2 number 8s. As we all know quite well, Kruger Industrial Smoothing cannot operate with two Cocos. You need a Coco and you need a Gammy. So now we could not have two number 8s.
I saw that episode like two nights ago.
We cannot have two number 8s. The Browns will not function of it. Jared Verse had this to say when it came to the number controversy.
I saw the little memes of everybody talking about I just pulled it off his back. I was like, man, let me chill out. When we talked it out, we ended up calling each other, going back and forth, found a little number that works for both of us. But nah, I ain't pull it off his back.
That was nice.
I do find the whole I bought a number from a guy thing weird.
Proper compensation was there. We can put this to bed.
You guys think that's weird?
Nope.
I'll write you a check for the number.
It's one person has it, another person wants it. Everybody has a price.
If I was the teammate, like a guy like Verse had, been a 2-time Pro Bowler, I'd just give him the number. Hey, take me to dinner. Let's go out. Let's get to know each other. Here's number 8. I know that's stupid.
It's fair. Well, if he was willing to pay for it.
LeBron talk coming up at 1:00. I have something that's going on here that it's starting to rub me the wrong way, and I don't know that I'm crazy about what might be going on. I'll share that with you at 1:00. Next, headlines on Baskin and Phelps.
Cup final. Make sure to tune in to the Fan Warm-Up Show weekdays at 5 a.m. with Jeff Thomas as he'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron still hasn't made a decision. But we're going to talk about him at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over here is Andy Baskin. Corrali's working the phones, 216-474-0092. Mennigan working headlines in just a second here. But first,
as always, you can listen to this show or all of our shows on locally on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. And you can take The Fan anywhere you go with the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Live from Soccer Central, here's Dan Mennigan.
We only have 3 more matches, guys.
Oh, 2.
Getting sad. No, there'll be a third-place match.
They play a third-place match?
They play a third-place match.
That's reminds me of when the NCAA used to play a consolation game at the Final Four.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, third-place match for third place.
Where's the third-place match
the
at?
French have
I don't know. That's a good question.
French have to play a third-place match.
They will have to play a third-place match, which also means that Kylian Mbappe is still able to win the Golden Ball for the most goals scored as well, because those goals will count.
Isn't that like a fast food type of thing, kind of like Chipotle?
No, you're thinking of Golden Corral, where no one moves fast.
And no one's hungry either.
No one has ever been hungry either.
Say his name again as fast as you said it.
Kylian Mbappe.
That's just beautiful.
Yeah. That one I could do. There are a good amount of other ones where I end up just making a fool of myself.
That third-place game, in case you're wondering, is July 18th, which would be Saturday.
Killer.
At Hard Rock Stadium in Miami.
Ooh, they are going to sweat.
5 o'clock start.
Hi, guys. You lost. Sweat your buns off.
Yeah, no kidding. Don't come in third.
We're number 3. We're number 3.
We're number 3 in a dome. I don't want to talk to these people. All right, we'll get into the World Cup update a little bit later on. So anyway, Junior Caminero left the game yesterday after a hit by a pitch. Just a ball slipped out of the way in the All-Star game. X-rays have come back negative for him, as Tom Verducci said on the broadcast. So good news there for the Tampa Bay Rays, who are still in the midst of a playoff hunt, to not lose Junior Caminero.
That was scary.
That was scary.
That pitch just kept going up and in. And, you never want to see a guy hurt in an all-star game. You think of Ray Fosse. Historically, Dizzy Dean was, hit by a line drive in his foot and apparently was never the same again, was the word. So thank goodness that Caminero didn't have any broken bones. How, I don't know. But let's hope he doesn't miss much time.
Yeah, that was the only bummer from last night's game, actually, right? I mean, it's the only thing that was I was like, oh, that sucks. And now we get to hear about, oh, man, could you imagine if he was playing for us and that happened and he would have been knocked out for the season?
And away we go.
There you go.
So this was interesting. So MLBPA Executive Director Bruce Meyer remains under the impression that the 2028 All-Star Game would be in San Francisco to accommodate the 2028 Olympics in LA.
So they would do an All-Star Game.
Correct. And to give a little bit of a caveat to this, Susan Slusser, who covers the San Francisco Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle, has done it forever. Really good job. Player participation in the 2028 Olympics remains at a very early stage. MLB proposed discipline for players who are selected to their country's Olympic team but decline to participate without exception, including fines and being placed on the restricted list for as many as 2 to 3 weeks. The proposal also stipulates that clubs, owners, agents, and executives may not discourage players from participating.
So wait a minute. They can't discourage, and if they don't, MLB wants to suspend them.
Correct.
Wow.
MLB is making it sound like they want these guys to play in the Olympics. Andy, what do you think hearing that?
I think those guys want to play in the Olympics. I think there's a lot of, knowing what we see with, I don't know, call it the World Cup. It's not. What's baseball's? The World Baseball Classic.
WBC.
Yeah. Knowing what we see there, I think these guys, I don't even think this even needs to be said. I can't imagine there are very many guys that would turn down playing for their country in the Olympics. I just don't see it. And if you're questioning your health going into it, then that would be a legitimate reason to not play. So this to me sounds like a lot of wind. I think these guys want to play for their country.
I would think there might be a guy,
a
couple who might not want to. I find that a really harsh thing by Major League Baseball. I agree with you, though, Andy. I would think the guys want to play for their team. And apparently Major League Baseball wants to sell baseball. Otherwise, they're going to push them into it.
Just think it's really fascinating that they're saying, like, well, instead of taking the time off, you need to be out there.
Yeah, I know.
Selected.
Isn't that's a interesting approach. And kind of goes against what you've heard, from teams forever. We want to protect our guys, blah, 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 blah.
Although it is interesting, do you know how many teams make the Olympic team? How many Olympic baseball teams there will be?
16.
I have no idea, bud.
6.
Just 6?
That's why I look to see, you'd said San Francisco is where they'd have the All-Star game. Is that what you're saying?
That's what they believe it's going to be. They haven't officially announced.
Huh. But what about shutting down the league for 11 days to play this? So they're saying it's either going to be one or the other. Like, I would just bag the All-Star game and just play it over the Olympic time, right? Like they do in hockey. I don't know. And then there's only, if this sound right, 6 preliminary games. If they only have, it's only 11 games, Olympic baseball total.
Well, you better show up or you're getting suspended.
If they only have 6 teams, it's 11 games.
And they got to get it done pretty fast. The Olympics is only, 2 weeks. 2 weeks?
Well,
so,
you can play
that's going to be tough.
But they, sometimes they start the Olympics early, like almost 2 days before the opening ceremony. Like we saw that in the last Olympics. For the Winter Olympics, they do that too, where they'll start things before the opening ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
And everything's got to be done by the end of the closing ceremony.
Yeah, usually it's the stuff that takes the longest, like, water polo and that kind of stuff that they'll do because they got to play
the decathlon.
Yeah. But, I don't know, not as much.
Although 11 games in 14 days sounds realistic, doesn't it? Gives you, that's
doable.
Sounds like a baseball schedule, so that's why it's interesting.
All right, gentlemen, away we go.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
All right, gentlemen, so do we want to begin in the courtrooms or on the field? What do you prefer?
Let's get the courtroom out of the way.
Let's go courtroom.
Okay, so the first thing that has come out is that, but I can't believe these are words that I'm going to say out loud.
Uh-oh.
Johnny Infantino, for the Flo Balogun red card overturn that has taken place, is now under investigation. And Johnny Infantino, the head of FIFA.
Oh.
Would you like to take a guess who will be looking into corruption when it involves FIFA and Johnny Infantino?
Don't tell me the United States government.
It is not the United States government.
Okay.
Think very corrupt in their own way. Would you like me to give you the answer?
The FIFA Council?
You better give the answer because otherwise we get in trouble.
Worse than
the International Olympic Committee, which is truly the definition of the blind leading the blind.
Don't they have enough stuff to do on their own?
This is like asking the mob to investigate the mob. Like, this is the dumbest thing going. Are you serious? These are the people who are going to be investigating this.
That's a little scary.
I'll go out on a limb and say I don't think they're going to find any nefarious doings when it comes to it. I think I feel pretty comfortable in saying that.
That's a little scary.
It's the stupidest thing. Who do we get? Let's see. We're corrupt. Who's worse?
Who's asking for it?
I'll bet we look really good if the Olympic Committee investigates us.
Exactly.
It's the FIFA Ethics Committee.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have oxymorons for 300, please.
We are all dumber for listening to what you have to say.
Exactly. Who do we talk to who's accepted large amounts of cash in the past?
Well, good. Next time the IOC has a problem, they can ask FIFA to look into it. This is great.
It's fabulous.
I know. We'll meet next to our Swiss bank accounts with large amounts of money for being nonprofits. We'll talk then.
That's not the idea, is it?
Ridiculous. Anywho, onto the field then.
Yeah, here we go. What happened to your Frenchman?
Spain 2 French. The Spanish played their tails off. Their defense was suffocating. was unbelievable. It truly looked like they were all like attached with a rope on defense in between all of them, and it just was so compact. And all the credit in the world goes to Spain. They were so good in that match. Spain 2, France 0. I never thought that French team would get knocked down the way that they did. What an awesome performance by the Spanish.
But they'll have to get back up again for that third place game.
Hey, you're never going to keep the French down.
Yeah, they get knocked down. They get back up again.
Darn right.
So this was not a huge upset, but it was an upset because France was considered the top team in the tournament, correct?
Correct. France was the betting favorite throughout the entire thing, though the Spanish odds have been rising. This was seen as being like 1 versus 2, essentially, in the, kind of the same way that the Thunder versus the Spurs was seen as being the pseudo finals.
Right.
That's kind of what this match was going to be. So it's very fun. Good to see the Spanish get the upset here. They play a fun style of ball, but they're all about their defense, and golly, was it good. I mean, he had an amount of attacking power. I mean, it's basically like when you see a killer pitching performance against the LA Dodgers. When you can mow down Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, that whole group down the line from there, the way Muncy's playing this year, and you get a pitcher every so often who strikes out 15 against the Dodgers, and you're like, how in God's green earth did you pull that off? That's kind of like what happened with the Spanish.
All right, so then we need Argentina to lose so we can have the Cher versus Prince game, Mbappe versus Messi. I just made a soccer joke.
I like that. That's well done.
Thank you.
I enjoy that.
I think soccer's better when you have people with one name.
So
it just is. We grew up on Pele, right?
Yes, we did.
Did Pele have any other names? I don't even know. I just know him as
Brazilians
Pele.
have done
like
that
6.
forever.
He did?
I think he did.
Oh, that's Pele.
I mean, that is so as Brazilian as you're going to get. So today is going to be a fun one. England versus Argentina. For a lot of different reasons. If you want to go global politics, you could look into that one if you want to see a rivalry going there. One of the greatest soccer matches ever played was the World Cup final where Diego Maradona had one of the greatest goals you'll ever see, and then also the hand of God goal, as it's been known to be said, where he basically punched the ball into the net. And if we had instant replay at that time, it would have been overturned, but they didn't at the time.
Yeah,
so,
why would you do that?
Like the handball,
like the offside in the game history. I think all goals should be reviewed. Aren't they all reviewed?
They are all reviewed now, but in 1980 we didn't have that technology.
No, but now, so they are all reviewed. So I was trying to figure it out yesterday because there was an offside goal in the game yesterday. I'm like, are they going to stop this game so they can take a look? And then I'm like, okay, well maybe they're, because like in hockey they wait till the next whistle. So I was like, okay, well maybe I'm waiting for the ball to go out of play, and then they'll stop, and then they'll let us know if it was good or bad.
Usually during the giant celebration that takes place, the part where Andres Cantor goes, go, and Oliver
and the clock runs so we can cheat later in the game to make things even. Yeah, I get it.
They use that time. The VAR will use that time to look at the goal to make sure everything is okay, so that way if we have to cut off Andres Cantor midway through, we can do that so we can save it for later.
Can't they just call it replay?
No, it's video assistant referee, because there's a referee that's in the box looking at it.
Do they put a
like college football?
Right.
Those guys do wear jerseys too while they're replay too.
Well, of course, they have to look official.
Why don't they put jerseys on the computer itself too?
That would be pretty funny if they just put one on there.
Like Univac, put a big jersey on. Right?
Is LeBron James coming back to Cleveland?
I don't know. Are we tired of the story?
It's been the question for a while.
Yeah.
There's some rumblings that if LeBron comes back, he's not coming by himself.
Oh.
Is that a good thing or not? 216-474-0092. We're going to tell you all about it next on Baskin and Phelps.
morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, from your Miami Redhawks, and fresh off an all-expense-paid trip for work to the All-Star Game in Philadelphia, we go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's all over All-Star content with John Boy Media, and of course the NFL Network as well. He's Mr. Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Chris, are you done sweating?
No, that's funny. You got to laugh out of former Minnesota Twin Trevor Plouffe is we're in the same car driving home.
Hi, Trevor. Good to have you with us.
For some reason, I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to talk to some sort of doctor about this. I just can't stop sweating, and Trevor, in the same temperature, never sweats. Do you have any explanation for that, Trevor?
I think it's about 15 to 20 years of age. That's the only.
Okay, that's enough out of
him. We would have accepted deodorant.
I was going to say he has better antiperspirant.
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough, guys.
He's spending major league money on that antiperspirant.
That's what it was. He poured it all into deodorant.
That's because when you're in Minnesota, you learn how not to sweat when you're walking through those tunnels when it's freezing during the winter.
Hey, guys, there were 54 outs in the All-Star game and 27 of them strikeouts. By God, pitching is good in the major leagues today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And let's remember who didn't pitch in the All-Star game. There was no Miz. There was no Paul Skeens. There was no Zach Wheeler. There was no Chase Burns. There was no Yamamoto. There was no Cam Schlittler. So you're talking about some of the best strikeout pitchers in the sport who didn't even touch the ball. Look, we all know how tough it is, and particularly if you don't have a lot of time against some of these players from the other league. You might see them once a year. If you're lucky, some cases it's the first time they're ever seeing them. So it's the way it goes. The game itself was kind of stinky. The home run derby, the way it ended, that was fun. Mm-hmm. But, I don't know what you do because, every sport I think is kind of suffering with it. The NBA keeps twisting whatever they're trying to do for NBA All-Star Weekend. The NFL has turned into whatever it is now, and Major League Baseball is kind of having to deal with the same thing a little bit.
Chris, I love the Derby. I thought it was great the other night. I do think you got to talk to me about that magenta ball at the end because, just watching on TV, it seemed like they were having trouble with that. But what'd you think of the Derby?
Well, I think they got fortunate with the finish, right? The fact that Schwarber made it in right at the end. It was either going to be Schwarber or Harper. And then Jordan Walker's run of 6 straight to win it. And I think he was the biggest winner of the entire, 4 days where you start with the draft on Saturday and take it all the way through Tuesday. Because he's a great kid, big personality. He's a guy that was a, first-round pick by the Cardinals, and he was up here at 20 years old, and the Cardinals kind of screwed him up a little bit, bouncing him up and down, and now he's arrived, and he's on the precipice of becoming a star. So that was great.
And Major League Baseball could use some stars who carry a bat in their hands, especially good young guy like Jordan Walker. So that's outstanding. You had 4 rookies in the game, and 2 of them from your Cleveland Guardians. Mm-hmm. Good for Parker Messick. Really good for Travis Bazzana because I don't think anybody saw that one coming. But it left me optimistic, Chris, as I look at the second part of the season for the Guardians as they are tied for first place right now. What are your thoughts about where they're sitting and what might be ahead?
Yeah, listen, we've been fortunate from the standpoint of starting rotation health. I think we're the only team to have started just 5 guys, which is remarkable, and they all been really, really good, in my opinion. The back end of the bullpen has been great, and somehow they've made it work with kind of dudes in the middle at this point. But we talked about the lineup, and do they want to try and at least help it out a little bit? I hope they can. Virtually every contending team is also looking for the same thing that they're looking for, which will make it very challenging for them. And we know how they like to hang on to their young guys. So, we're all kind of waiting for the same line out of Antonetti and Chernoff, which will be, well, when we get Jose back and Angel back, that's like making a trade, which is total BS. It's not. That's not what it's like, because the lineup wasn't very good when they were in it. And it wasn't. I mean,
Chris, I was going to say, Chris, quit making sense.
Yeah. So this is the year I think you try something. There's no team in the American League where you go, my God, they are like, in the second half last year, you had Seattle, Toronto, the Yankees that were all really, really good teams. And you knew that Detroit, they just kind of fell all over themselves the last 2 months and then you couple that with the run that we went on, and we ended up winning the division. But you knew that with Skubal at the head of that class, that they could be a formidable foe. But this year, it's like, okay, Tampa's good. Yankees are going to get better when Fried and Rodon come back, and then eventually when Judge does as well, and Stanton if he can chip in. And then who else? Like, if the Guardians could just get a little bit better via trade, it gives you more hope.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Do you think that a possible work stoppage at the end of the season and a possible ownership flip where the Dolans may walk away from this thing, or at least walk away from, or I shouldn't say walk away, they may end up being minority owners instead of majority owners. Do you think that affects what they might do here down the stretch?
I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since we've tried to really hit on an offensive player. I mean, Lane Thomas was kind of a bit part, if you will. I mean, he ended up obviously contributing with the grand slam off of Skubal. So it's just, I don't think the timing changes their philosophy significantly, right? They went into the year having either the 29th or 30th payroll, depending on whatever you believe and where you get your facts and figures. Mm-hmm. And I just don't think that they want to add much payroll. So I don't know if it's the work stoppage as much as their ownership philosophy at this point.
Fair.
And I heard you guys talking a little bit about, well, let's not blame Dolan. Well, I mean, who are you supposed to blame? I mean, it's his decision on whatever the finances are, and it's his gig. Like, I can't tell him how to run it, but
right
when there's this much open field ahead of you this year, why wouldn't you?
No, Chris, I think my like the point for me is, like, I'm kind of tired of just hearing, like, everyone wants to blame Dolan for everything, and it sounds like they were going to flip out ownerships here at the end. So, I mean, what do you, if he's going to be gone, then okay, then what do you, but I think people use that as a reason to, I'm not going to the ballpark, I'm not rooting for this team, I'm not,
well,
that's the part that drives me nuts.
Well, I don't think that's fair. No.
Yeah, okay. Because we get calls like, I'm never rooting for this team again. They changed the name, and meanwhile the attendance is up, and you're like, okay, I hear you. Gotcha.
No. People who openly say they're going to stop rooting for the team never stop rooting for the team. It's the people who you don't hear from that stop rooting for the team. People who bitch and moan about that stuff. Sorry, I'm not going to buy that. No, I'll see you tomorrow night for a 7:05 start because you'll be there. So stop complaining.
You're right. And so I hope you didn't misconstrue. Like, I do, yes, I wish the Dolans spent more money, but I'm just tired of hearing, I'm not doing this because the Dolans own the team. Well, guess what? The Dolans aren't going to own the team, so are you changing your mind now down the road? We just heard so many of those people go, they changed the name of the team, I'm never going back to the ballpark, and they all did.
Yeah, and well, that's possibly one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. So
you need to listen to the show more often, then.
I can only take this 12 minutes per week. I can't do any more.
We've been, and Chris Rose is joining us, and he was at the All-Star game for all kinds of stuff on John Boy Media. I want to hear about that in a second. But Travis Bazzana makes an All-Star team. That's outstanding. We were kicking around, is Bazzana going to be your second baseman of the future? You have Angel Hanau, who is one of the top prospects in the organization. Trade deadline's coming up. What are you going to do? Seems like they have 3 good guys, Chris, to play 2 middle infield spots. What are you going to do? How are you going to sort it out?
I mean, I don't know where else you put Bazan. For people that think that he should move to the outfield, I mean, he doesn't. No, he's not going to throw anybody out anywhere from the outfield. And teams are just going to run on him all day. I don't see that happening.
So are you trading a top prospect, or are you going to turn a top prospect into something else?
Let's get a major leaguer's viewpoint on this.
Okay.
Bazana has not
Trevor,
been a
what
great.
do you say?
Yeah, he hasn't been a great fielder up here, and he doesn't have a great arm either. You can't move him to the outfield, can you? Let's go.
I think we got to stop moving people all around the diamond. There's too many guys in the big leagues now who just play positions because the team has an opening there. I'm more of like, let's get a guy and develop him at a position so we can prevent runs, because that's part of the game too.
Love it. Hey. He's more of a friend of the show than you are right now, Chris. I just want you to know that. Yes.
That's true. Well, he's usually in a better mood than I am. So, he's got a great life, this one over here.
So let me ask you this then. I wonder, is this is an organization that loves to develop prospects and hopefully have them play. We've seen it this year. What do you do with a guy like Hanau? I mean, is he trade bait here at the trade deadline? Could you move him, or would you want to maybe turn him into something else?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what you can get your hands on. I mean, I'm okay with trading guys. I'm okay with trading young guys. I mean, look at the number of dudes that we have up here that we have drafted and developed. It's a huge percentage of this team. Yeah, it is. Right?
Yeah. Got a lot of guys.
I mean, I include Manzardo in that group because we traded for him when he was still in the minors, right? It wasn't like he was a proven big leaguer when we got our hands on him. So you go Manzardo, Bazana, Rocchio, Hosey, Kwan, Martinez, DeLauder. That's a lot. I mean, that's as much as any team you'll find out there that is, near the top of a division or holding a playoff spot. Not every team can do that. And so it's okay to let go of a few. I know that people will sit here and say, well, for God's sakes, Chris, we got burned by Junior Caminero. And, yeah, we did. It's horrible. It's horrible. But that doesn't mean that you have to be reluctant to still try and do the right thing. I mean, we traded him for Tobias Myers, who was unproven. So if you're going to trade now, you trade him for something that can help you today.
All right, Chris, I want to congratulate you on something.
Oh, boy.
Okay, ready for this one?
I think I'm being set up.
No,
okay.
no, you're not.
Sounds like it to me, Chris.
I very much. You remember Mary Lou Henner from Taxi, right? Remember her?
Of course I do, yeah.
Okay, and you know what makes her special outside of her acting ability? She has what's called highly superior autobiographical memory. It's called HSAM. I watched you rattle off pretty much every All-Star city in your lifetime on Chris Rose Sports as I follow you. Yeah. I'm very impressed with that. You are my Mary Lou Henner right now. I'm very impressive. Did you miss any? I had to go back and watch it like 3 or 4 times. I was very impressed with that, just so you know.
Well, yeah, so
everyone needs to see it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. They asked us to name the All-Star games from last year and counting backward, and then you get knocked out when you miss one. And look, in fairness, I work with a lot of young people at John Boy Media. Like most of the people are in their 20s, late 20s tops, and even if they're kind of baseball dorks, they can only go so far. So I got back to the 70s, which was good.
It was impressive. Impressive.
Yeah, I was a little pissed where I got knocked out because I had a feeling about it, and then I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. And well, yeah, you can watch it. It's fun. It's fun because people like doing that.
There's a lot of fun stuff. I love when they go around and they ask when you guys do it and you start asking about like cities and stuff like that. It's a great follow. I'll be honest with you, it's a really good follow. Chris Rose Sports.
Yeah, what'd you do at the All-Star game for John Boy?
We did everything, which was great. We covered Media Day, which was a ton of fun. Getting to talk with a bunch of these guys. I got to finally meet Pisano, which was nice, and Cade Smith and Parker Messick, whom I had not met before. So that was good.
Did they call you Mr. Rose? They didn't call you Mr. Rose, did they?
No.
All right, good.
Stop that. Okay. And then, just getting to kind of know the next generation of ball player was really fun. Jordan Walker is just a great kid. He was awesome. And then just getting to see a lot of people that we hadn't seen in a while. Harper and some of those dudes, Skeens and Livy Dunn, like, they're fun. They're good people, and Skeens is hilarious. He's like dry sense of humor, really good. And I enjoyed Mizorowski. A little dorky, but I like dorky.
Well, you join us every week. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Hey, we appreciate your time. We appreciate Trevor's time. Trevor, thank you very much. Contributions were outstanding.
Tell the Encino man thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
And thanks for taking care of our buddy Chris out there, okay, Trevor?
Oh, yeah, he's on the clock. We have to record a show right when we get back.
Have fun, fellas. Thanks, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Chris Rose joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Is LeBron up to something? Is that why this is taking so long? And could it affect the roster of the Cleveland Cavaliers? Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player, they take him off the field, gets subbed off, and then your bet goes right with him. Not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. So if your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local, FanDuel.com/LOCAL to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
That'll be 8452.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code RUN5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN5.
Offers vary by user and location of participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Using Chat or something to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without all the hassle, it's time to look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
It's America's 250th birthday, and we're celebrating the July 4th holiday with our own spectacular summer savings. Mike Yankee Doodle Dandy D'Amato here, founding father of Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. You'll light up your summer with revolutionary deals on all the dazzling new Nissans gleaming on our lots. Hurry in and see Deal, Liberty Bell Belsa. You can ring out freedom and ring up outstanding savings. He can even chime in with APRs as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? Woo! It's the American way. Just give us your John Hancock and get great Nissan lease deals as well. This eye-popping extravaganza is for a limited time only. And it's only at Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. Why? Man, you know why. Because the deals are so good. Celebrate more savings. 250, baby, at BigNissan.com.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part, their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation. Mention Nick Wilson for your extra special discount.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go! Woo, woo.
Be a part of the most passionate fan base in all the NFL.
Backpedaling, going deep. Denzel Ward picked it off. Denzel's got it at the Browns 28.
Become a season ticket member today and join us at Huntington Bank Field for all home games this year.
Lofting into the end zone, touchdown! And the Browns take the lead.
Visit Browns.com/tickets now.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Well, nothing doing in terms of a decision for LeBron James as of now. The top teams in the running, however, for the four-time champion include the Cavs, Heat, 76ers, and Warriors. We might have an answer by the end of this week, however. James is scheduled to speak at Fanatics Fest in New York City tomorrow and Friday. The Cavs Summer League team will be taking on the Pelicans tonight at 5:30. They'll look to make it back-to-back wins after taking down Chicago for their first victory in the Summer League season on Monday night. And the final World Cup semifinal this year will kick off at 3 today between England and Argentina. The winner will square off with Spain on Sunday in the World Cup final in New Jersey. Make sure to tune in to the Fan Warm-Up Show weekdays at 5 a.m. with Jeff Thomas as he'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
As of July 15th at 1:22 p.m., we have no new team for LeBron James as of yet. Yep, that's what we're getting. Podcast tomorrow, unless it was canceled. There are some rumblings in that. We'll see. I'm Jeff Phelps. This is Andy Baskin.
Hey, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code FAMILY, FAMILY, FAMILY. Family at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. That's right, our friends at Mr. Hero love Mr. Hero because they know how important a family dinner can be, and that's why they offer 2 different size family packs. Not 1, 2. You can choose any 4 sandwiches, 4 sidekicks, and a 2-liter and just enjoy. Order online at MrHero.com, and it'll be ready when you walk in. Again, the code word is family, and you want to go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock. It's all from Mr. Hero and 92.3 The Fan.
You do a little Google search, and you can see all kinds of updated rumors on LeBron, and it's opinions and rumors. That's all it is because he hasn't decided anything yet. But the 76ers apparently have had Tyrese Maxey and Brown and Embiid reach out to LeBron. Mm-hmm. And Kevin Durant's chiming in on everything. Timberwolves going public with their pitch. I can't imagine LeBron spending the final year or 2 years of his career in Minnesota in January and February. But, hey, whatever. They have good heaters there. But there's one thing that's going on here, Andy, that I'm not completely sure how to feel about it, okay. But in a small dose, I can deal with it.
Okay.
And Ethan Sands on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast had a guest on, Brandon Robinson, who's been a longtime NBA reporter. Mm-hmm. And Brandon Robinson said, and I threw this out a week and a half or so ago, just as a thought, because I kind of expect it to happen, and then now people are reporting it. Not that I said it, but that Kevin Love is part of LeBron's deal. If not necessarily LeBron says, I must have Kevin Love, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if wherever LeBron ends up, Kevin ends up as a bench piece on that roster.
Sure.
And to be honest, here I think he would fit.
Yeah.
Because you need another big guy. I think they do. And I think Kevin would fit. He can hit the outside shot and he can rebound. So that's what you need at this point in his career. But he's like 37. And Robinson mentioned that on the Wine and Gold podcast. And our buddy Chris Fedor's on that as well from time to time. And then he mentioned DeMar DeRozan, who is a free agent.
Yeah.
And we've talked about DeRozan. I have always liked DeMar DeRozan. I think he has a good game. He does not shoot the outside shot very well. The three-pointer is a real mid-range scorer. I don't know if that fits with LeBron and Donovan and James Harden, but the talk is Robinson's exact quote was, quote, I know that Jake Fisher, another NBA insider, initially reported that over the weekend, and I can confirm that Kevin Love is someone that is on LeBron's list. And I do know that DeMar DeRozan is someone of interest as well. My point is this. LeBron is 41, going to be 42. He's still really good, but should he be calling shots as to who's on the team? I say no. However, I do think Kevin Love fits. I don't know that DeMar DeRozan fits, but I think DeMar DeRozan's a really good basketball player.
Okay, so you can always use one of those, right?
Well, and then it would be up to the players and more so the coaching staff, Kenny Atkinson, to make it work. If you brought DeRozan in, who's like 36, 37, with James Harden, who's 37, and LeBron, who's going to be 42, and Kevin Love, who's, I think, 37, and to do that, if you disrupt your team and you end up with a bunch of old guys and a bunch of young guys who haven't, like you'd have to probably get rid of Schroeder and Strus.
Okay,
except for one thing. Here's the one thing.
I'm
ready?
kind of okay with getting rid of Schroeder at this point.
But it's this, Andy. You're going to end up with a bunch of old guys and then a bunch of really young guys. And is your depth going to be good enough? Are those young guys going to step up to give you the depth you're probably going to need throughout the season? I just personally don't like the idea of an organization, if this stuff is true, okay, if the reports are true, and Brandon Robinson has been around the NBA a long time and does a fine job with all of his coverage. If it's true and a team is going to let LeBron call the shots, and LeBron's 42 years old, man, you better win it all next year.
So here's what I'm going to tell you
or
why.
Not trade away valuable pieces for the future.
Here's why I kind of like it. I don't have a problem with it because I thought one of the reasons they didn't win against the Knicks is they were missing some of that seasoning that you need from veteran player. Now, Harden was there. I get it. But he's still not. If you're bringing LeBron back, and Kevin doesn't bother me, and neither does DeRozan. You're going to have to fill out the roster some way anyway. And if you're not paying a ton of cash for Love or DeRozan, you pay veterans minimum on those guys.
You're not going to pay veteran minimum to DeMar DeRozan.
Okay, so
I can't imagine
but
that.
Maybe Kevin?
Kevin, possibly, yeah.
Okay. So even if you just bring Kevin back with him, I'm okay with that.
And I understand.
I mean, there's also talk about Kyrie coming back. I've seen that. I've read that too about trying to go out and get Kyrie too. I'm not saying it's happening.
I know. The thought to me though is this: if you bring back all these guys, and let's say your team is okay, Donovan, James Harden, DeMar DeRozan in your backcourt, basically. LeBron, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, Kevin Love. How are you going to make all that work? It's going to be a lot on Kenny Atkinson and the coaching staff, and a lot on the veterans, especially, I think, to check their egos at the door. That includes Harden. It includes Donovan.
Yeah.
And it certainly includes LeBron, which I don't think he'd have a problem with, and I would think there's no problem with Kevin.
You don't think LeBron would have trouble checking his ego at the door?
I don't think he would.
The only reason I think LeBron would insert his ego is if he thinks that the coaching staff isn't going in the right direction. If Kenny isn't guiding these guys or putting these guys in the right position or handling the roster the way LeBron would think, Kenny could find himself David blatted.
Cleaning out his desk for Johnny Bryant?
Yeah, exactly. So that to me would be a concern.
As David cleaned his out for Ty Lue.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yep.
Levon's in Cleveland. Hey, Levon.
Levon.
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, man.
Yeah, what's going on? I got 3 reasons why LeBron's going to come back to Cleveland.
Okay, I'm going to jot them down. Go.
One is we picked him first.
Means nothing. Go ahead.
He came here to win a championship.
He came back. I'll give you the came back to win a championship, okay?
Once.
If he come back, it'll be the 3rd time. Okay? And I have another reason why. I have a family gathering at my cousin Sandra's house and my cousin Mark barbecue. So we all waiting for LeBron to come, and we all have on our LeBron James shoes. But me, I have on my Michael Jordans. So now he's like, oh, here comes LeBron. Now we got the basketball court. I'm dribbling, and here comes LeBron, and he sees me. He said, oh, you got on Michael Jordan? I said, yes. He said, I said, do you want to play me one-on-one? Here's the rules. No sliming because we don't want to hurt each other.
So LeBron showed up at your family barbecue?
Yeah, yes. He's greedy. He left with 10 plates. But we played, and then I beat him. It was 12-10. He was doing his jumpers.
Did you dunk on him?
No, I didn't dunk on him. I was doing Scott hooks. He said, that's all you're going to do? I said, yeah, till you stop it, LeBron. And he left. He was mad. He drove off with 10 plates.
10 plates? Well, the food must have been pretty good that he showed up in the first place, right?
Yeah.
What were you serving?
Levon.
What were you serving? I want
to know. We had ribs. Okay. 25 ribs. They disappeared because of my family. They
brisket?
Them up. Then they disappear.
Ooh,
any brisket?
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Yeah.
Well, maybe Levon's going to be part of the crew. DeMar DeRozan, Kevin Love, and Levon.
LeBron only won.
No?
He only won 12 to 10.
Ken's in Brooklyn. Hey, Ken.
Hey,
Ken,
LeBron,
last time LeBron was at your house eating ribs.
When was it?
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah,
LeBron, kind of early in the morning or kind of early in the afternoon to be drinking.
He called right when the show started.
He called before the show started.
All right. Well,
he won a bet with
really
the guys.
Early.
He won some bet.
Hey, listen. First of all, no. See, here's the deal, guys. There's so much excitement about this. Everybody's just calling every call into this radio station to talk about LeBron, right? Yeah. People don't want you back. That's the bottom line. They don't want you. And Jeff, or Andy, you can explain something to me.
Sure.
Why do we have to, when Atlanta has declined the option on Kuminga, why are people saying that we have to do a sign and trade?
To get him more money here. If they wanted to pay him more money here, that'd be the only reason why you would do it. We would want to do that.
Yeah, but if nobody else makes an offer to him, can't we just sign up to whatever we can come to agree with?
Well, a cap reasons is the reason why you.
Yeah. The Cavs might not be able to give him as much money unless they trade him.
Okay, but
that's the only reason why.
Okay, but I'm just trying to figure out why we just don't. If nobody else is going to go get him, we just offer him whatever contract that we can agree to. I don't know why. I'm still confused about.
So they could pay him more. They could pay him more money.
Yeah, than the mid-level.
Yes.
Oh, okay. By the way, there's one other article you might want to read. Not a big fan of him, but Sam Quinn on CBS Sports app has a big article about the second apron and how to change it and why it needs to be changed.
Yeah, the commissioner talked about it in Vegas yesterday.
Okay, because I thought there was an option here that they could open this up before the CBA actually comes up again, because it's ruining basketball.
Ken, thanks, buddy. Ken in Brooklyn. I don't care for the thing, but they're trying to control
the commissioner
spending
thinks
and keep everything under.
The commissioner thinks
control.
it works. That's what he said. I'll tell you what he said when we come back here.
Would you want to have LeBron insist on bringing guys with him? I personally don't want my organization to bow to a 41 or 42-year-old player. If you want to drop in, you want to play on our team, great. If we think other guys fit and you like them, great. But as great as LeBron has been, as great as he still may be, I don't want anybody other than Kobe Altman calling the shots. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Speeding check.
that former Browns center Ethan Posick has been medically cleared for activity. The fifth-year free agent suffered a torn Achilles with Cleveland back in December. Make sure to tune into the Fan Warm-Up Show weekdays at 5 a.m. with Jeff Thomas, as he'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from the Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
It's now July 5th at 1:42. No new team yet for LeBron.
Been looking at your watch.
I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan, Matt Corrali. There's an interesting story on Yahoo. Iman Shumpert, former Cavalier. Shump made some comments about LeBron on his own podcast, the Shump Street podcast.
Yeah.
And, again, thank you notes from Shump and others to LeBron for their post-basketball careers. But Shump pointed out, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Iman Shumpert said, if this is about a ring, so that means winning a championship, you go to Philadelphia if you're LeBron.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
Yep.
If this is about selling tickets, you go to Miami. If this is about ending your career the way it should go to Cleveland. Just don't go to Cleveland trying to be happy about a win because you're not going to win there. You're not going to be happy. Shump doesn't think LeBron in Cleveland wins a title.
Wow. Did Shump not get invited back for any of their reunions or something?
I don't know.
Is that what happened?
That's the quote. If this is about ending your career the way it should go to Cleveland. Just don't go to Cleveland trying to be happy about a win because you're not going to win there. You're not going to be happy.
Do you agree with that? I don't.
I don't. I'm hard-pressed to think this team is a championship team next year with LeBron. I think they'd be very, very competitive. Can I go 37-year-old point guard and 42-year-old power forward and say I don't know that works?
Do you agree with what he said about Philly?
On the other hand, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think it would be wildly entertaining. The thing about Philly is the question mark is Joel Embiid. What does Mike Gansey want to do there?
Yeah.
And if Embiid's healthy, I don't think there's any question. But if Embiid is healthy, are words that can draw laughter from people like Mennigan. And it usually does. But he's working or he would have left.
Too much work.
Let me try it again. If Embiid is healthy. There you go.
There you go.
Brad's in Willowick. Hey, Brad.
Bradley.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Yeah, real quick about LeBron. I think he's had his mind made up since the start. I think you guys nailed it on the coffin about a week or two ago when you said LeBron's going to make his decision, either tomorrow or Friday or Monday. Yeah, when you said that a week or two ago. I think he's known all along. We're talking about Donovan Mitchell's contract. When Mitchell signed his contract, he had a front row seat to the last week and a half that preceded that how the Cavs had no flexibility to make any major moves in free agency or trading wise because we're in the second apron. I said to myself, we're going to get a good idea of what kind of person Donovan Mitchell is. Is it more important for him to win or is it more important for him to get paid? And I got my answer when he signed for the max.
Brad, I don't think that's actually correct. I think by Harden going free agent, not picking up his option, they're under the second apron and can operate.
Yeah. Okay. I think Donovan Mitchell, when his contract kicks in next year, he's going to be he's not going to be a top 5, top 7 player.
I don't think he is now.
Yeah, I agree.
All right,
Wembanyama signed his contract. and he signed it for $250 million instead of $300 million. Wembanyama is way better than Donovan Mitchell. He's top 3.
That's true.
Different spots, though, too.
And he's got $200 and some odd million. Congratulations to both of them.
And Jeff, basketball talk and basketball coverage. 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
If you're the Cavs and you don't agree with some of the thoughts, if some of the reporting is accurate, if you're the Cavs and you have thoughts about the way you think your team should be put together, and LeBron has different thoughts, and will come back if you go along with his thoughts, what are you thinking?
If I'm coming here, what am I thinking? And I'm LeBron?
Yeah.
I'm thinking I've got a great way to end my career. I have a team where I do think I've got a chance to win a championship next year. I do know, and if for some reason Bronny should come with him, I do know the city would embrace Bronny. There are some family issues that I probably would be thinking about too that would make life a little bit different. I've got to weigh some of that stuff out with my daughter who plays volleyball, and I don't know, do I want her to play volleyball based out of Ohio or based out of, you can be based anywhere when you've got a plane, but this is a good fit for him. But if it doesn't happen, I can understand why he would go to Philly. I could really understand why he would go to Miami too. Golden State to me is like, I could really see Miami. I can see Philly.
Golden State seems like fun with my friends, and maybe we were able to pull it out one time.
Yeah.
Steph and Draymond,
Yeah.
And Porzingis.
Here he's got a chance to
the buddies are Draymond and Steph.
Yeah. What does he want? He wants happiness. Would he be happy here?
Andy, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Words are cheap. Let's see what decision is.
I think I'm torn because, again, I think there's respect for Bronny here, but he also has to weigh out. I think he's got to weigh out his kids and some of this stuff.
Brian's in Cleveland. Hey, Brian, we got about 30 seconds for you. I wanted to get you on.
Hey, Andy and Jeff.
Hey.
Colin, so I think that Donovan Mitchell shouldn't have signed the contract that he signed, in my opinion. I don't think it was something that was, I guess, indicative of it wasn't putting your best foot forward as in making a case to bring LeBron back home, in my opinion. Mainly because, obviously everyone, says that towards the end of the contract he's going to be overpaid, one. And two, to my understanding, he's taking up like 30% of the cap space or something like that. It's money that could have been used to get more players on the team at the end of the day. So the fact that he just took the max money that he can get and everybody else on the team in terms of LeBron and in terms of James Harden, I guess other star players got to take a discount. I just felt like that wasn't the best thing in terms of, in terms of getting new players on the team to win a championship.
It's interesting because I think he, in some ways, could find himself in the same position that Kyrie was in. Remember how Kyrie thought he was the man coming back and signed that free agent deal at 1201.
There's no way Donovan's not the man on this team if LeBron comes back.
So then why would you even question the contract then? I wouldn't. I would sign it if I was
him. I would sign it.
Yeah.
I think you overpaid. Interesting. I thought ESPN gave that signing of a contract of Donovan a B- for the Cavs. And it said you signed a small guard who's had some leg issues and is gonna be in his mid-30s. They compared it to the Devin Booker contract in Phoenix, where you signed a smaller guard. Is that the guy who can lead you to a title? We don't think so. Stay tuned on all this basketball stuff. We'll have it nailed for you. A moment of the show, Matthew Corrali.
Yeah, moment of the show came courtesy of Mr. Keith Law, and it was a conversation piece that really carried the rest of the show, talking about how Travis Bazzana might not be the best second baseman in the Guardian system.
I think Canel's a better prospect than Bazzana. He's going to be a better defender. I think there's more offensive upside. If you put Bazzana in left field, which people have been saying that since he was in college, that he's not a great defender at second. He will work as hard as he can. He'll end up maxing out what he can do in the infield. That just may make him like a borderline average. I'm not trading either of those guys for a rental. Those guys are too good. They have too much short and long-term value.
Keith's thoughts on everything going on in the Guardians farm system, outstanding. He joined us at 11:20. You can go back and listen to it. A rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Keith Law was outstanding. It's always good to get his perspective on many different things involving minor league baseball and his scouting in college as well. 92.3 The Fan, wherever you get your podcast. And, of course, social media mentions are powered by Schreiber Jewelers.
Corrali.
Smarter today because of the Chris's. Assenheimer and Rose. Good stuff from them. 923thefan.com and wherever you listen to pods.
Assenheimer.
Be nice. Be nice.
Well, when your name starts ASS, you want to make sure you pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, ASSEN.
Well, it starts ASS. That's. And he's looking at me. It's spelling. The letters are right here on the sheet. Are you smarter?
I am. Trevor Plouffe. Having him on today. Plouffe.
Yeah, how about that?
I thought that was cool.
Bonus guest.
That was very neat.
Bonus
I enjoyed
guest. That. Chris had a good speaker in his phone.
Yeah.
Or in the car, apparently. So that was really good.
And he agreed with me on the not moving Bazana, the outfit.
Well, they're going to have to move somebody, either position or trade. So there you go. Correct?
Correctamundo.
Yeah, so that's thus the point of the conversation. I enjoyed talking to Keith Law. He really knows his stuff and gave us a lot of great information about the Guardians minor league system and the young guys coming up. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
feels a little bit like a power move to me.
I don't think so. I think there's so much ambiguity about what's actually happening with the quarterback spot. I would be really surprised if these guys can't separate the competition from their pre-existing relationship.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It is a hump day in this fair city and fair region. Hi, how you doing? LeBron Watch continues. We are waiting till the Gardos get back on the field here in a matter of a couple days. So waiting for that. And, of course, the World Cup is going on if you care about that sort of thing. And we continue to march towards training camp for your Cleveland Browns. Plan to get to today. But that open, courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Hi, Jax. We've also got the great, the man, the myth, the legend, Jake Murrin, on the old producing duties and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, like our videos on there. We desperately need to be liked, and you guys can, of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel and watch us all 5 hours live and watch us after the show as well. And then Matt Corrali, baby doll, on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
I think we are peak life right now. I'm just feeling it. Today's a good day. It's beautiful outside.
Because of LeBron or just in general?
Just life.
Oh,
yeah.
It didn't impact your day at all then?
No.
I'm on pins and needles.
See, I think that's where
I'm ready for an announcement.
See, when I was on vacation in Michigan, I had a thought of this could drag into August, and if it does, at some point you're gonna go crazy about it.
I'm at crazy stage.
If you don't have the mentality of, hey, don't go crazy over this.
Nope.
So I'm gonna go for walks before work.
Nope, I'm
Phone's
crazy.
right here. I'm waiting for that little orange dot that says Odyssey breaking news. I'm waiting for it.
With every breaking news sounder I get, I freak out thinking it's going to be the one.
Yeah? Even if you're not listening to Cleveland radio?
No, I'm waiting for the breaking news. And is it going to happen today? Is it going to be tomorrow? Will we be blessed during this show to have the breaking news? What's your reaction going to be if we get the breaking news on the air? Have you thought about that at all?
No, mostly because I feel like if I think it beforehand, like I do know a lot of broadcasters, like they plan out what their reaction is going to be.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why, for instance, Jim Nantz on the 18th of the Masters already has the signature call thought up. He thought about that weeks in advance and then even days in advance when he actually knows the final guys that are going to be there in competition on Sunday. And so, like, there's a lot of thought that sometimes goes into that. Me and you, we're not really those guys. As much thought as we put into things, we're not really those guys.
Yeah, because you don't want to make it. I mean, I think both of us try to be as organic as possible. I know that word's been bastardized by everybody in media.
The fun thing about a 5-hour radio show, Nick, is that at some point you just have to let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
You can't possibly script out or have an idea of the 5-hour radio show of every word.
Now, I think the problem is you also run the risk of going Bill Simmons at the NBA draft of a, whoa, like one of those, and which is not a good reaction. I can't remember the pick that it was, but that was a drop for everybody in sports talk. Bill Simmons doing the fake, I'm surprised. I don't want to do that either.
Well, and we know whatever we have in that moment is going to instantly be clipped and put out through all the socials. And so if you make like a really weird face towards the reaction, like one of those, that's it.
The old stink face.
If you do like a whoa, I can't even fake it. I can't even do it.
I don't. It's so funny because I've already prepared myself for this process for about the 15th time in my life. I probably also am not going to be like, I'll be excited, but I think the excitement's going to build. I don't think it's going to, like in 2014, it was wonderment. It was, again, I was in 2014, I hated my job at the time. And by the way, I still hate that job, and I haven't had it for a decade. I was just surrounded by sharks. No one really taught me anything. It was a miserable experience. And I liked people individually, hated working with most of them. All right? And so I would do the old company deuce, like the deuce on company time, just to make sure I could get through the day.
That was your smoke break.
That was my recharge, but I'd do it like 3 times a day.
Sure.
We were eating a lot of fiber, guys. And I remember somebody kicked in the door to the bathroom, not to the stall, but to the bathroom, and being like, LeBron's coming home. And I whipped out that phone and immediately saw the I'm coming home,
finished up my duties, and I walked out. I mean, people.
Were you high-fiving people?
I washed my hands. We were high-fiving. We were dapping up. No work got done that
into
day.
the bathroom to tell you?
Like the Kool-Aid man. It wasn't to tell me. It was to tell whoever was going to the bathroom. You've got to know this.
I mean, there is a great thrill in life of breaking news to people.
Yes. Yeah. Like, and by the way, I like to be that person with news like this as well. Like my boys, Dan and Jeremy, my cabin boys, they're like always once removed from stories because they have, jobs and lives that don't revolve around sports.
Yeah, so you're like Shams to them.
I love being like, LeBron's coming home, right?
Yeah,
that happened.
Yeah, that's always fun. I love telling people that stuff as well. Oddly enough, it doesn't hit the same way as doing it on the air, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like telling a friend or telling a person, like, did you see this? It's a drug. But doing it on the air doesn't hit the same way.
But
I don't know why that is.
We are still waiting on the LeBron news. Jonathan is on pins and needles.
I'm watching. We got LeBron watch here.
I've just never been happier in my life, and I'm just really riding that vibe right now.
Well,
life is very good.
We both can't be zen on this show.
That's true.
It doesn't work if we're both just like, malaise. Things will happen in life, and we can't control that.
It'd be really funny if there was a show in the 70s called The Even Couple. Yeah. And then we were both just very chill. Hey, the house is getting a little dirty. We should clean it up. All right, that's the episode.
If anything, your chillness makes me react even stronger in the idea that I'm on pins and needles.
Yeah, by the way, same thing at my house. Vanessa has the same things. Like, you're too calm. So I need to freak out. And I'm like, I don't think that's really how this works.
Life isn't calm, Nick, okay? Life in general is not calm. And so if one person is extremely calm, I'm thinking something's happened. It's like when my kids are in the other room and I stop hearing noise and I think to myself, oh no, I don't even want to look over there because something's happening that I'm not going to like.
Look at this. Garrett sending in, Garrett Unfiltered on Twitter. By the way, at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on
I'd rather hear
X-Powered.
from Garrett Filtered.
I'd rather hear from Garrett Unfiltered. Again, the odd couple
here. What's the filtered version of Garrett?
Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, sending me 3 eyeball emojis.
Filtered Garrett would only send like one.
Well, yeah, he wouldn't even send it.
I mean, come on.
He might send you something saying, I was contemplating doing this, but I can't.
Well, so for the longest time, people did say Wednesday. And then I know on Sunday and then into Monday, there was a lot of people that kept talking about Wednesday being the day and Wednesday being the reality and all this. I don't know, guys. It could happen at any point. We all know that. It could also just as easily happen tomorrow at Fanatics Fest, and that would make a bunch of sense as well.
So this is a rather dark way of kind of comparing it to something. But when Nagmama came home and was in hospice at her home, I remember, like, she was really plucky one day, and everyone's like, this could be a minute. This could be a minute. And I was like, guys, she's got kidney damage and her heart's giving out. The heart's not like, hey, she's feeling it, guys. Let's push this off, right?
Yeah.
I feel the same way about the LeBron thing. Every day I come in and somebody's like, either yesterday they were, I think it's this week, today, whatever. And so then when it doesn't happen, they're like, I think it's going to take till August. Everyone's flip-flopping all around it when it's going to happen.
The August thing is wild to me. Nick, I don't see a scenario where we get past Fanatics Fest without a resolution to this. That will, I mean, if he doesn't announce it Thursday or Friday, then strap in. Your August prediction might be reality because I don't know how you get past, I don't know how you dodge all these live interviews and everything that comes with it to then be like, oh, Saturday night is when we do it. Like, if you make it past Thursday or Friday, strap in. We're not getting a decision for a while.
Well, I remained unbothered by the process that LeBron is going through. And I think, JP, if it's fair to say, you remain quite bothered about the process that LeBron is going through. We've learned more about this process.
I wouldn't say bothered. I'm on pins and needles, and I don't know the results, and there's not enough clues for me, and I'm antsy about the whole ordeal, and I put a lot of weight into this decision.
That sounds bothered.
Not bothered though.
All right.
Yesterday
was anxiety.
I'm giving LeBron the benefit of you get to do whatever you need to do. This is on me to try to get control over this. This isn't on LeBron. LeBron, he's earned the right. If he wants to take it 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks, you've earned that right, LeBron.
Oh, that is.
If I was bothered, then I would be mad at LeBron for dragging this out. I'm not mad at LeBron for dragging this out. Not in the slightest bit. No. You take your time. Meanwhile, I'll sit here and just have my anxiety induced every 3 seconds. But you know what, Nick? Life is better sometimes anxiety induced, okay?
Not to play couch shrink.
It's nice to feel something once in a while, Nick.
I think there's a real chance that you're internalizing your anxiety so that you don't put it all on LeBron. And I think that's it's not healthy. What you're doing is not healthy.
That's fine.
But
I do a lot of things that aren't healthy.
It helps me from not have to fight you about LeBron's process and getting into an argument about it, so I do like that.
No,
it makes my life...
LeBron's earned it. LeBron's earned the right to go ahead and have everyone on pins and needles and do what he's doing to everybody right now. He's earned it.
This would be about the time where you get to complain about how you're just over the story, though, if you wanted to.
I'm not.
You would be the 1,000th media member to do it, but you could do that right here.
I'm not. And I'm not even going to point out or acknowledge the idea that you got to go 5 days of this story basically non-existent. And so maybe that helps out the idea that you're not at the edge point like a lot of people are.
You kind of pointed it out, though.
Yeah, but I mean, you know.
You didn't. You were telling me you wouldn't, but
didn't want to point that out.
Yeah.
But that might be part of the reason.
Now, we got a little more insight on LeBron's process here from the ESPN gang. There was a story about Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown having individual conversations with LeBron or maybe getting voice notes to him. Brian Windhorst was on the Hoops Collective and talked about LeBron talking to players on teams.
There is a dearth of information on this. People in the league are all talking to each other, trying to find out what LeBron is thinking. There's not a lot of information. A whole bunch of NBA owners were up at the Sun Valley Media Conference last week, and they were chatting, and some of the owners who are trying to get LeBron were talking to each other, and they were like, hey, have you heard anything? Nope. Have you heard anything? Nope. LeBron is reaching out and talking to players on some of these teams. And then, they report back to their GM or their coach like, hey, LeBron called. Well, what did you think?
I think it's really interesting from the Cavs' perspective. We haven't heard whether Donovan, Harden, Evan, Jarrett, any of the guys involved with the Cavs, if they've actually reached out to LeBron and said, hey, man, we'd love to have you here, and here's, we think we need you, basically.
Well, not only do we not know that, we haven't seen any real public shows of affection outside of Kenny Atkinson. Like from Donovan, from Evan Mobley, from Harden, the guys that are supposed to be doing what we're seeing other teams do. And listen, when this leaked ESPN report comes out, that is Maxey telling ESPN, hey, listen, put it out there publicly. I call LeBron a big brother, and this is how I feel about him. Put it out there publicly that Embiid and LeBron and their time at the Olympics together really mattered and went a long way for both parties. Meanwhile, Steph Curry's on Good Morning America today talking as if LeBron finishing anywhere but Golden State is just not what he should be doing. He should finish here. Like all these campaigns that are happening, and I would say the Cavs haven't done the same campaign. I would also put this on Miami as well. Mm-hmm. Miami, you could be doing a lot better job with the campaign. Pat Riley should be speaking publicly. Spoelstra should be speaking publicly. Giannis has done a little bit of it, but not enough for my liking, all things considered. Bam Adebayo, I just find it interesting the teams that are really doing it and the teams that just seem like they're not, and the Cavs are one of those teams that seem like they're not.
I have a few working theories on this. The first one that I just want to throw out there, again, these are things that I think could be it. I don't think any one thing is it. Is there a chance that the Cavs just haven't put this out there? Or maybe even if they haven't recruited LeBron, it's that they think they're in the catbird position and they don't want to screw it up.
They don't want to fumble it. Yeah, I considered that. They don't want to feel like anything they say could be going the wrong way. But if you don't land LeBron, wouldn't if you're Donovan or Evan Mobley think at the end of this, man, I could have done more?
Oh, I mean,
or I should have done more.
I think I might even feel that way about Donovan specifically. Donovan's the face of this program. If you don't get LeBron here, I'm going to wonder, did Donovan want him here? Did Donovan do the heavy lifting you need to in the NBA? Because all this ever is a recruiting cycle in the NBA.
I mean, the NBA historically is just one big, I tell this person I love him, and then they come over here. It's not hard. And even if Donovan doesn't have that relationship with LeBron, tap into the emotions that you have about how bad you want him here. Talk publicly. Go into his decision so many years ago, and you being there as a kid. The favorite basketball player you've ever had in your life is LeBron James. Tap into that stuff.
Thanks for the memory saying, LeQuit, getting all your hopes up only to choose elsewhere is so LeQuit. It's not even funny.
LeQuit's bad branding.
It's not funny. It's not. There's so many other ways to turn "le" into something that's even more exciting.
Well, you can put it in front of basically any word.
You can. Yeah, so quit. Do better. Thanks for the memories. 216-474-0092. If LeBron doesn't come here, do the Cavs have themselves a recruiting problem? I got another take on this as well. Chris Jimenez, Guardians TV analyst, coming up at 2:40. We'll talk about the seemingly red-hot Gardos, the all-star game performances by Cade Smith, Parker Messick, and Bazana. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast coming up at 3:20. Browns. Nick Baumgartner,
NFL draft for The Athletic. He is a Michigan guy, so we can ask him about Denzel Ward with the Lions. We can also ask him about the NFL draft class. And then our 32 teams in 16 days saga rolls on at 6:20. Zach Gelb of EEI in Boston talks the Patriots, and then Grant Paulson of Grant and Danny on the Fan in D.C. coming up at 6:30, talking about the Commanders, a.k.a. I call them the Commies. 216-474-0092. If LeBron doesn't come here, is it a recruiting problem? The other way to look at this, which still ain't great for the Cavaliers. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
That means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Chris Jimenez talks Gardo's ball in about 20 minutes here. Always great to catch up with Chris. 65 games remaining in the Guardians' regular season. It was nice to see Parker Messick last night. Cade Smith with a great moment with Bryce Harper, where Bryce Harper, fresh off saying, "It's not me. It's definitely not me," with FanDuel. He got struck out on a split-figure fastball, and you could even kind of see Bryce Harper walking back going, damn.
Well, you could hear it.
Yeah.
You could hear it.
Oh, yeah.
It was mic'd up?
Yeah.
I like the mic'd up presentation, by the way.
And I don't understand why some baseball fans don't. I definitely saw that on my timeline, and it was like, man, you're just...
That's a weird thing to get a gripe on. Like
yes.
a meaningless exhibition game is exactly the time when, if we're going to have this, let's have this.
I mean, I think one of baseball's remaining problems outside of the lack of financial parity is access. And it's like real access to players and getting to know them the way I think you get to know NBA players and certainly NFL players. And so I welcome that. I'm like, hey, that was cool.
Think about the All-Star game when it was here in Cleveland. Like that, the interview he did with Lindor at shortstop and like during the game, and he's talking about his favorite restaurant being Lola's, which is a restaurant that doesn't even exist anymore. But like, and he's like, he's going through everything. I mean, it's one of the most memorable things about that whole entire weekend was the mic'd up moment there.
So we'll talk about the All-Star game, some of the criticisms that came out of it, and some of the great stuff that came out of it in the second half of the Guardians as well, in about 20 minutes with Chris Jimenez. But LeBron and recruitment. So here was the other thing. So my first thing with, why aren't the Cavs more public in their recruitment of LeBron was, whether they feel like they don't want to fumble the bag. They think they're in the catbird seat, and any public statement on it might be a threat to that. The other thing is, and I'm piecing this together, I think this organization can have an incredible respect and love of LeBron and what he's meant to this town, and also feel very prideful of the work they've done to separate themselves from the ashes of the LeBron era with, everything from, drafting Evan Mobley and Darius Garland to trading for Donovan Mitchell. And it wouldn't surprise me if the organization says, well, we love LeBron, but we really like what we have here.
Yeah, I would tell them they have to get over that, though. This is part of it.
Yeah, but I think that's easier said than done when it's just you and me who want LeBron here.
Well, do they want LeBron or do they not want LeBron? Like, if you've decided you want LeBron, then you have to get over the idea that LeBron would put the cape on and come save the day.
Well, do you see how, though, bringing LeBron back complicates their post-LeBron legacy?
Oh, I mean, definitely. It definitely makes it, I'm sure, for Kobe Altman, who does not get nearly enough credit for making this team competitive in a post-LeBron world, I'm sure he'd look at it and be like, well, geez, I needed LeBron to come save the day again. It's not as great as if they'd won it on their own without LeBron. I think I'm sure he'd never acknowledge that, but I'm sure in the back of his brain he would acknowledge that somewhere, right? But if I'm the Cavs, I need to get over that side of things. That's where it's not humbling yourself. It's not trying to make yourself seem any sort of way. It's acknowledging that if this is the process that LeBron wants and he wants you to genuflect at the altar, then maybe you have to do a little bit of that.
I just am empathetic.
Maybe LeBron doesn't care about that, but I find it interesting that Steph Curry is going on Good Morning America today, and now the 76ers have gone through ESPN and laid down this whole "we love LeBron" mantra with everyone else attached to it.
I just am empathetic to the Cavs because they've just put so much hard work into, and again, it's not distancing itself, but like Donovan, there are a couple moments over the last 2 years where Donovan's been like, hey, we love and respect that era, but we're trying to build something here too. Like, it would not surprise me if Donovan even had, again, it's not 100% for, 100% against, but some reservation about, well, what does that mean to the work that we've put in? And ultimately, you and I would choose LeBron coming back.
Well, that's what they have to decide, though, in this venture. Do they want LeBron or do they not want LeBron? I mean, if you wanted LeBron, then you have to do the LeBron bidding.
Well, but to do so, you have to understand the downside. And what I mean by that is, because I don't really see a downside to LeBron from a business perspective, but if you're Donovan Mitchell, and right now the knock on you around the NBA is you can't win big games. If LeBron comes here and you win, This is LeBron's team. It's always LeBron's team. LeBron's going to get a fair share of the credit for doing that. If LeBron comes back and you remain an Eastern Conference Finals team as your ceiling, I do think that's going to stick to Donovan Mitchell in a way that I think is something he has to be cognizant about as well.
Yeah, but he's got to go for it because right now, the perception on him right now is that he's not going to ever make it to the NBA Finals as a one. He needs as much help as he can get, and there's help out there in the name of LeBron James.
Change that?
What do you mean? He's one of the best, one of the top 20 players in the NBA.
No, what I mean is, if the knock on Donovan is you can't be the best player on a championship team,
because he would be the best player on this championship team if he had LeBron.
I don't know he'll get that kind of credit.
He will, because he's the one. He's the one that's going to be averaging 28 a night. Like LeBron will do things. LeBron's going to get 27 and 5. Like he's going to do things, but Donovan's going to be the one averaging 28 a night. Now, will it hurt Donovan and the idea that people will look at it and say, "Well, you can't close"? I already make those comments now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry, I already make those comments now. So add LeBron to the mix, and if LeBron gets some credit, but it gets you over the top, at least people perceive you differently.
216-474-0092. If LeBron doesn't come here, is it a recruiting problem? It is very interesting that ESPN's got a piece about the 3 Sixers stars reaching out to LeBron individually. It's, Steph Curry on Good Morning America. Good Morning America?
Yeah, Good Morning America.
One of those Good Mornings.
Good Morning Football.
Well, he's definitely not there.
He's not there.
And certainly not on the syndicated version. That's a little inside business. No real reason to even bring that up. But I do think it's interesting that there really is a groundswell of people who just don't want to see LeBron in Cleveland again. Kevin O'Connor, who we've talked about, I can't remember who the CBS sports writer was, but of the potential destinations for LeBron, it was basically the Cavs were last. And it's funny, and some of this goes back to what we talked about the other day, is the perception that the Cavs don't have championship DNA and the Cavs are soft or the Cavs are this or that.
Oh, that was the old Jason Timpf argument.
Yes, and the truth is, I don't think LeBron fixes that immediately when he comes back, because I think a lot of that is about two guys specifically. It's about James Harden and it's about Evan Mobley. Two guys, one guy that the NBA intelligentsia has been against for a decade, and another guy who the NBA intelligentsia was all the way behind and has only started to slowly pull away from the last year or so.
This is why, though, I've made the claim that if not all titles are weighted equally, some titles we just give a little bit more like, all right, you did some heavy lifting there. This is the one that for LeBron, if he were to come here and then win a title with all these guys, Donovan, first time he's made it to the conference finals was last year. We've talked about Harden and his struggles. We've talked about Mobley. Like, if he's able to raise these guys up to a championship level, this is, I mean, we talk about historical stuff. You win a ring with James Harden. That is something people will talk about 20 years from now. That is a heavy, heavy ring, as they call it in the NBA world.
But that's 8 months in the future. Actually, 11 months in the future at the earliest. I think along the way, I think it's going to be really interesting. It's just in terms of how people talk about the NBA. The kind of scales of justice here are people that just hate James Harden and don't think he's a winning player versus people who still think LeBron could do anything at 42. I think that's going to play out in real time, and I do think it's going to annoy the hell out of Cavs fans.
Oh, I think Cavs fans are going to be interested and intrigued. Can the one guy who's delivered us a title and the one guy that's basically done it when everyone says no, can he pull off the trick again?
Oh, no. I'm not talking from that perspective, because I think we're most of us are happy to see that play out. I'm talking about the last, LeBron was here the first time. The Cavs and LeBron were media darlings. LeBron comes back in 2014, and there was nothing that held back the public perception of the Cavaliers. Even after winning the title, people were still rooting for LeBron in the Cavs. I think the heart, and when I say rooting, I'm not just talking about in Cleveland. I'm talking about the Kevin O'Connors, the Brad Botkins, the Matt Moores, the reporters and analysts around the NBA. And I think it'll be more split this time, in part because I think there is some LeBron fatigue after 23 years.
They'll probably say he's 42 years old and he doesn't have it in him to go ahead and get those guys that we've discussed over the top. That's probably what they'll say. If you want to be pessimistic about it, you can.
Oh no, but I think it's. I don't think it's just going to be about LeBron. I do think, and again, this is going to be the part that might turn more Cavs fans into James Harden fans. is watching people talk about their character, watching people talk about whatever way you can knock their perception, and they're going to do it. Even the slight thing, I think it was Kevin O'Connor who said, there's no way this can live up to the last time LeBron came home.
O'Connor just trashes everyone. We might need to make just a muting of O'Connor on this show.
Well, what's funny about it is, no duh, it can't live up to the last time.
He just says things.
He was 30 years old and brought a championship. No bleep.
You know I don't do that with people because this business is very hard, and I understand everything that goes into it and trying to make content and everything like that. But Kevin O'Connor, I've never met somebody more that just says things than Kevin O'Connor.
Oh, I agree. I've completely turned on him because it just seems like, again, it seems like I don't like James Harden, so no, I don't like the Cavs.
Well,
and
he hates Mobley more than he hates anybody, though. That's the thing about O'Connor.
I feel like
he bashed Mobley before it was even fun to bash Mobley for people.
I feel like I noticed it most around the Harden thing, but you're probably right there. Real Xavier P saying, I think Cleveland and Cleveland fans need to get over trying to win without LeBron. Accept the LeBron era. Stop trying to win without LeBron. Just try to win, period. I agree. Like, I don't think it shouldn't be that hard.
Just try to win. I don't care how it happens.
It shouldn't be that hard, but they are humans. Like, if I talk about Donovan, Dan Gilbert, Kobe Altman, sometimes we hold these guys to otherworldly standards when in our own lives, professionally or personally, we couldn't. Like, I think it's really easy to say, shut up, get over it, and try and win.
Well, they had 4 years with Donovan to try to accomplish what they needed to.
I'm in complete agreement.
So, like,
I'm just kind of mentioning the human element
if
here.
If I'm Dan Gilbert and Kobe Altman came to me and said, you know what? I mean, LeBron is great, but I just really want to do this era without LeBron. As Dan Gilbert, I would tell him, sorry, that time expired. You had 4 years to figure this out without LeBron. You did a great job, all things considered. We're adding LeBron. That's how that's going to go.
I think
he gives us the best chance to win.
I think you're maybe underestimating that all three of them might have the reservation.
I'm just playing out a scenario, right? Yeah. Like if you're Kobe Altman and you're going to hold on to this and you're really, and again, you bring up a good point. Maybe Dan's also the one driving the bus of like, I'd love to do this without LeBron. But I mean, it would shock me at the end of the day if that's what we ended up finding out was that they just weren't interested in LeBron's services because they wanted to do this on their own. That would shock me. That would really surprise me.
So I don't think it's a lack of interest. I think it's a reticence. I think to get LeBron, you have to be all in and over the top. That's kind of what we're talking about with the recruiting thing. I think to get LeBron, your best star has to be calling him. Your brightest future piece in Evan Mobley, got to be calling him. Dan's got to send him like a edible arrangement.
Yeah,
like
there's no just putting your toes in the water.
Exactly. And so I think if LeBron senses there might be some reticence, I think that might be the thing that could say, well, I don't want to go home unless it's like, again, I think feeling the love for LeBron is as important to anything for his final stop. Because, quite frankly, it's going to be a victory lap, whether they win a championship or not. Wherever he goes has to be a victory lap of LeBron, which is why Cleveland makes so much sense. Unless Donovan's thinking, well, but what is this going to do to my legacy if it doesn't work out?
I'll tell Donovan.
What's it going to do? Dan saying, we've worked 7 years to get this thing right.
Ask Donovan what getting bounced in the second round of the postseason next year does to his legacy, too.
I agree. I'm simply presenting the devil's advocate because I really do think sometimes we kind of do absolutist kind of things and we forget that these are human beings with their own egos, their own goals, their own mindset, and the idea that anyone ever in any organization is 100%, unless it's LeBron circa 2014, I just don't think. I guarantee you in 2018, there were people in the Lakers organizations that had reservations about LeBron. Same with Miami in 2010.
Well, they clearly did over the past couple of years. That's why they made a complete change and a shift in philosophy off of LeBron and what he was then presenting. Well, I mean,
I'm bitter on behalf of LeBron.
I would argue the Cavs are also a stupid organization if they looked at this and said we're too prideful to want to do this without LeBron, and so then we're not gonna make a big pitch. We're not gonna do this because we feel like we need to show everybody we don't need LeBron. Because at this point, I feel like you do need LeBron.
Would LeBron fix the Cavs' perception around the NBA? When we come back, it's time for Chris Jimenez, Guardians TV analyst, his thoughts on the All-Star game, his thoughts on the second half, the final 65 games of the regular season for your Cleveland Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This July.
Levine joins Nick and JP next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. We do have Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast coming up in about 40 minutes time. We will catch up as we get you ready for training camp coming up in a couple of weeks here in Cleveland. But La Watch rolls on, and we now wait until the Cleveland Guardians resume play in the second half of the baseball season in a couple days here to talk all things Gardos, maybe get a LeBron take or two on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Former Cleveland Indian, now Guardians TV analyst Chris Jimenez joining us. Chris, welcome to the show.
Thank you, boys. I'm not sure you guys want my LeBron take, but I'm all about the Gardos.
Now, sir,
I'm not a huge fan, if you couldn't tell.
Oh,
of LeBron, or what are you not a huge fan of?
You just don't like winning?
No, I'm just not a huge fan. Listen, he is one of the greatest athletes to ever walk the face of the planet, and all of his accolades nobody can take away from him. But I'm sick and tired of him making this all about him. Like, just sign somewhere already. Go what you want to do. Right off into the sunset. You got your points. You're not better than Jordan. Sorry, I'm a Jordan guy.
Oh.
But I just feel like this is getting to be a point to where it's ridiculous. And now, obviously, Cleveland means a lot to me, the city, the fan base. And if you're dragging these poor folks along again, I was there in 2009 during the rain delay when they had it on the Jumbotron, and he said he was taking his talents to South Beach, and everybody was crushed. And I totally understand that, and I don't think I've ever forgiven him for that moment. And if you do not come back to Cleveland after you're putting everybody through the misery of waiting, kind of shame on you, man. That's how I feel about it.
Kind of sounds like your Gilroy, California is coming through here, and the Warriors being
the Warriors part of me, the Warriors side of me is 1,000% coming through, because I remember 2016, but at the same point, I also remember the elation that he gave the fan base, and I totally understand him coming back the first time. Wanting to end your career in Cleveland seems like it makes sense, but listen, man, I'm not LeBron. He's got everything you could ever want in the world, and again, I will never say that he is not an incredible athlete and an incredible basketball player. I'm a little tired of this being about him and not just being about, like, riding off into the sunset.
So what happens if he signs with your Warriors?
Trust me, I have been saying for the last 3 weeks that, like, I really hope it doesn't happen because I don't want it. Now, that's just me, again. I think, I understand.
Oh, no, all this winning.
It's too good at basketball.
I'm not. You won't hear me say, well, you'll hear me say he's good at basketball because he is good at basketball. I mean, he's 42, and he's still very, very, very good at basketball. I don't want it to be an issue, in the Bay Area, because I know most Bay Area fans will probably accept him. Cleveland fans will hate him even more, or, people that like Cleveland Cavaliers basketball will probably hate him even more. And that's part of it in this is I don't think the Warriors need him. I get why they want him. I would want him too. He's still one of the probably top 10 best players in the NBA, even at the age he's at. But I'm not a fan of him signing with the Warriors. I think he should go back to the Cavs and just end the nonsense. Just right off into the sunset, dude.
Deep down, do you think he's a better basketball player than Steph Curry?
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a really good question because – and I love that we're talking about this, by the way, now, because I absolutely love basketball. It was probably my favorite sport until I got to high school. Then it was significantly different after that. But that's a really good question. Honestly, he probably is just because of his physicality and the position he plays. Now, you'll never tell me that Steph's not a better shooter than him and probably a better, I don't know if he's a better pure scorer. He's just a better shooter, Steph is. They play different positions, so it's kind of hard to like, compute one of them against another. But I'm going to say LeBron's better than Steph just because of what he can do from a physical standpoint. He can create everything where Steph can just shoot with the best of them and then facilitate. LeBron, not necessarily known as a facilitator in his career, but he can create any shot that he wants.
So here's the thing. I would rather burn off all the hair on my body than watch LeBron play for the Golden State Warriors. But
I don't have much hair on my head, so that wouldn't be hard for me.
But I will tell you, I do have a new angle on this, which is if he goes to Golden State, I will be watching your social media like a hawk, because the first time I see the blue and yellow 23 and you just being like, I love watching LeBron. Oh, I'm going to pounce on it. I'm going to JOP like Danny Shelton jumping on Pyle.
I really hope you do, because I love being held accountable, and I am a man of my word. And even if he does sign with the Warriors, I'm still not a LeBron fan. I'm definitely a Steph Curry fan, and I'm a Warrior fan, and I don't think that's a bad thing for me to say, because I grew up there, and that's kind of, what you do. But I hope he does not sign with the Warriors. I really don't.
Chris, all right, it's been established between the times we've had you on, and Nick and I are both huge baseball guys. But did last night just kind of stink?
I don't know if it stunk. I think the flow of the game kind of stunk, to be completely honest with you. Now, they did some cool stuff, and I think the issue that I really have with all this stuff is, if we're sitting here and you're Major League Baseball and you're trying to, convince the public that a salary cap is needed, and you're playing unbelievably cool videos about baseball being the greatest sport on planet Earth, and kids riding around in neighborhoods and playing and calling each other on their phones, and then they come out in the field and there's this really cool fireworks show, baseball's never been better. And I'm not saying that there's not tweaks that need to happen in the CBA going forward. I don't necessarily believe a salary cap is the way to achieve what they say they want to achieve. And that's probably the former player coming out in me. But again, I'm thinking about this from like a 10,000-foot view. When you have pitching as good as it is in today's game, it's easy to see why there were only 4 runs scored. It's crazy that they were all from the American League, which we all think is a down year for the AL this year, because the NL has been so good and is so jumbled up that it's nuts. But I wouldn't say it was boring. I feel like the flow of the game kind of stunk, to be honest with you.
All right, so one of the other criticisms of last night, not mine and not JP's, but I did see people on social media saying they don't like players being mic'd up on the field. Right. I wish we actually had more of it. Where do you stand on that?
Too. Yeah, I kind of do too. I think it's a really unique perspective. When Dylan Cease was mic'd up and he's talking about his pitch, like what he's thinking about on the mound, like why he wants to throw certain pitches, maybe I'm just a baseball nerd. That stuff, I geek out on that because that's what I did. That's my entire thought process. It's just now coming out verbally from a pitching standpoint. I think that stuff's really unique, and it gives fans a really interesting perspective on why certain pitches are being thrown in certain situations. Now, maybe a baseball traditionalist doesn't love that, and I can respect it, but I think it's cool to get a player's perspective in a game like that in particular that you can kind of see. You heard Bryce Harper talking about Cade Smith. We all know Cade Smith's nasty. Now you have one of the best hitters on the planet physically saying it on national television where millions of people are watching. Yeah, Cade Smith is really nasty. Well, no, I almost said a bad word. No duh, right? It's cool that you get that unique perspective, I think, personally.
What did you make of the finish, the strong finish, obviously, going into the All-Star break? Kind of wish the stoppage wasn't there because they're playing so hot at the final 4 games.
Yeah, no, that's a great point because I don't think anybody had on our bingo card they were going to sweep what was the hottest team in June to end the first half of the season in the Miami Marlins, but we will certainly take it. And again, it's a unique perspective in the sense that this ball club is very resilient in certain ways and is still in certain ways really trying to find their identity, which is kind of weird and crazy to say. We know offensively they struggle, and we know pitching-wise they can pitch with the best of anybody. And it's still trying to find that fine line of, do the pitchers not have to be as perfect? Can the hitters find a way to create some sort of traffic and havoc on the base pass, which is what they did, when they've been on their little winning streaks. They've done a good job of creating traffic on the bases. We know that they can be aggressive and going like first to third and first to home. I would love to see them maybe start stealing a few more bags, but I think this young core is starting to kind of maybe find its footing a little bit. There's going to be some peaks and valleys in there, but all things considered, I think missing Jose for 5 to 6 weeks, missing Chase for, a 10-day period, missing Angel for, 5 to 6 weeks. Those are 3 of your best offensive players, and you still find yourself tied for first place. I feel like you would have taken that knowing that those 3 guys were going to miss that amount of time.
Chris, obviously June was marred by the Lauders injury, Hosey's injury, and Angel Martinez's injury. CDL's back. He's hot as all can get. Do we have timelines, or maybe when should we expect to see Hosey and or Angel back on the field?
I mean, don't hold me to this, but I would be absolutely blown away if we don't see Angel back either this weekend or at least the start of next week. And trust me, I know Jose is chomping at the bit, and he's probably not far behind that. So I would say both players within the first week, Jose maybe 2 weeks, just depending on, how things go with the rehab and whatnot. But all signs and everything that I've heard is Jose's rehab progression is a little bit ahead of schedule, which shouldn't surprise anybody knowing that it's Jose, and that he should be kind of back and ready to go for right before, not only right after the All-Star break, but right before the trade deadline as well.
What do you make of this, the AL Central right now? The 4 teams are pretty tight, and the Tigers, oddly enough, Tigers are 6.5 back. They've been playing hot baseball. They got a plus 24 run differential, Chris.
Yeah. Since June 1st, they're like 22 and like 12, I think, which would be on pace for a 99-win pace. And we saw them do a little bit of the same thing last year as well, where they got off to an unbelievable start, and then we all know what happened from then. I don't think the Tigers are a team that you can, sleep on. Let's put it that way. I've been saying that the entire season, that the roster is just too good. Their pitching staff's too good. Now, this next, 10 to 12-day period for Detroit coming out of the All-Star break is going to be arguably the most important 10 to 12 to maybe even 14 games they have all season, because this, to me, will kind of direct which direction they decide to go. They have arguably the biggest trade chip on the trade potential market right now in Tarik Skubal. And I wouldn't be shocked to see them kind of compete with making some trades and also potentially even trade Tarik Skubal. Like, if you're going to get an insane amount of prospect capital back, say it's from the Dodgers, and you get Major League ready prospects or Major League ready players, I don't see how you can't trade Tarik Skubal, and that's just maybe me talking from, I hope we get him the heck out of our division standpoint. But I think there's a way the Tigers can kind of play the line on both here and still be very competitive in the second half and make a run at the division and potentially trade Tarik Skubal and set themselves up for the future.
Chris, we got about 30 seconds here, bud. Who or what is the most important factor for the Guardians over the final 65 regular season games?
That is an unbelievable question. I'm going to say Travis Bazzana, because when he came up, he was gangbusters. He was, lighting the world on fire. He's gone through a little bit of a lull, which is completely normal your rookie year. I think if we can continue to get him going at the top of the lineup, you bring Angel back, you bring Hosey back, the lineup starts to look a little bit better. But to me, it's Travis Bazzana trying to get himself on the right track again.
Chris, your LeBron takes enrage me, but we do love when you come on, buddy. We appreciate you. Have a great week.
Thank you, guys. You too.
Chris Jimenez there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Gave us plenty to react to, both on LeBron and the Browns. And we got to get to Jared versus big leadership moment, because it's got to be that, because I don't believe the damn thing the guy actually said. But it's nice to hear in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Spain is heading to the World Cup final on Sunday. Today, the second semifinal match takes place in Atlanta. Argentina.
minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
I'm going to say Travis Bazzana, because when he came up, he was gangbusters. He was, lighting the world on fire. He's gone through a little bit of a lull, which is completely normal your rookie year. I think if we can continue to get him going at the top of the lineup, you bring Angel back, you bring Hosey back, the lineup starts to look a little bit better. But to me, it's Travis Bazzana trying to get himself on the right track again.
Chris Jimenez, former Cleveland Indians catcher, a super utility guy, and now Guardians TV analyst in the previous segment. Mm-hmm. We do have Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com coming up in 20 minutes. I want to get to the LeBron thing about Chris for just a half second.
Sure,
but
yeah.
I actually do. I think Bazzana is critical to the second half of this season, offensively, and just don't be an absolute disaster defensively. Because what part of why when you and I were talking about the offense yesterday, it's like, man, Angel, Hosey get healthy, CDL continues to do what he's doing. Travis gets kind of righted. Maybe Kwani continues his run, and all of a sudden I got 5 hitters I can count on. I don't know how many times in any year I've had 5 hitters I can count on. I think that's got me going.
But the problem with this is that consistently within these core set of guys, we've seen Bazzana, for instance, go on stretches where for 10 days he looks like the best second baseman in baseball, and then he goes through 10 days where he isn't. Meanwhile, DeLauder will go through 20 days where he looks awesome, and then 20 days where he isn't. Like collectively, I think you got a point. If it's all 5 of them and they're all hitting the baseball and they're all playing at their the best version of them that we could see, then yeah, maybe you have something better than what has clearly been just a not good enough offense. No way to cut it. Problem is that we've had way too many guys that are up when the other one is down and down when the other one is up.
Now, you and I are both guys who like to hear other people's opinions, especially if we don't agree with them. I will give Chris Jimenez credit. He is a baseball guy that came on to talk baseball. We threw some LeBron at him.
Yeah.
And I don't agree with him, but I like the passion. That was a lot of passion about, I don't want LeBron back.
Yeah. So, okay, was it more about the Warriors side of things for him?
I couldn't tell.
And that deep-rooted hate? Or because he started to go down the road of like, well, I was there when he left, and then I hated what he did there. And he also got into the idea that for the past 3 weeks, LeBron's just been milking this a little bit too hard for him.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty common take outside of Cleveland, by the way.
Too.
Even in Cleveland, I hear it.
I think even in Cleveland, I think people are starting to get frustrated. I think people are getting mad. But, welcome to the LeBron show. This is what LeBron's always done. You can't be surprised that this is happening.
I just like that in any other line of work, if you let people know, hey, I'm deliberating about taking this job or not, and 3 weeks in, somebody's like, you going to bleep or get off the pot on this one? You'd be like, it's like a big move for my life, man. Like, I need time to think about this.
But bosses do that, though, in certain instances, right?
Their names are Andy Roth. No.
You do get put under the gun a little bit. Like, you can't, we have this job opening. You can't take 6 months to try to fill it. We have to keep this thing moving. It's open for a reason.
But so it was interesting to hear half of it being Golden State and half of it being
the Gilroy Californian himself was doing a lot of speaking.
I just don't feel held hostage by LeBron. Like if this was like, all right, LeBron comes back, or like when LeBron came back in 2014, I know that they were going to make an offer to Gordon Hayward. I know that they were going to be a better team, and they went from, I think it was 24 wins to 34 wins from B. Scott's last year to Mike Brown's first year, right? So there was forward progress. That was probably going to be like a play-in-ish team. I know the plan didn't exist then, but like a 8 seed, 9 seed, 10 seed that next year, though. That's probably where they were going to be if LeBron didn't come back. Probably a 6 seed, maybe at worst, if LeBron doesn't come back here. Like if that's as bad as it gets here, I don't really consider it to be a downside if LeBron's just taking his time and that just delays whatever move they might want to make.
It sounds odd to say, but it feels like you're underselling the importance of LeBron in this equation.
Oh, no, I mean, I think LeBron could catapult you into the top 3 of the Eastern Conference. I'm just thinking about the downside. If LeBron chooses elsewhere, The worst case scenarios, I've got James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen still under contract. Okay, that's not. I mean, I've been in much worse situations as a Cavs fan.
You're definitely left not without the cupboard isn't bare. Let's put it that way.
Far from it.
It's still going to be a fun team to watch. We're still going to have investment into this team, but it will not. It'll be night and day relative to if LeBron was here and we had all of LeBron watch and we talked about LeBron 24/7, and then we honestly what we need out of this, and this is what LeBron would have offered, is it would have been a shakeup. And after so many years now and watching this, we needed a shakeup in a massive way. We don't have that.
I think you need a shakeup.
I did. I think the people that believed in this Cavs team last year, we need something different now. Because now we've come over to your side of saying, all right, they're not good enough. We've accepted that. You were right on that. We've accepted that. And now we're over to the part of, well, okay, we don't want to sit on our hands and knees. We want to see you do some stuff.
So maybe
make some changes.
So
don't waste this.
If LeBron comes back, I'm going to be thinking Eastern Conference Finals, NBA Finals next year. I will. But maybe one of the few bright spots, if LeBron chooses anywhere else, is I'll be thinking to myself, well, we're going to have we'll be in the mix, and then sometime in May you're going to get bounced out. I think in a way, LeBron
that
not
sounds
choosing
so sad, though. That sounds so sad.
I know. I think it's acceptance.
Like the idea of second round, maybe it goes our favor, maybe it doesn't, but it just kind of is what it is.
Well, no, not it is what it is. Enjoy the ride. Not to go full Paul Dolan.
Yeah, went full Dolan.
I'm not trying to go full Dolan because I'm not meaning it in a snarky way. I will accept the Cavs team as they are because what stunk about last year is that I was right. I called it out from a mile away how I thought it was going to go, and unfortunately, it went relatively how I thought it was going to go. And I don't like feeling the way I felt after that Knicks series where I was done with Donovan. I was done with James Harden. I was done with that because you know what? In the end, they're still one of the best Cavs team I've ever watched. And so instead of me continuing to harp on the fact of without LeBron, I don't think you're a serious NBA contender, I think I just need to rearrange my expectations because if they're Donovan-centric, this is where you're going to be, and that should be good enough.
I like that you're not just championship or bust like you were last year. That's good. That's good. I feel like that's good. But at some point you still have to have some sort of expectations, and at some point
the expectations are be a top 6 seed and make the playoffs.
Yeah, and
win a playoff series.
That's not going to be enough for me. That we always talk about linear growth because they always talk about linear growth. Taking a step backwards after paying $274 million to Donovan doesn't really get me excited.
So while we had Chris Jimenez on, talked a little LeBron, we're still on low watch. We are under 2 weeks away from training camp for your Cleveland Browns. And Jared Verse, the newly minted Cleveland Brown back from, June 1st, June 2nd, was on Good Morning Football this morning. And we have some audio to play of this. This first one here, I'm going to play. He was talking about what he's seen from Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders in his short time here in Cleveland.
The main thing I've seen is they just work. Deshaun had his own problems throughout the league, but he's still a great quarterback. You see him dominate. He's got that vet presence of someone that's done this for a good little bit. Then you got Shedeur, who, that dude's confidence is unparalleled. The way he goes out there, the way he throws that, at the moment you be like, what? And then he dots him, he connects him, and you can't even say too much about it. These are two great quarterbacks, and I'm honestly excited to see how it goes further in the preseason. But so far, I've just seen two elite quarterbacks battling it out.
All right. They're not two elite quarterbacks as of yet. Shedeur's got time to prove that. I think Deshaun's had time to prove that. But I do think that's the kind of infectious energy you wouldn't be getting from Myles Garrett. And I think that's something Browns fans can look at and see as leadership, whether it's leading the fans or leading the locker room.
All right. Sometimes you just got to lie to make people feel good in the moment. Okay. Oh. You're right. Myles would never have lied and said that.
No.
Myles doesn't have it in him to say they're both elite quarterbacks, and I just can't wait to see how this unfolds and just, basically hold your hand throughout the whole entire process of it all.
And Myles would have somehow made it about himself in a way.
Wow.
I can only control what I can control, and I'll just go out there and be a great football player. Thanks, Myles. Big leg up there, buddy.
Yeah. I really don't want to make every Jared Verse thing some sort of referendum on how Myles would treat it versus how Jared would treat it.
That's what it's going to be.
But that's where we're at with this when you make that trade. And so I feel like with Jared, he said the right things there, all things considered. This is a lot of the reason why we just kind of think what athletes say most of the time is hogwash. It's kind of why I respect when athletes seem like they're incredibly honest. That was not an incredibly honest statement from Jared Verse, and that's okay. Sometimes it's not the worst thing in the world to sit there and lie and say, I think they're both elite.
I think the power...
What you just came from playing with Matthew Stafford.
I think the power of being an elite athlete is belief. I think when we get into the org chart of who has to believe, you and I have to believe nothing anyone says, and that's honestly part of our job. The next rung up, to enjoy being a fan, you have to believe a fair amount of what is said by the organization, but nobody has to believe more than the players. So even if Jared doesn't think they're elite, I guarantee you Jarrett and other guys in that locker room have convinced themselves of some level of belief in Deshaun and or Shedeur that you and I don't have, because you have to. You have to psychologically basically gaslight yourself, trick yourself, because if you don't, you're putting your body on the line, and it's very easy to get cynical and say, what am I doing this for that?
I think it's also easier for defensive players because they understand it's not their responsibility for the offense to click. They can only do so much. As a defensive player, you can only do so much to help out the offense, all things considered.
I also think there's a chance that these guys listen, you and I are down on this quarterback room, specifically Deshaun. I'm very excited the idea of seeing Shedeur, but even then, I think Shedeur can be like a good league average starting quarterback somewhere in that, I don't even want to throw out names because that becomes the headline, but I think he can become a good league average starting quarterback, maybe as soon as this year. And I think there are a lot of people discounting him in a way that is befuddling to me. But it's Shedeur versus Clouds to me. I don't think it's a real competition because the other guy just does nothing for me. I think other people see it as the inverse. I think in that locker room, I'd be surprised if there aren't guys who really believe, whether it's Shedeur or Deshaun, because they have personal relationships and it's easier to, I don't want to say delude yourself, but it's easier to convince yourself than it is for you and me who've just seen the football.
All right, it'll be interesting to see because, they always say with training camp, the defensive players know. And when you have these quarterback battles, ask the defensive players. That's why the coaches legitimately do ask the defensive players, who's playing the best here, who can do this, who can't, at what sort of level, because the defensive players are the ones that go up against them every day, and they have a good feel for that stuff. Someone like Jared Verse went against Matthew Stafford for years. I find that to be incredibly interesting, how he's going to look at what Matthew Stafford just won league MVP last year, and now he's going to look at Deshaun Watson throwing some of these passes, and he's going to think that's in the same world. I don't know. Maybe some of the Shedeur stuff will look at it and say, okay, great, but I got a hard time with that one. It's an interesting setup. Monken came from Lamar Jackson, and Jared Verse came from Matthew Stafford. That's not easy follow-ups.
Remember, he came from 3 years of Lamar, and Jared had 2 years of Stafford, who had been in that system for 4 years. You're ground zero here. You're day one. And so it can't possibly look the same as those other guys who've been in that situation 4, 5, 6 years, whatever. Now, Jared Verse, also, the big to-do was who's going to wear the number 8. At one moment, Jared Verse and Dillon Gabriel both wore the number 8 on Good Morning Football. Jared Verse wanted to make it plainly clear what happened with the number 8, which he now wears.
I saw the little memes of everybody talking about I just pulled it off his back. I was like, man, let me chill out. When we talked it out, we ended up calling each other, going back and forth, found a little number that works for both of us, but I ain't pulled it off his back.
All right, so that was very funny. I think it's funny he also said little number. Because it's Dillon.
Yeah, so the number was tinier on his body than Jared Verse's body.
If it was a bigger number that Jared had to pay Dillon, it just wouldn't be right.
Yeah.
It was like $500.
What do you think he paid him?
I wouldn't be surprised if he paid any, and I don't know that there are, but any backstock Dillon Gabriel jerseys out there, number 8 jerseys. So I think that's part of it.
I mean, Dillon just had a wedding this offseason. Do you think it covered the Friday night rehearsal dinner?
No. Well, I don't know how big of the wedding was. How much did your rehearsal? Do you remember what your rehearsal dinner cost?
No, we didn't pay for the rehearsal dinner.
Okay,
that was picked up, and so I still think it was. It wasn't. They're not as expensive as you think, but they are mini weddings. When you think about it, I think at the end of the day, we ended up having like 40 or 50 people at the rehearsal dinner, and you're getting full plates. You're renting out the spaces. You're doing all that. That was not a cheap endeavor. So that was probably around $8 to $10 grand, somewhere maybe around there, maybe $5 to $8 grand.
Our rehearsal dinner was at the barn. So after we did the rehearsal, we went to the barn in Orville.
Yeah,
and I remember I had like a wad of cash, and I thought it was enough. And the waitress just looked at it and was like, "We're gonna need your card on this one."
Yeah,
we're just being like, "Fine."
It's kind of Kind of the weird part about rehearsal dinners is that they're these
you don't
mini,
see them coming.
They're just these mini weddings. Yep. And it's like, well, hold on. We don't have to do a practice run of this. You'll see everybody tomorrow. But it's not the expectation. The expectation is you do the rehearsal dinner.
Wait, I have to pay for that guy's that woman's idiot boyfriend who isn't even coming to the wedding? Well, he came to the rehearsal dinner.
You have the same. I told you all the different. You get the meals, obviously, but then you have to have unlimited drinks throughout the whole ordeal. You still have the same cocktail hour set up and the hors d'oeuvres that get passed around before everyone sits down. It's just a mini run through.
Big thanks to Jared Verse for going on Good Morning Football and fighting a good fight for the Browns' elite quarterbacks. We'll play some of this for Ashley Bass.Cleveland.com. Get her take on this quarterback battle. Get her take on the offense and who might be the face of this offense in 2026 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter. All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Garman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Nick Baumgartner, NFL draft for The Athletic. He's also a Detroit guy. A little bit of Lions talk coming up in 1 hour's time. How bad are we hurting for a little bit of football with training camp about 2 weeks away? JP and I are watching the Florida-Tennessee game from last year, and there was even the beginning of a DJ Lagway conversation that thankfully was broken up by the break.
I'm having a lot of fun, guys.
I am too.
I miss football. Yeah. I'm having a lot of fun.
Might have to go home, play a little NCAA football. That's where we are today.
Also, secretly knowing it's pissing off all the soccer fans that we would just not even entertain a soccer game of this magnitude. We'd rather watch DJ Lagway struggle through a game.
I'd rather talk about DJ Lagway for 5 hours than soccer, but I'm sure it's great. Sure, it's a lot of fun. I mean, I'm sure those same people are going to care in a month when this damn thing is over. But to talk real football, because we're Americans, we head out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. And welcome in Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast, Ashley Bastock, as we do every single Wednesday here. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. We're almost there. This is like the last gasp of the NFL summer break.
Yeah, is this time of the year? Because for you guys go to the facilities every day. You guys, I mean, you have the. It's a real. What the beat reporters do is very, very hard, and they've always respected what you guys do. So there's got to be a part of you that's chomping at the bit to like get to the good content. There's also going to be part of you that's like, I'm not ready for that grind.
Yeah, I mean, I have always kind of equated it to it's like the first day of school a little bit, right? It's a very similar mentality. It feels like we have a summer break. It's a shorter summer break. And then it ends, and you're kind of just immersed in the work so quickly. I think that sort of bummed feeling of summer being quote unquote over dissipates pretty quickly. But yeah, you jump right into a grind. People always ask me, like, what's the hardest time of year for you? And I always say it's not the regular season, it's training camp by far. It is the longest grind. There's no real games. You have that long ramp up. So yeah, we're in the home stretch. We're almost there to it.
Well, as we get close in on the home stretch, I am interested to find out what people's reactions are going to be between Shedeur versus Deshaun. It does feel right now people think Deshaun's got the leg up. As we enter this, do you feel like that's accurate, that right now Deshaun is ahead of Shedeur?
I don't feel like that's accurate, just because it felt like we left minicamp with the opposite sort of being true, that Shedeur Sanders really came on strong over the last few weeks. And I said at the time, I think the fact that Todd Monken declined to name a QB1 on that depth chart, really declined to place anyone as QB1 on that depth chart, because like he could have done that and just not named that person, but that wasn't the case. He doesn't know who his QB1 is going to be yet. So that to me is actually a win for Shedeur Sanders, because I definitely think early Deshaun Watson looked like the guy who was ahead. The fact that he didn't close out that competition for me by nature is sort of a win for Sanders, and I guess fans who would like to see Shedeur Sanders get that chance to start.
Ashley, it very rarely goes like this for the Cleveland Browns, but let's do a pie-in-the-sky version of this. If everything goes right for whoever wins the job, what do you see as like the max you can get to for Shedeur this year, and what do you see, I'm talking about for their individual play, and what do you see as the max that maybe Deshaun Watson can get after a couple years of not playing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough just to gauge, knowing Shedeur only had those 7 games under his belt last year. So, like, right now, I do kind of a little bit consider them on equal footing for a handful of reasons. Like you mentioned, Nick, the fact that Deshaun hasn't played a full season and hasn't played in a game since 2024, hasn't played in a full season since 2020. That's a major knock on him. What kind of maybe elevates him back up is his familiarity with this type of offense, this type of system. Shedeur Sanders has the inexperience, but we know he sort of did a really good job, I think, of passing that initial eyeball test as a rookie where, folks throw out some of the numbers. And again, those numbers were only in 7 games, but you watched a guy who could do some of that extending plays, could make flash plays. There's enough interest there. But the thing working against him is still that sort of question mark and lack of experience. So for me, like, the ceiling for this team kind of remains the same, barring some sort of, Deshaun Watson is in complete 2020 form, which I think would be hard to get to given the age, given the injuries, given the time off. I would say about 8 or 9 wins would be the absolute ceiling for this team right now, and given all the other unknowns too.
I was thinking about wide receivers. ESPN has their thing that comes out all the time, and today's the wide receiver day. And obviously we didn't have anyone referenced there or anything like that. And there's no follow-up from Nick about the wide receivers either, by the way, with the ESPN poll. We're not going to repeat last week.
Actually,
I can see him blanking for a second.
The
there we go.
wide
Thank
receiver rankings by ESPN.
No Browns players made it. But
I think this would be a good recurring bit for you guys. I don't know. You might want to consider it. I don't know.
These rankings do come out, it seems like, for 37 days. So, we might get 2 more interviews with you, and it might be reality. But I was thinking about Jerry Jeudy and whether or not he's going to get what is being dubbed by myself as the Amari Cooper treatment, where you just get traded early on in the season after showcasing either a little bit of value or seeming like you can't even play anywhere in between. Do you feel like there's a world that exists where Jerry Jeudy does in fact get moved when the season gets underway?
I mean, it's hard for me to envision that right now, just given all the messaging and given Andrew Berry's past. I fully acknowledge Andrew Berry likes to wheel and deal, but we do know Andrew Berry holds on to these guys that he's had an affinity for a long time. Sometimes I would argue he maybe holds on to them a bit too long and doesn't move on quite when he should. Sometimes that's not the case, but Jerry Jeudy is not just a guy that they traded for and extended before they ever had a chance to watch him play in a game for them. He's also a guy that we know that Andrew Berry talked about after the fact was high up on their draft boards in 2020. I would love to know where he was compared to Jed Wills that year. We obviously just know they needed a tackle that year. That's the direction they were going to go. But I'd love to know kind of in hindsight where exactly he fit in, how much they actually talked about making any kind of significant push for him. So we know he's been a fan of Jerry Jeudy going back that far to his draft year. We know he's been adamant that he is still the bell cow receiver in that room. So to me, I would be surprised if they make a move. But again, you can never say never, because I think the Amari Cooper situation was a little bit different and age was more of a factor there as well. And I think he ended up just kind of falling off that cliff. So I think you always got to be wary about that with receivers. That can happen, but it would still be surprising nonetheless to me right now for that to be the case.
Ashley, we talked yesterday about Carson Schlesinger getting ranked number 3 as the off-ball linebacker in all of football, and then we kind of led into a conversation about who, if there's one defensive player that gets on the billboard for the Browns, it used to be Miles. For a decade, it was Miles. Now it feels a little more open. If you had to pick one guy that takes over for Miles as the one defensive guy on the billboard, is it Carson Schlesinger or somebody else?
I honestly would go with Carson Schlesinger right now. And I know that might be a little crazy considering that Denzel Ward is still on this football team and he's the hometown guy. And I think Denzel is very much a leader. But what Carson did as a rookie, the fact that he's only going to be in his second year, I mean, he is, it seems like, going to be here and a key part of this defense for the long haul going forward. And I mean, I thought that survey was funny because I want to know who the person is. I don't know if you guys caught this, that left him unranked in that. Like, I can't imagine being the person that did that. I hope that was simply an oversight and not like a conscious choice someone made. But what Carson Schlesinger does is really, really special. And it's not just his ability. It's not just the sideline-to-sideline ability. It's not just that he's a great fit in this system. I think he's a guy who is really well-respected in that building, really well-respected among his teammates. And it's the fact that he was able to see the game as a rookie that not many players can, and that some players, quite honestly, never get to that level of seeing the game and having the game slow down the way that he did. So for me, it's Carson Schlesinger. He's obviously someone I profiled really extensively last year. And I mean, I think he's sort of the future of this defense. So I would make him the face of it right now.
All right. What about if you had to choose one player on the offensive side of the ball for the billboard in 2026, who would that be?
Ooh, one player for the offensive side of the ball. That's so tricky because, and I don't know, maybe my initial answer is right. Like, you say Shedeur Sanders, but what's hard with that is we don't know that he's going to be the starter. But I think he is, by far one of the most popular players on this team. I think maybe the most popular player on the offense. So that's my gut, just knowing all of the other new pieces we have, these rookie receivers. The O-line is completely remade. It would have been easy to say Joel Bitonio before he retired, but yeah, I don't know. Let's go with Shedeur here because everyone else, too, the roles, we need to see them kind of hammered out a little bit. So I would say Shedeur or Judkins and give it to Shedeur based on the positioning.
I want to ask you, I was listening to this, it was a clip, actually it was a YouTube video. It was James Palmer and Steve Smith Sr., and they were talking about wide receivers for the Browns, and they were going through this whole thing. And I remember when we went through the practices and everything, everyone talked high about Denzel Boston. But the way that Palmer put it was that that Denzel Boston was the MVP of the stretch where they were actually on the field. Did you see it that way? Was he really the best player on the field?
The best player, offensively or defensively?
He said out of everybody. He said out of everybody, he was the MVP of that spring practices and everything in between. And I don't remember it that way. I remember people obviously talking about Isaiah Bond. I remember people talking nice things about Denzel Boston, but I don't remember them saying MVP and this was an easy standout, best player. It was what it was.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to anoint him as the MVP quite yet. But that's in the sense of I want to see more from him and I want to see the pads come on. I thought he was very sure-handed. I thought he was very consistent. You're right that Isaiah Bond is a guy whose name we also threw out a lot. He came into camp 15 pounds heavier, much more, I think, sure of himself in this offense, harder for DBs to get him off his spot while he's running his routes. It felt like every single day he was good for one or two of those explosive sort of, man, this is going to go around Twitter highlight kind of plays. So I don't know if I'd say Denzel Boston was the MVP, the flat-out best player on the field for them, but I certainly think, and this, I guess, is high praise in and of itself. That could be how we're talking about him once the preseason is over. I think he's got a chance to be really special, just given the size, given his hands. I think he's going to really be a nice red zone weapon for his team, and he could easily work his way up to that.
Ashley, it's been so nice here. We took a off-season break from ending our interviews very awkwardly and unnecessarily. That does start back up in 2 weeks, so just enjoyed this one, okay?
I will. Thanks, guys. Can't wait.
Ashley Bastock there. Cleveland.com, the Orange and Brown Talk podcast on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We got to react to what she had to say. And quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS. See website for details.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
I hate to break it to anyone, but that while it was a great traffic update by Jeff Thomas, we probably should point out, don't take that one to the bank, folks. Yeah, that was likely from about 11 o'clock this morning. So
Jeff hasn't worked since 11 o'clock
I would say that's probably so as of 11 o'clock in the morning, that's what traffic was.
You're getting in trouble right now. Corrali was doing updates and supposed to be doing traffic then that time, and now Mackenzie's here and supposed to be doing updates and traffic that time. I'm
not trying to throw anybody to the bus. I'm just simply trying, there are people
snitching on Corali here.
There are people who listen to traffic updates, and I don't want them planning any of their drives.
Well, what did Jeff say in the traffic update? I missed it.
He said it was slow going pretty much everywhere, and then I threw out a couple specific spots where it's these are trouble spots.
It might still be slow there.
I mean, every road is closed in Cleveland. We basically made it a Cleveland immune from attack with the way nobody can get in and out of Cleveland. So I guess, odds are if you're getting into Cleveland, it's a real B and it's hard to get around.
It's going to be a little slow, guys, but it's never that slow that we have to complain about it.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm not trying to turn this into an argument about traffic. The point is,
we have really nice traffic here.
The point is, not this summer. The point is, I face. If Jeff Thomas is saying it, don't pay attention in the afternoons.
Yesterday into work, I faced 2 different accidents. I said, "Oh no, this is gonna really set me back." 2 different accidents, 2 different spots. I was 5 minutes later than I normally get to work. What a city we have here! I got to tell you.
Think of what you could have done with those 5 minutes.
I got to tell you, I need to be on some sort of Cleveland committee for just getting it out there so everyone knows that we have one of the best traffic cities in the entire country, and it just gets slept on.
That just feels like the most useless job ever.
I feel
you
like
would just go around neg people who complain about the trans.
No. I would go to other cities, like the big cities with problems with
transportation.
Traffic.
That's where
Los Angeles, Houston, Chicago, the cities we know that suck with traffic, and then I'd be like, so one appeal that we have. That traffic thing, not going to be a bother for you. And for people in those cities, that would be as nice for them as saying we have 75 Michelin star restaurants.
So instead of pure Michigan, it would be like travel easy, come to Cleveland.
Pure roads.
Yeah. And then they're going to get here and see all and they'd be like, oh, but there's so many orange barrels, but yet it doesn't really slow me down.
It doesn't slow you down. No. It just adds to the appeal of it all. We are an orange and brown city.
Bullshoy, I say, because the truth is that since they've shut down the East 14th on-ramp, I now have to go to Carnegie, and that is the longest light in the history of lights.
Oh, I have to face a traffic light. Poor me.
Long light.
Come on.
Long
do you hear
light.
yourself?
Multiple in a row.
Do you hear yourself?
3 long traffic lights. By the way,
I got one traffic light that's
read
bothersome.
between the lines.
Yeah,
read between the lines right there. All 3 of them. Read between the lines.
You've never experienced bad traffic in your life, and it shows.
Excuse me, sir?
I
lived in Charlotte.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So you should appreciate this. You should appreciate what bad traffic is and how we don't have bad traffic here.
It's bullcrap. Do better.
This is it's seriously one of the top 5 best things about living in Cleveland.
Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
To the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Travis Pizzana made the All-Star team. That was enjoyable. But Bernie Pleskoff, longtime baseball scout, longtime baseball media member, tweeted out, I have to ask this question, which was posed to me by Walkman. I don't know who the hell that is. Would you trade Pizzana for Luis Arias? And, there are certain things. I'm not the guy that goes, you don't know ball, you lost all credibility.
Sure.
This is I don't know you know baseball if you think this is a real conversation. Trading Travis Pizzana, rookie year, again, down spot recently, but rookie year, first pick in the draft for Luis Arias, who plays worse defense somehow, and is just a good contact-only player with about 6 months left on his contract.
Is Walkman actually the name that he calls Keith Law, or no? The people that don't like Pizzana really don't like Pizzana. That's the takeaway I have of the early Travis Pizzana experience. The people that don't like him really want you to know that they don't think he's going to be any good at baseball.
But he's an all-star with 5 years of control. What other player could you do this with that people are laughing this tweet out of the building. But
as they should.
Listen, I know Travis is a rookie. I know he's got a lot to prove. And again, he is in a dry spot recently. There's really no argument about it.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, I found this to be a laughable thing from Bernie and whoever the hell Walkman is. Got sports mad, Jonathan. Sorry, that's weird too.
You got sports mad?
Got sports mad.
You're angrier at Bernie than you are about anything related to this LeBron issue.
I know. It is a wonder.
It is a wonder. All right, new cool thing in college football I want to discuss with you. I don't know. I said cool. I don't know if it actually is or isn't. I think I like this, but I think it's definitely different. Auburn is set to share roughly $6 million in a groundbreaking NIL deal in the Aflac kickoff game. How they're sharing this, though, is pretty simple. 24 different Auburn players are going to get this guaranteed model, okay? And a lot of the revenue sharing component to this is tied to ticket sales, and that's what separates this deal from everything else. So the amount of ticket sales that they actually sell is going to dictate towards how much money they actually end up getting. But instead of saying we're giving all this money to one guy or all this money to this guy, that's still happening, by the way. They're going to share $6 million as a team, as a collective, and then it's split. So the center is going to make the same amount as the quarterback and everything else, but it does fall on these guys to promote and to make sure that butts are in the seat.
Yeah, I think this is, I think there's a lot, for all the doom and gloom and the sky is falling thing with NIL and the portal and everything, I think it's kind of the Wild West in a good way of creative and furtive ways that that everybody can kind of eat on this one. So I love this. And I especially love that from the player perspective, it's not weighted that the quarterback gets this and the center gets this.
Y'all get the share pie. I don't know why I said y'all there. It just kind of came off that way. But you got here's the thing, though. It's a neutral site game. So this won't happen, for instance, at like Auburn's home stadium. That's not going to happen. It's a neutral site game. They got 20,000 tickets that they're basically, it's kind of like almost like in the Girl Scouts. It's like, I got to sell this amount of cookies. You got to sell this amount of tickets. And then if you do so, then you're going to have the rev share. You have everything that's associated with that. And then, your left guard is going to be able to eat a lot more than he typically would.
Now, if this becomes the regular, it'll be interesting if it's like, all right, it's going to be only those guys that dress. Meaning, like, it's greater importance to be up for that game. I think that's the kind of stuff that, again, could be a tricky situation, but make it interesting.
That's why they say up to 24 players. And so I think it's going to be, obviously, the starters, maybe like a kicker or something like that, and then that just kind of is what that is. But it does.
Not if he doesn't make his damn kicks, looking at you, Jaden Fielding.
What I think is interesting, though, is that it does stress the importance of these guys wanting to even play in these neutral site games. Imagine the enthusiasm attached to playing neutral site games if you know that you're getting broke off $6 million split 24 ways.
The video of the 65-year-old man who got flipped in the air by a bison at Yellowstone was used by the Buccaneer social media feed, and apparently this got people very upset. Now, as a reminder, the 65-year-old man laughed it off. He has minor injuries. He's expected to recover and then some. But people got furious about this.
That's not a good 65 that he looks, by the way.
Well,
that's not a good 65. 65?
Who's your 65?
He looks like he was 80.
Who's your guy that you're like, that's 65, that's a good 65? There's got to be like a celebrity.
My father-in-law is 67, and he looks like that's a good 67 right there.
Yeah? That doesn't really do anything for me or the audience because we don't know what your father-in-law looks like.
But that's the only frame of reference I have. I'm like, he's 67, but he looks like he's maybe 57. He looks like 57. That. I mean, that's a good 67 right there.
My grandpa was that for me for a long time.
This 65-year-old looks like he looked like he was 80.
Yeah, like my grandfather's 87 this year. The man does not look a day over 60. It's infuriating because I don't look a day under 67.
I went golfing with my father-in-law a couple weekends ago, and the lady at the counter, old lady, I mean, like Golden Girl style.
She made a move?
She hit on him right in front of me. Yeah. And then it got so obvious to the point where the cashier next to her came on over and said, let me get that, took out a little napkin, let me get that drool off your face.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And my goodness.
Good.
What is happening here? He took it all in stride.
Yeah.
He took it
Of
all
course,
in
he's
stride.
used to it.
I did wonder if he went home and smiled about the interaction, but in the moment, he just took it all like, oh, come on,
Did the Buccaneers social media team do a bad thing by posting this video?
No, they didn't. And it's funny how even like the defense of it is happening where these Buccaneers people are like, well, the person that ran it for 8 years prior was awesome and never had any of these controversies. It's like, no, you posted a video that's incredibly viral in the moment and you tried to relate it to content and like that's your job. Your job is to try to find those type of things.
Yeah, I was like trying to figure out an explanation
The guy's
on
fine.
how this could be like shown in bad taste, and I don't get it. We are in this. This kind of goes back to the Spurs announcer who got fired for sleeping with Lindy Waters, the third sister, and cheating on his girlfriend. It's like, man, this is just the wild, wild west of I don't know what like. I feel like over the last like decade, we've started to get to a point now where it's like I just am not going to raise hell about that. Right? Like that's just I don't think that's good taste, but I don't need to comment on it. I've got bigger concerns in 2026. And there are still people though that are like, nope, that's the meanest thing I've ever seen. Fire everybody. I can't figure out what is fireable, what isn't fireable, what's bad taste, what's good taste.
Was there a joke attached to this or was there anything I didn't even see them comment anything beyond just the video?
No, and that's what I was trying to figure out. And it was.
I guess what they could have done is maybe do something like have like Emeka Ibuka as like the face or something, and then like him catching a football or something. I'm trying to figure out why they even posted it though. Like, what's the football angle here?
So here's the thing. I think from now on, you should be allowed 3 objection tweets per day. And once you've reached your limit,
objection tweets.
Yeah, meaning you're going to bitch about something. I mean, you're going to show outrage about something. This is offensive to my moral code.
That's
those
a lot
kind of tweets.
A day, though. 3 a day.
So maybe 1. You're right. It should be 1. You know how many times that I go, I wouldn't say it, don't think it's tasteful, but I'm not truly offended by. I just don't love it. Right? That's most of social media. If I just went around trying to get people fired or canceled for literally everything, I would have my wife would have left me and my children wouldn't know my name.
Okay.
I felt the point was there's a lot of things out there and I don't really care about them. That's what I'm trying to say.
I get that.
Yeah. Just want to make sure.
I get that. Which also, I mean, that's, kind of seems like then the internet's the right place for you.
Yeah, but not for everyone else who loses their mind over everything. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to make there. Okay. Quick hits. That is the segment there. The LeBron honeymoon in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
characters in the playoffs. He was the best player in a playoff series.
It's not that LeBron guarantees a championship, not by any means necessary, but it makes you feel better about their chance to win one with him than it does without.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Baumgartner, NFL draft for The Athletic. He's also a Michigan man, not like Michigan man like Sharon Moore or Jim Harbaugh, which I realize now is a loaded statement. I mean, he lives in Michigan, so he follows Michigan, all the Michigan football, all Lions, so we'll have a lot to get to in about 20 minutes here. But I think we can file this away. Mark Spears, we've had him on plenty of times. He's close to Donovan Mitchell. There's another player on the Cavs he's close to. Is it James Harden?
It is James Harden.
All right. So Mark Spears of Yahoo was just on, or of ESPN rather, was just commented on the Warriors and where they stand in LeBron's free agency, and that's another camp that Mark Spears has been in for a long time. Is the Warriors camp? He's saying, I'm kind of hearing today that the Warriors internally feel like they're a dark horse at this point, that LeBron James is probably going out east.
Which then immediately in the replies is then a video from June 17th where Mark Spears is saying LeBron is definitely coming back to the Lakers and he's gonna stay with Luka. So it's Mark's been a little wrong with LeBron in the past in certain spots. You're right in the idea though. He's very plugged in with the Warriors. So if the Warriors think they're a dark horse in this, that's a good development for us.
But you realize that I was a little more hopeful that you added, and then you just put the kibosh on it.
Yeah, I realize that.
I feel like anything that is pro LeBron coming home, you just dismiss because I think of your anxiety.
No, I don't know that that's true. Show your work. What have I dismissed outside of this Mark Spears report?
Thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just that last thing.
Yeah, it felt like a very broad statement. Yeah. We've been talking about this for 13 days. It has led the show with good reason.
I can't remember the other 12 days. I'm a man that lives in the moment, Jonathan.
I think the real result out of all this is that I've just stopped trusting any reporting around this in its entirety. And so I don't think Mark Spears is going to be the one that LeBron or LeBron's people tell when it does happen. The same thing with Shams. Shams had that report yesterday. It was like down to the 3 teams. And I'm like, all right. Shams has been guessing this entire time. One thing I've respected out of Windhorst out of all this is Windhorst is the one person that's like openly telling everyone there's no new developments. Nothing is happening. Nobody really knows what's going on. And I don't want to lie to you people.
So I think everyone is guessing. It's funny. I'm taking everything with a grain of salt. So we're not really that far off. I'm not putting really stock into anything that I see, even if Rich Paul says it, because I think Rich Paul is playing the game very much, and I'm just kind of taking everything in stride, and I kind of feel like, again, like I've not seen anything that swayed me off the thought that I think Cleveland makes the most sense, and there's nothing that has got me all that excited or fearful. So I'm just I think that's why I'm in between. I don't think there's anything that's going to change my mind that Cleveland's the best spot, but that there's a chance he won't come here. Nothing's going to change any of that for me. So I might as well just enjoy the process.
Right, but that also then I think does open you up to a soft spot that maybe you're not necessarily anticipating, is that once you actually get the result of it all, maybe then we'll have emotions from you on it.
Oh, yeah, no, I definitely, and I've tried to say this whole time, long term, I don't think I'm going to hold LeBron's decision against him if it's not Cleveland. In the moment, I think there will be some level of disappointment. Now, whether that ends up, maybe the Cavs earning my ire on that, because I do feel like at this point it does feel like they're not doing enough recruiting. And I'm a firm believer in the NBA. Always be recruiting.
We just got a lot of people out there recruiting in other spots.
Yeah.
And, whether that's the 76ers and that ESPN piece, whether it's Steph Curry today and this morning. Now the Timberwolves are holding press conferences to basically tell everyone how much they love LeBron James. Like there's a lot that's happening, and we're not getting as much from the Cavs side.
Now, while we're talking about this, Kevin O'Connor on the Kevin O'Connor Show was talking about LeBron 3.0 as opposed to LeBron 2.0.
I hope he chooses a new team, personally. We've already seen Cleveland, the comeback, the return, the promise that was fulfilled winning the championship. There's no way the sequel to that will be any better. It's just not going to happen. Miami, Miami would be really cool pairing up with Giannis and seeing those guys together, but I don't love the basketball fit there. So I wouldn't be that excited about the Cleveland or Miami choices if LeBron went there. I honestly wouldn't. But if he went to Minnesota and got through the Western Conference and won a ring there, man, like that would be incredible.
Well, fortunately, Kevin, nobody give a rat's ass what you think or how excited you would be whether LeBron comes back to Cleveland.
Just feels like an impossibly dumb take. You think about it for a second. It'd be, I love golf, obviously. And so if I hit a hole-in-one on the golf course, that probably won't be the greatest time I can have on a golf course, right? But you know what's like a close second and also a really fun time? A second hole-in-one.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I should stop trying to hit hole-in-ones. Like, oh, no, I did that once. We're cool. So, all right, so yeah, I agree. You're never going to be able to match what that first title was. You're never going to be able to do that. A second one can't be just as much fun or close to as much fun.
Also, why should LeBron care what nerds like Kevin O'Connor feel about this sort of thing?
I don't know. I Kevin O'Connor, again, he just speaks to speak.
But here's the thing. There's nowhere he can go, including Cleveland, that can top 2014. But that includes Philadelphia, Minnesota, Golden State, or Miami. No matter where he wins this next title, I think there's going to be a sense that this is his and one. Like, it's not as impressive because he wasn't LeBron of 2020 or LeBron of 2016 or LeBron of 2012 or 2013. And I think we already have to kind of deal with that.
No, but that's why I made the argument earlier in the show that, like, this one does, if the Cavs in particular, if he does win a title with this group of people, it is extremely impressive in NBA circles because he's getting Harden over the top, who's never done it. He's getting Donovan over the top, who's never come close to doing it. And the same thing now applies to Evan Mobley. It does. You do get some weight in this if you're LeBron for getting those guys over.
But I just think, like, this decision doesn't have the same weight as 2014, 2018, or 2010.
No,
and I think
never
that's
was gonna.
So I think that's like to directly rebut Kevin O'Connor that's just why you're wrong. Like, that's not what this decision is about. It's not about exciting NBA nerds like Kevin O'Connor who hate Evan Mobley and James Harden and hate the championship makeup of this team, because I guarantee you those guys, if LeBron came here and gave his LeBron wins a championship here before he retires, I guarantee you those same people are going to give him his damn flowers.
No, yeah, but I think what he's trying to do, though, is he's saying that 3.0 wouldn't be better than 2.0. And so, like, we've already hit the apex and the max of the LeBron and Cleveland experience. It can't get any better. And so his response then is, so why even try? And that's where he loses me.
Also, the same thing with Miami. There's no way that he does anything close to what he did in Miami the first time.
You're not going to 4 straight NBA Finals and winning 2 of them. Like, you're not doing that there.
Like, LeBron is closer to 2016 LeBron than he is to 2012 LeBron. Like, if we talk about the best iterations of LeBron, his 27 to 28 era, that was where he was the perfect combination of his game was flawless and he was as big, as strong, and as dominant as he ever was. Because he was putting up ridiculous numbers with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. He was a different player when he came home.
As you should be. Yeah, as you should be at that age. I find the entire thing very interesting from Kevin's perspective because it's just I don't know how you even get to that conclusion.
Now, I do think there's a question about how long LeBron's honeymoon lasts if he decides Cleveland is his final spot here. I don't think there should be a unanimous take here. Like, for me, LeBron's honeymoon is just going to continue going on. Like, if he stayed here a year, if he stayed here 2 years, to me, the excitement, happiness, gratuity, like whatever you want to say, I don't think it's going to end. I don't think it's going to ebb and flow. I think I'm just going to be grateful to watch LeBron retire. I don't think that's going to be the case for everybody.
I don't think there's a thing he could do that would piss off Cavs fans in the entire time that he's here. He could piss off other fan bases.
That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
You go to the 76ers, there's ways that Philly fans end up being very mad. I mean, they throw batteries at Santa Claus. They're angry people at the heart of it, but there's ways you can piss them off. Same thing with a lot of the teams that we've described. There's just no way to piss off Cavs fans if LeBron comes here.
Well, and listen, do I think if next year you're still in the Eastern Conference Finals, you get bounced out, are there going to be some people that have something? Yes. Yeah, it's America. No one's 100% happy about anything. But I think for most Cavs fans, I think what you're saying is true. I think we're just going to be so grateful to be along for the ride. And like, it's funny, like, I understand, like, I don't talk like that. I don't do the I'm grateful to be along for the ride bit, because I understand how sports works and I understand how sports fans think, right? As a sports fan, and you too, we kind of know how this goes. And so we try and warn people of the pitfalls. The truth is, this is the one. Like, if there's a player that I can just give the old Peterlin pass to, and I'm just going to love every second of it, and I'm actually going to suspend my needs for this champion, the Cavs, to show linear progress. No. You probably need to be a playoff team and then win at least a series. And then once you do that, with LeBron, man, I'm just going to enjoy every second of it because I didn't really get to the first 2 times. There was so much pressure and so much expectations and so much on the line that if LeBron comes back, I'm going to make sure that the honeymoon lasts because it should. I want to be in the enjoyment part, the enjoyment business with LeBron.
There's just no way it doesn't just continue on and on and on. Now, I guess the only hang up there is if he just, I don't know, if he gets injured and then has just you're just not available, not around. That would put a damper on things.
Yeah, but still, even then, I'm not going to be like upset at LeBron.
I still think there'd be enough fans that are like, it's cool watching LeBron in street clothes. Like,
you see the way LeBron cheered there?
You see him taking that sip of Gatorade? Oh, that is sweet. He does a lot for everyone.
I just really look at the next 2 years or the next year, if LeBron comes back, as the ultimate enjoy the ride moment and just really enjoy everything as much as you can.
And so I still have expectations, and I would still want and demand things. That's just how I'm going to take this. It's
You're
not
demanding.
You give him the Peterlin pass. I'm not giving him the Peterlin pass.
Easy there, Spike Eskin.
Like you, I'm not
LeBron, you answer to me.
I can't hold anybody accountable in this scenario. I'm not. But like the idea that this is still a window that the Cavs are trying to operate within. It's not just everything is sunshine and rainbows because LeBron is here. If anything, it's just the idea that now we have a team that can actually have a run at going to the NBA Finals, and so there will be expectations, and I want wins delivered at my doorstep. I won't be regular season wins, but I will want playoff wins.
How long would LeBron's honeymoon phase last if he does come home? Nick Baumgardner, NFL Draft for The Athletic. He's also covers the Lions. He'll join us in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
17th at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. Get your tickets now at clevelandirish.org. Sláinte!
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We're just talking with Keith off air about feisty children.
Yeah.
And, his son is about 5. My daughters are 12. You have a lot to look forward to. I've talked to a couple people over the last couple days about 12-year-olds, soon to be 13-year-olds. Long story short, one of our twins was being disrespectful to Ness. And it just flew out of my mouth of like, you got some balls saying that, kid. Like, who are you? Mm-hmm. And she just looked at me and she went, actually, I don't have balls. And I just, for like a half second, I had to remind myself of like, you can't laugh at this. Like, this is when you got to dig your heels in.
If you break, then the whole everything is gone.
And, it took every strength. That's where my kids get me. As infuriating as it is when they are smartasses.
Yeah.
I'm a smartass.
Yeah.
Game respects game.
I still have, because my kids are still so young, I haven't decided if I'm good cop or bad cop yet. I think I'm more bad cop than good cop, but the evidence isn't on my side there.
Yeah, that's okay. Listen, somebody's got to be the softy. The good thing is in different ways you can trade off. That's a nice, it's not enough to be all good, all bad. Maybe she's more the disciplinarian, but maybe like there's other parts where you can lay the hammer.
Yeah, I'm a big softy. I need to work on it.
Yeah, it's not going well for me as seen by that story that I told. But we're going to head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of the Athletic, where he covers the NFL draft. He does some Lion stuff as well. Nick Baumgardner joining us right now. Nick, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
We're doing good here. I do want to get to the quarterback class and all the other nonsense we can get to as, talking about the NFL draft. But all of a sudden, because of the Terry and Arnold thing, the Lions do seem to have a massive hole at cornerback. Have you guys talked about a certain name of the Browns, Denzel Ward, and whether that fits for the Detroit Lions?
Yeah, I think that name has been kicked around, at least in, just people just kind of throwing names out there that might work or whatever. Typically with the Lions, it's hard to project what they're going to do here in these situations. Like, this is kind of unique, though. They really do feel like they have a need. They signed some extra guys in the offseason, like Roger McCreary, Christian Izzy, and a lot of like guys that will play more inside, but they really kind of do now have a pretty serious need on the outside. So, kind of wondering how things are going to go here, like if they're going to let camp go for a little bit and see what happens, maybe try to make a move, or if they're going to let the season go for a little bit and see what happens. I don't know. But they certainly need to do something because they're shorthanded. I mean, there's really no other way to look at it now.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've debated whether or not Denzel Ward was at his best last year. I thought he was better later in the year than he was in the beginning portion of the year. But it is the type of thing that even like week 5, week 6, week 7, is that when teams you think are going to start calling?
That's what I feel like. Maybe if you're Detroit, they've got DJ Reed. They think he's going to be healthier and maybe closer to what he was 2 years ago. So that's one. If they can get Ennis Rakestraw, their other young corner, going, maybe they'll have another, surprise there. So I'm thinking maybe if they have a nice camp, they can get through the month of the season, and then around that deadline time is when I've wondered if maybe they'll try to go get a veteran. But I don't rule out them trying to do it earlier either. I don't rule them out. I wouldn't rule it out them looking for it in the middle of training camp if something pops up.
All right, Nick, we have you on here. You are the NFL draft analyst for The Athletic. So I want to get to the 2027 draft class, and you can focus us on quarterbacks or just big picture.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hype on this class, both on quarterbacks and big picture, that this is the best draft class we've had in almost a decade. Do you believe that, or do you think that might be a little hyperbole?
So it's hard to say because, you just don't know how many of these guys are going to go back to school. You don't know how many guys are going to get bought back. You don't know how many true juniors or even redshirt juniors. One guy that always pops up in my head in this conversation is C.J. Carr, the kid from Notre Dame. He's I believe, a redshirt sophomore. So if he has a terrific year, which I think a lot of people think he might, he's a guy who's got first-round talent. He could be a guy that's looking at a first-round grade, maybe even top 10. He also has no rush to go anywhere. He's already been paid really well by Notre Dame. He'll be paid more. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, there's no projection. It's hard to say how deep the class is going to be, although you can say in the old days, yeah, the potential is there to be just outstanding, across the board. We're not just talking about quarterbacks. There's a lot of defenders in this class, edge linebackers, some of the guys that are hybrids. There's really good corners, really good safeties in this class. So just really deep across the board with a lot of talent. But also I think what this really says, guys, is more than anything, whether or not this coming class is the best we've seen in 10 years, I don't know. But the next two are going to be really good. I think that's what you can kind of stock in here and say, because even if guys go back to school and they come out next year, the year after that, it's still going to carry over and be good for teams that need that to be good for the next 2 years.
Yeah, we kind of thought last year's quarterback class was going to be really good, and then you looked up, and it was a lot of, Nussmeier and Sellers and all these guys that just didn't materialize the way that we thought it would.
Mm-hmm.
What has to happen for us to have a repeat performance? Is that even possible, where we look up in April and we're getting ready for the draft and we're like, whoa, that was not the quarterback class we anticipated?
It would have to be like Dante Moore and Arch Manning would have to have like terrible years, number one. Like, those are two guys I think most people assume. Like, if both those guys had declared last year, Dane Brugler, who I work with at the Athletic here, I mean, he's pretty firm on it that Arch Manning would have been in conversation for QB1 if he'd have declared last year. All things equal, he wouldn't have gone past number 10 probably if all things were the same. And Dante Moore would have been in the same boat. So those two guys, I think, are relatively safe bets to get through it. It's just a matter of how healthy they stay and everything else. And then from there, that's where it starts to get kind of tricky, because you have guys like I mentioned, C.J. Carr, Drew Mestemaker, the transfer to Oklahoma State, who was big time last year at North Texas, is a big passer, 6'4", 210, who's got a huge arm, who could really, really do a lot of stuff this year. Julian Sayin from Ohio State, Sam Levitt from LSU, Drake Lindsey from Minnesota. These are all guys that have extra years of eligibility. So they're super talented players who are going to have first-round grades, I would assume, if all things go well for them. But, they could also go back to school. So you just don't know how deep the thing's going to be. It could be two quarterbacks in the top 10, but it could be 3 or 4. It really could be. And this year, if all things break right, it's just a matter of what guys want to do.
Nick, thinking back to the 2026 draft, did you have a favorite pick from the Browns' point of view?
2026. I didn't have I don't know if I had a pick per se. I think it was more of just the general approach. I think I've had that feeling with Cleveland over the last 2 years, even though last year with the Shedeur draft, I should say, not last year, the 2 years ago, I should say now. That one was, other than the quarterback thing, that was weird, but the rest of that class I thought was outstanding. So I thought the last 2 years in general, Cleveland's done a really good job of just taking the best player available and not really worrying about much else. This year to have Fondo fall to them at number 9, I thought was outstanding. I thought he was easy, OT1 on my board. So he's probably my favorite pick, but I also it's hard there because they also ended up getting McNeil Warren, who I really like a lot in terms of value. That's probably my favorite pick that they had. So again, though, I really liked what they did overall by making trades to get more draft picks, to get more assets. Like, if you look at the top 4 in general, they were able to just cast a wider net and widen their margin for error. Like, if Casey Concepcion doesn't pan out, Denzel Boston probably will, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So it's maybe both of them do, and it's great. So I think that's the case where they've done a really good job over the last 2 drafts, I thought, of stocking guys up to give themselves a chance to have kind of a core here and maybe be better earlier than people think in this rebuild.
Nick, you looked at the film. You did a whole article on it. What was your takeaway with Shedeur Sanders and how much progress he did or didn't make as a rookie?
Yeah, it was honestly a little bit better than I probably remembered live, but it was also one of those things where it reminded me that Shedeur is exactly what I thought he was when he came out, which is a backup quarterback. I just don't think he's a starter in the NFL. I think he's a possible high-end backup. Like, I think I comped him to, at his best, maybe he can be Andy Dalton or maybe Teddy Bridgewater. And those guys really kind of, I think, are best as NFL backups. And, to me, that is what he is. He's an accurate thrower who, when the game slows down for him, in a couple years, and it does for everybody, some of that sack stuff and the panicky stuff will go away, and he'll be able to just kind of move the chains and do what he's supposed to do to run an offense. He's not going to do anything spectacular or do anything that would make you say, oh, we got to start this guy. And that's the trick. And that's why he fell in the draft. If we look back honestly, No one in the NFL. The backup quarterback's got to be a quiet guy that nobody talks about. It's got to be a guy that is like the QB1's best friend, who is there to help him get through the season and not there to be a distraction or someone else. Like it or not, if fair or not to Shedeur, he's Deion's kid. It's hard to be a backup quarterback when you've had all this pomp and circumstance around you. So I think that works against him, but I honestly think he could be a good backup in the NFL long term, but that's not what a lot of people want to hear, I know.
Nick, looking to Spencer Fano, the 9th pick in the NFL draft, the Browns have pledged to start him at left tackle. I view this season as basically an audition for him to be the long-term left tackle. Do you see a definitive left tackle with Spencer Fano, or do you share the concerns of people who thought he might kick inside?
I think he can be, yes. I think he can be a guy who, and I think he could surprise some people. It's the same conversation that I ended up having about Will Campbell, and I think that in like a year or two, people are going to look back and say, okay, Will Campbell got worked in the Super Bowl because he was a rookie. He got worked as a rookie because he was a rookie. Like, I think over time these guys are going to correct. They're going to improve and get better. That's what we saw from them as younger players throughout in college. And Fano reminds me a lot of Will Campbell, a very disciplined football player, a terrific athlete with a lot of power. I think he could play either right or left tackle and inside if you wanted him to. Like, if that ends up being what they want to do long term, then that's great. I think he could be a great interior player. But I do think that they should be confident that this is a guy who will go outside with his movement skills, his ability to mirror, his hand discipline, everything else. He'll be able to overcome some of the concerns that people have there in terms of length and everything else. So I think he can do it. At worst case scenario, I think he can be a right tackle. But if they need to move him inside, I think he'd be a great asset to any run game too, with his ability to move and hit in space.
How hard is it to have 5 new offensive linemen and just tell them go and gel and make it all work?
Yeah, it's not easy to do, right? I mean, for any situation. And that's why it's kind of like you want to make a decision somewhere along the way and say, okay, put this guy here and leave him here and just leave him alone so that, down the road we don't have to do this again. Like, down the road we have some, tent poles in. And I think that's why I would, when I see a guy like Fano who's as talented as he is, and as much as it would be kind of like enticing to mess around and move him around, I feel like I would kind of do what they're doing, is just put him out there at left tackle, leave him there, and then he's our guy there, and on we go forward, because it's really not easy to do when you're constantly rotating through people, and these guys have got to learn everybody. They got to learn each other through camp. Teams don't hit nearly as much as they used to. Obviously, throughout the year, it's tricky for offensive linemen, especially if they don't know each other, and for quarterbacks, and centers. That's a tricky thing too. They got to get to know each other as well.
Nick, Carson Schlesinger was the 3rd pick from the Browns last year, the first pick of the second round, and he came in Defensive Rookie of the Year. The ESPN rankings have him as the 3rd highest rated off-ball linebacker in the NFL. Did you see this coming this soon for Carson Schlesinger?
I didn't know about that soon, but I definitely saw it coming. Yeah, I mean, he was one that I thought if anybody had the whats to pull the trigger in the first round on him, they would have been justified in my eyes. He is such an outstanding mover. When you turn the tape on of him in school, like, he looked like a safety running from, or a corner for crying out loud, running from, down the hole in the Tampa coverage there, and some of those drops he would make. So he got to everything. I just remember watching him in the All-Star circuit too. Like, I think he was either at the Senior Bowl there or at the Shrine Bowl, one of the two, and it was like he got to every single possible play that he could make. It happened in college. His stop rate and his stop totals were incredibly high, especially for a young player. So it wasn't a surprise to me that he was contributing, early. I didn't maybe expect him to be that good that fast, but long term, I expected him to be a very good player. And I thought, again, Mason Graham, Schlesinger, Fannin, and Judkins in your first 4 picks, that's awesome. I don't really care what happens after that. For me, if I'm a Browns fan from last year's draft, because I think all those guys are going to be keepers.
Nick, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll catch up with you down the line.
All right, guys. Take care.
Nick Baumgartner there of The Athletic on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Got to talk about his take on Shedeur and whether we agree with it or not in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Summer is made for road trips and lake dips. Shop at Meijer with M-Perks and fuel your summer with savings up to $1 per gallon on your next tank of gas. For nearly every dollar you spend on items like travel snacks, groceries, sunscreen, and more, you'll earn M-Perks points. The more you shop, the more your points add up, and the more you save at the pump. Turn your summertime snack cravings into fuel savings, only at Meijer. Savings per gallon based on points redeemed. Fuel rewards not valid in Wisconsin. Max 30 gallons. See mperks.com for details.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who
your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
It reminded me that Shedeur is exactly what I thought he was when he came out, which is a backup quarterback. I just don't think he's a starter in the NFL. I think he's a possible high-end backup. Like, I think I comped him to, at his best, maybe he can be Andy Dalton or maybe Teddy Bridgewater. He's an accurate thrower who, when the game slows down for him, in a couple years, and it does for everybody, some of that sack stuff and the panicky stuff will go away, and he'll be able to just kind of move the chains and do what he's supposed to do to run an offense. He's not going to do anything spectacular or do anything that would make you say, oh, we got to start this guy. And that's why he fell in the draft. If we look back honestly, no one in the NFL, the backup quarterback's got to be a quiet guy that nobody talks about. It's got to be a guy that is like the QB1's best friend, who is there to help him get through the season and not there to be a distraction or someone else. Like it or not, if fair or not to Shedeur, he's Deion's kid. It's hard to be a backup quarterback when you've had all this pomp and circumstance around you. So I think that works against him, but I honestly think he could be a good backup in the NFL long term, but that's not what a lot of people want to hear, I know.
Nick Baumgardner of The Athletic in the previous segment there talking about what he saw from Shedeur going back watching the tape of the 7 games last year. I just think I just feel like have we just forgotten the circumstances that led to Shedeur playing last year?
Yeah.
Like the lack of developmental opportunities in the offseason and into camp, throwing to ball boys. I think he got a couple first-team reps after Dillon Gabriel and Kenny Pickett were hurt. But by and large, he didn't really get reps until, he became the starter.
0 reps, essentially. And you mix that with the idea that when he was on the field, bad offensive line, one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the NFL. And the part that never gets talked about enough is the idea that by the time Judkins got to work with Shedeur Sanders, he was already starting to have his injuries, and then he was not even there for, the final 3 games of the year, whatever that was. There were so many things. So he had no run game, no wide receivers. And I know people want to pull up stats and be like, oh, but the offensive line really wasn't that bad. Okay, fine. Do you want to say he had the 20th best offensive line? Fine.
Yeah, go back and watch the tackle play
it was
over
awful.
The final 7.
It was
come on.
Atrocious. But either way, so he had basically nothing mixed with a lot of nothing. And that's fine. Again, we'll find out what happens with Shedeur this upcoming season. At least hopefully we find out what happens with Shedeur this upcoming season. I just wouldn't put too much stock into what happened last year.
I just think what's frustrating about the quarterback conversation is I don't go to people who think Deshaun Watson is going to be the guy. I just say I disagree. I don't actively tweet people, he's a scrub, right? Mm-hmm. He can't stay healthy, right? He's mentally broken, right? Even my guy Chip was like, he's nothing burger, right? And it's like, you don't know that. The Browns do see something in him. Whether we should trust them or not is totally up, but the Browns see something in him. And I think people have gotten lost in the stats, and they forgot he looked better than the stats say. And to what Nick was saying, I guess we're going to have to find out what Andy Dalton he's talking about. Because Andy Dalton was a strong 8 to 10-year starter in the NFL, and yes, his talent eroded, so he became a long-term backup. If you tell me we're going to get from Shedeur what you would have gotten from Andy Dalton the first 8 years of his career, you can win with that quarterback, as the Bengals did, even if they didn't win in the postseason.
Yeah, I think he was more talking about the backup side of things, but I guess I don't know. I think but even the backup quarterback comments I thought were a little unfair by Nick, all things considered. Like, think about it. He's like, oh, and you can't have that as your backup quarterback. Okay. Sure. There's so much commotion around Shedeur. You haven't spent any time around Shedeur. You haven't seen what we've seen with Shedeur. I think it's completely unfounded.
But here's the thing. I think that line of thinking is ridiculous in the NFL. It is a line of thinking in the NFL.
Yeah,
I think it's why Cam Newton didn't have a second act as a backup, and I think Shedeur will be punished for the optics of this.
There are people that have loud personalities that can be a backup quarterback, though. Jameis Winston, for instance, was a backup quarterback as one of the loudest personalities in the sport. You can be a loud personality and still be a backup quarterback. I don't think that should get in the way. But also, he's not trying to be a backup quarterback is the part that is at least misleading in that conversation. Like he's like, oh, he's not acting much like a backup quarterback. Yeah, the goal isn't for Shedeur to be a 10-year backup quarterback. That's not the goal. That's not what he thinks he's going to be at this point. The goal is for him to win the starting job this year and then go off to the races, not be a 10-year backup.
Now, while we're talking about quarterbacks, the Netflix show Quarterbacks continues to churn out content as Season 3 has been launched here. And Joe Flacco, former Browns quarterback, is one of the kind of chief faces of this series this season. And this is a great story about his son benching him in his Bengals days.
For almost 30 years.
If Dad goes off, I'm going to crash out.
What do you mean?
Because I benched him.
I hope he goes off.
Whatever. It is what it is.
His own son benched him in fantasy football.
And then the wife, even later on in one of the clips, is like, yeah, I benched him too. And it's like, how cold-hearted are you people?
No.
Like, that's so cold-hearted. No. He pays the bills in the house. The reason why you go to the schools you go to, the clothes you wear, everything is from that right arm that God gifted Joe Flacco. You ride that, as poor of a fantasy football player as he might have turned out to be, you ride that until you don't get to play your dad in fantasy football anymore.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of ways in which you should be loyal to your father, right?
And that's one of them.
If somebody attacks him, you got to stand up for your pops, right? If somebody slanders the man, you better stick up for him. If you're worried about him stinking it up in fantasy football, bench his ass.
No, don't draft him then. Don't draft him. Make him an undraftable player in your league. Imagine drafting Joe Flacco in a league that Joe Flacco's kid is in.
Yeah.
Like taking him in like the third round just to make sure that the kid doesn't have him.
It's the Bill Ryder, you got to hold Bronny hostage and make a team play a premium for him. Pay a premium for him.
I'll make this take. Not only should you have to have Joe Flacco as your quarterback in fantasy football if he's your dad, you should take him with your first overall pick in the first round. There's a loyalty that needs to happen
here. We both know
here.
that young Jonathan Peterlin would not have drafted Charles Peterlin in any fantasy 100%. Draft for football.
Would have been so over the moon excited to draft my dad. You have no idea.
You are talking out your ass.
Not at all.
You can say this because your father's soundly deceased as mine are. You can say this now. 12-year-old JP would be just as cutthroat as the little Flacco was.
Would have been thrilled to draft my dad.
I think nope.
Would have been over the moon to be like, Dad, not only did I take you, but I'm riding the hot hand. You look good this week, Dad. Can I have some more money? You look good this week, Dad.
I actually think that's the I got to know, because here's the thing. Like my kids, I don't play in money leagues. As an adult.
It's a real problem for you. I told you this.
I think it's a problem for you.
I've been trying to get the league to be like, can we do $25 a person?
I'm really good.
Can we put some skin in the game?
But I have better use of my money, right? So therefore, my kids wouldn't play fantasy football. I wouldn't be surprised if little Flacco, one of his little guys, wouldn't be surprised if they play in money leagues. Their dads made $200 million in his career.
I was playing under the assumption they do play in money leagues because you're the first person I've ever met that doesn't play for money when you play fantasy football.
Well, I think that's my point. I think this brings a different like there's an ethical thing going on here. That little man's trying to win some dough.
You don't bench your dad if you're not trying to win dough.
If there's money on the line, you do.
But the idea that he's like, I'm going to be sick if my dad plays well because I care more about the fantasy football outcome. Although that's funny, it's a funny clip. This is why you ride your dad, and you make sure you only got like a couple more years left, max, of Joe Flacco being able to draft your dad. Draft your dad for as long as you can.
Eric on Twitter saying, "Stop trying to make Shedeur a thing. He's not good." Hey Eric, the Browns have him in a quarterback competition. It's not Nick and Jonathan. The Browns are trying to make Shedeur a thing. I don't understand why. Just because we don't say, "Oh yeah, he definitely sucks," guys. We got a season to play. And I don't have a lot of belief in one of the quarterbacks, and I have some belief in the other quarterback. The truth is, if all we did was walk around like some folks out there and say, they suck, guys, life would suck. This is football. It's supposed to be fun. Shedeur at least offers you the glimmer of hope other than old bones, beaten down, broken-ass Deshaun Watson. That felt good.
I hope that felt good.
Yeah. Felt like that was benching my father.
Why is he doing like a Mean Girls thing? Like you're going to try to make fetch happen. You're trying to make Shedeur Sanders happen?
I don't know.
All right, guy.
Jonah in Columbus. Welcome to the show.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Hey, Jonah.
Living the dream, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, I was listening to that phone call with Chris just a bit ago, and, he might very well be right about Shedeur. However, I think there's one thing that he said that I think he's a little off on. It's this idea that, Shedeur isn't going to do anything that's going to necessarily wow you. I think his quote was that he's not going to do anything that's going to make you say, oh, wow, we need to start this guy. And I just think he's wrong about that. I think that statement kind of questions the upside of Shedeur Sanders. And I personally think Shedeur Sanders has a strong upside. The likelihood of him hitting that upside, I have no idea, but I think that he has an upside, right? Like he has a ceiling. And I think the thing that Chris is missing is that Shedeur has an athleticism that can wow you and make you think like, wow, yeah, maybe we should start this guy. He's got an arm talent that if polished, right, like if coached into the way it can be, and if he sorts out the other kinks in his game, he's got an arm talent that can make you go like, wow, yeah, maybe we should start this guy. And then he's also got the leadership piece, right? And so I think when he's going to say that Shedeur's going to be a career backup and that he's got nothing in his arsenal that's going to make you sit there and question if you should start him or not, I think that's a little bit far off. And I think Shedeur, if things work out with him and he's able to reach his ceiling, like I don't think his ceiling is a career backup. Like I think he has a bigger upside than most people, or maybe not most people, but maybe this Chris gave him credit for. So yeah,
we got a boogie, buddy, but we appreciate you. Thank you very much. And
yeah, no problem.
And I want to give you credit, buddy, because
his name is Nick, not Chris.
Well, no, I don't care. He said mean things about Shedeur. His name might as well be Chris.
Okay.
No, here's the thing. I actually do disagree with Nick. I think Shedeur was an off-schedule player playing in structure for the first time in his career. And so I think there's a level of salt that I got to throw onto his games last year because he was playing in a situation for the first time ever. And a lot of guys who are better off-schedule players play better out of structure. Those guys are natural playmakers. We saw that with Shedeur. So I do think there's going to be a leap because I think Todd Monken's is building a system for both Deshaun and Shedeur. Different players, but both guys who play best out of structure.
When Mahomes does it, it's revolutionary. When Sanders does it, it's playing on quote-unquote Sanders time, and that's a negative for some reason. Okay.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is
that conversation, you can catch it anytime using the Rewind feature in the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got LeBron Watch to continue on here. We also have Zach Gelb of WEEI in Boston. As part of 32 teams in 16 days, we'll talk Patriots with him. We got Grant Paulson of Grant and Danny. Same bit, same time, just about 5 minutes later. So that's coming up at 6:20 and 6:30 with Zach and Grant. In the meantime, got plenty to go. Okay, nothing's going on in sports other than LeBron Watch. And I guess there was like a European football game. I don't know. Anyways, let's get to the lead here. ESPN's Dave McMenamin was on the Rich Eisen show today and talked about the players that have been in contact with LeBron James.
There's true interest, obviously, in Steph joining up with LeBron, but probably because he feels that there's some sort of chance of it happening. And of course, we have to connect the dots between Steph and Draymond, and Steph either planning messages with Draymond when he goes on vacation with LeBron or just staying in communication with what Draymond's hearing from LeBron. Again, that's another intriguing team. And Shams also has reported that Donovan Mitchell of the Cavs has been taking up kind of the mantle for the Cavs organization as the player that's been in LeBron's ear. So again, as we keep going through weeks and days, none of those four teams, to my understanding, have fallen off as a team that still looks at LeBron as a realistic possibility of joining them next year.
All right, a couple things on the LeBron front. One, I think it's encouraging that I watched this video with Draymond Green and Kevin Hart and came away with the idea that Draymond might be the most annoying human on planet Earth. Like it's a character flaw in LeBron if he chooses to play with Draymond because he's such good friends with Draymond. The fact that you are such good friends with as annoying as a character as Draymond is in that video, that's a character issue on your behalf, LeBron. I don't know how that happens. Other thing, Tyrese Halliburton, who we know is doing the live episode tomorrow, has tweeted out, tomorrow it's time at King James. So, like, is Halliburton trying to maybe push LeBron to make the decision on the time that it's going to be where he's with Halliburton? Or is Halliburton saying, like, tomorrow it's time? Like, we're going to do this. Let's do this, LeBron. Let's get this thing going. This is all set in stone now, and it's definitely going to be tomorrow.
I think Tyrese Halliburton is taking advantage of the fact that a lot of people are on LeBron watch, and he knows it. And by doing this, more people are going to pay attention to his podcast. I would be... shocked isn't even what's a better word that what's beyond shocked? Flabbergasted?
Sure.
Bewildered?
Aghast?
Oh, I would be aghast if LeBron goes on Tyrese Halliburton's podcast and that's where he announces where he's going.
No, Halliburton is appearing on one of the podcasts that it's not Tyrese Halliburton's podcast.
And still, if Tyrese Halliburton is involved.
He is involved, yes.
I think it's going to be LeBron and Rich Paul. And it might not even involve Rich Paul.
Jax, which podcast is Halliburton on with LeBron tomorrow?
I think he's on Mind the Game.
The Mind the Game podcast. Yeah. Okay, that's what that is.
Wait, isn't Mind the Game with Matt Barnes and am I thinking?
No.
That's all the smoke.
And Halliburton is sitting in for Steve Nash in the filming of it. So, like, typically Steve Nash is on that. It's like, hey, you're subbed out. Halliburton's now in. And then this is where we're at here.
All right. Assuming LeBron's going to want an assistant that he likes on the staff that used to play in the NBA, would you rather Jason Kidd or Steve Nash be the guy that gets added to the staff?
LeBron loves Jason Kidd so much.
The funny thing is, I would prefer Jason Kidd. I just think it's going to set Kenny Atkinson up to fail because Jason Kidd is a backstabbing bastard.
That's exactly it. Backstabbing bastard is the right way to put with Jason Kidd. Conniving, sketchy beyond sketchy. I mean, think about it. He won a gold medal, and instead of like, oh, I'm going to put this in my house and cherish it, he gave it to people that own casinos. Like, think about what kind of character you have to be like, I'm going to gift it to people that own a bunch of casinos.
That's called satisfying a debt, Jonathan. I don't think it was like, goodness of my heart.
Well, all right, maybe the story was always portrayed one way. Yeah. Maybe the reality is something different. What do you think on the market value of a gold medal is Jason Kidd getting on that payoff.
All right, so I don't know how much the gold's worth, but I'm going to say as a collectible. I'm sure that has some upside financially long term. I don't even know what it would be now, but I would whenever he gave it over, I'm sure it was worth, $30,000 or something like that.
Yeah, Kidd promised his 2008 Olympic gold medal to Elaine Wynn, the wife of billionaire casino owner Steve Wynn. The gift served as a thank you for the VIP treatment he received while staying at the Wynn Las Vegas Resort.
Yes.
You're right. Young me just believed in a good, hey, this is messed up. You're that good of friends with casino owners? Maybe your read is more accurate. Maybe he had some debts to pay off that he didn't want to publicly. But why did he make this so public the way that he did?
I don't know, but it was, unless the NBA said you've got some debts you need to settle and we're going to help you do this. Maybe that was it. Maybe there was a story that was going to come to light. I don't know. I'm just saying, it smells like something.
And that's the whole story of Jason Kidd. It always smells like something. There's always something attached to Jason Kidd.
And it's never roses.
It just
never smells like roses.
Sam Amick of The Athletic joined us, on KNBR earlier today, revealed what he's hearing about LeBron James' decision.
I mean, I've had Miami tell me it's Cleveland. I've had Cleveland tell me it's Miami. And the Warriors have seemingly had, a lot of pessimism recently. But then, this is just my 2 cents, but, when I watched Steph's perspective up at the Tahoe golf tournament when Slater was asking him about the situation, I thought like there was a substantive kind of nature of his response that made me kind of go, all right, he doesn't sound like they're out. To this point, the most, I would say, like telling behavior thing publicly is Kenny Atkinson, just openly talking on Sirius XM radio about, them being in the running for maybe the best player of all time, and his energy. Like, he's going to take some flack from Cavs fans if they don't get him.
He's actually spot on for that last line there. And, it's the same 30 people talking to each other. It's the same 30 people riling each other up and saying things that may or may not be true. And, again, I don't hold any will towards that. But, I'm interested to hear anybody's take on this, but by and large, I don't think anyone really knows what's going to happen, which is why when Sam says any of the things he said, I just go, okay, instead of getting upset about it or anxious about it.
We got a 1:15 Eastern time taping for tomorrow's broadcast, which means breaking news could happen either during Baskin and Phelps or if the podcast goes long and they wait until the end, bam, fireworks here at 2 o'clock.
I will tell you, if LeBron gives Baskin and Phelps the I'm coming home treatment twice in their careers.
I mean, can they stall it for 45 minutes in a live taping of an episode of Mind the Game? I doubt it.
I'm just going to say, I would, at some point, I would think maybe Phelps is part of LeBron's circle and we just don't know it.
I think we'd be privy to that if that was the case.
Phelps?
I think we would know.
Phelps could be in the CIA and I wouldn't know.
I think we'd find out.
The man keeps a tight, heavy lid on it. That's an old school basketball guy right there. That's not a talker.
How he circumvents all this is he attaches himself to some really subpar athletes. And so it keeps people always guessing.
See?
Like, why were you so in the bag for Joe Milton?
Yeah.
Now, you never explained the Joe Milton thing to me, Phelps. Why were you so in the bag for Joe Milton?
Yeah.
Was something attached to that?
Yeah. Well, no, it's all to throw you off the scent. That's that old dog has some game to him.
Did he also donate? He got a 2016 Cavs championship ring. Did that also go to Steve Wynn's wife? I haven't seen him wear it.
No, I was actually trying to think.
I haven't seen him wear it in years.
Trying to think if Phelps would sell that or not.
No, he told me he never would. But he also told me that he never wears it either.
I mean, it would be a little much.
It sits in a drawer. It's not even on like a display or anything in his house. He just puts it in a drawer, and that's where it's at, and it just stays there.
Yeah, well, you can't have it out. People try and steal it.
Well, I used to always think that was just a complete waste of having a nice ring the way that he does, a championship ring. But as I've gotten older, I also think I probably would be in that same line of thinking that he's in.
Yeah, I don't want people to know. If I've got riches, I don't want people to know.
They know because he's, he was on the broadcast, and it's like this is not something you can hide.
Yeah, but they don't know where it is.
They know he has the ring. I don't know
where. I don't want people to know where it is. Play it cool. That's Jeff Phelps. Browns defensive end Jared Verse was on Good Morning Football today and talked about what he's seen from Deshaun and Shedeur this summer.
The main thing I've seen is they just work. You know, Deshaun has his own problems throughout the league, but he's still a great quarterback. You see him dominate. He's got that vet presence of someone that's done this for a good little bit. Then you got Shedeur, who, you know, that dude's confidence is unparalleled. The way he goes out there, the way he throws that, you know, at the moment, you be like, what? And then he dots him, he connects him, and you can't even say too much about it. These are two great quarterbacks, and I'm honestly excited to see how it goes further in the preseason. But so far, I've just seen two elite quarterbacks battling it out.
I like that he believes that they're two elite quarterbacks. The man played with Matthew Stafford for a couple years prior to this. I think he knows what elite quarterbacks are, so I think he knows that it's not Deshaun or Shedeur at the moment, but it's nice that he said it. I don't hate the rah-rah part of this.
I think that shows a bit of leadership. I also think that players have to believe it more than fans or media do. Like, these guys are about to put their necks, their knees, their ability to walk, potentially shave years off their life to play football this year. You have to believe in the guys, and you have to do it outwardly. You have to try and make other people believe as well. It doesn't mean it's going to change the end result, but like, I remember when Kyle Allen was starting for the Panthers after Cam Newton got hurt in 2019. I remember publicly several players came on my show in Charlotte and said, this kid's got it. He's going to do it. I believe in him. You saw what he did against so-and-so. I think it was Arizona. This kid's going to be the quarterback of the future if he wants to be.
Yeah.
And those same players, the mic went off and we're like, we know what's what. We know why we're winning. We're just trying to put out the good vibes out there.
Oh, so they acknowledge that they were just fake about it.
And that's just what you... Well, sometimes, not on air, but off air,
off the air, yeah. Because sometimes, though, you do have these guys with some of the elite athletes like this, or they just have Coach Riz in them that way, where they really do believe that
to Coach Riz.
That every quarterback... Easy now. That every quarterback or every player is just like, they're right there. They're right there. They just, if I speak well enough, it's gonna happen. And so... Like in this instance, like maybe Jared Verse is he's just built that way. I don't know. I'd be surprised if off the air though he said very nice things at this point.
I want to know.
I might say some nice things about Shedeur. I don't want to diminish that. He might say nice things about Deshaun. I just can't see him after what we saw apparently, or what the people told us they saw with Deshaun. I have a hard time there.
I want to know what Jared Verse paid to Dylan Gabriel to get that little dude's number. I want to know it. That is whichever this is like Bountygate 2.0.
Yeah.
I'm going to give a bounty of love and respect to whichever Browns beat reporter finds out the information and puts it out there, or just text me specifically.
I mean, Verse has just not made enough money at this point in his career.
Doesn't stop guys from spending too much damn money.
Like it just wouldn't be. What
do you think? 30 grand?
As his new financial advisor, the number's not worth it, Jared Verse.
30 grand?
Sure, that sounds reasonable, all things considered.
What about 8 grand?
$8 grand for
Dylan Gabriel would be a cheap floozy for $8 grand.
Well, it's not as if Dylan had a choice to be like, no, I'm not doing it. The Browns are like, you're taking whatever nice thing he wants to do, and that's going to be. I'd be surprised if he paid him anything substantial, to be truthful about it. He knew he was getting the number. The Browns were going to tell him you got to get the number. It's just whether he wanted to be nice about it or not.
There's a chair in the room for people that just push over like that.
How about I don't want to say anything about Dylan Gabriel being in a chair in the other room. But
I'm just saying that's the. But I guess you could have my number, Dylan.
What recourse does he have? He's got no legs to stand on. It's Dylan Gabriel.
Say it's my number.
And the Browns are going to be like, we now take your number. Do you want to do this? Do you want to seem like a good guy?
I don't think the Browns can take the number.
Yes, you can. Do you want to? You can. The Browns issue the number. They can take the number. It's the Browns' number. They can do whatever they want with the number. It's just whether or not Dylan's going to be perceived as a good quarterback. You got me thinking the chair in the corner. And whether he's going to be perceived as a good quarterback and a good teammate, or someone that wants to just be a problem. They might trade him over the number if he had just said no.
Don't you want to know how much Jared Verse paid Dylan Gabriel? Doesn't that matter to you guys? 216-474-0092. And the latest on LeBron Watch and Olden Polynice with a hot take on LeBron in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Two teams in 16 days continues. Coming up in 1 hour's time, Zach Gelb talking Patriots football, previewing for 5 to 7 minutes, and then Grant Paulson of DC Radio at 6:30 talking Washington Commanders. But we continue on with LeBron Watch. We've had the Mark Spears thing saying that people in Golden State feel like they're a dark horse now and that LeBron's going out east. Oh, my gosh. What was the thing that we just literally talked about?
Tyrese Halliburton.
The Tyrese Halliburton thing.
Yeah, he says basically it's time now, LeBron, and he's got the 1:15 Eastern Time Mind the Game podcast tomorrow at Fanatics Fest.
So what I actually have to give people like Tyrese credit for is they realize what this is. They realize that, okay, maybe they've got like a 3% chance of actually getting LeBron. Actually, less than that if you're Indiana. But you got no chance of getting him. We can get some content numbers out of this.
Yeah. So we're going to get this before the 1:15 podcast, or is there a chance we actually get this before it? And LeBron then puts out the decision, and the podcast is him explaining everything and going through it that way. Because like you are then signing yourself up to not only the Mind the Game podcast, getting all the numbers and everything. Like, is the idea that he's just trying to prop up Fanatics Fest, and this will be remembered as one big, tip of the cap to Michael Rubin? Is that really at the heart of this?
I just would be really
surprised.
It seems
a little odd, doesn't it?
Well, I'd just be surprised if LeBron did anything that wasn't for LeBron, meaning that it didn't directly pump up. And you know what? Actually, I could see Fanatics paying him significant amount of money to do this.
LeBron does own the Mind the Game podcast, so he benefits from that.
Yeah.
And then obviously Fanatics is paying him not only they're already paying him to be there and do everything for 2 days as is. I would imagine if part of the stipulation was, here's $25 million for appearances. That's a big number, but you know what I mean, right? But then here's 50% of whatever we're going to pay you more if you do the decision here, because that does make Fanatics Fest in the NBA world. That now, even if it's got a big name already, that makes it legendary.
I don't think the $25 million thing is extraordinary. By the way,
it's a big number. I was trying to think in my head, like ballpark it really quickly. It seemed like a big number.
Well, but not for this. Just to show up, I'm sure it's $1 million. I'm sure it's like money that you and I would be like, oh, that's as much money as we're ever going to have.
Fest,
right?
They get everybody always. I mean, Brady's been going there for years.
I just think to build his decision around Fanatics Fest, I would imagine it is a healthy amount of money. Like maybe 25's, like it wouldn't surprise me if it was like $10 million, $15 million. Like this is a huge event, but like LeBron's announcement and where he makes it is also a huge event.
And it makes not only the Fanatics Fest as big as possible, but it also makes then, you remember that. We remember every decision LeBron has made, where it's been made, how it's been made, the process of it all. And like, so this would be huge. And by the way, the amount that Fanatics Fest has even gotten in the lead up to this is incredible and worth whatever price of admission was as is.
So while we are having this conversation, Olden Polynice, longtime NBA backup center, was on Byron Scott's Fast Break podcast, and he had a different interpretation of LeBron, the LA exit, and LeBron's free agency tour.
We are done, okay? Thank you for 8 years, but we're done. We're moving a different direction. To your point, they're scrambling right now. You know, it's not like 10 years ago.
You're talking about
Rich Paul
and LeBron.
Teams are not like Byron said. Teams are not calling. They're not. Please, we want. No, they're like, let's see if we can get them on the cheap.
I don't know what the hell Olden Polynice is talking about.
It's not a let's see if we can get him on the cheap. He's going to get anywhere he goes is on the cheap.
And I kind of watched, I watched a little bit of Byron Scott's podcast, which actually isn't bad, just for the record. Like they've had some good stuff with the Showtime Lakers with Kareem. Mm-hmm. I think Magic was on there one time. So I don't want to like demean the format because I actually think it's surprisingly good. Byron Scott seemed bitter about LeBron leaving LA. Olden Polynice seems bitter about this. And I'm like, I just don't get this. I don't understand. Like, I understand the Lakers organization having bitterness because they've forgotten who they were when LeBron saved their asses.
Sure.
I understand Lakers fans gatekeeping for Kobe And in doing so, feeling like they need to distance themselves from LeBron. Old Lakers, what the hell's your problem?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I'll also make the suggestion that LeBron doesn't have some robust market is one of the more laughable things you can make out of this.
Yeah, like
we've seen this a couple times too, by the way, in this stretch. We've seen a couple different people try to make that suggestion that LeBron is just not attractive to some of these teams, and I just disagree. And clearly, we have the evidence to show that that was wrong.
Like outside of the Lakers, give me a team. Because I think there are more teams LeBron would say no to than teams would say no to LeBron. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. I'm trying to find out what teams would say no to LeBron.
Like LeBron is worth it just off the ticket sales alone.
Well, that's why we posited before that idea of if LeBron ever got so desperate, like 4 years from now, and let's say he was averaging like 10 points a game and was just out there because he wanted to play basketball and he just loved it so much, whatever you want to do. But like, there's teams that would blow up their entire roster for 81 LeBron James bobblehead nights.
Yeah.
You'd blow up the whole entire thing to be able to say LeBron James played in your jersey, to be able to say that he was, and like you build everything around that. And you'd make sure you could go in the hole for 3 years, but to give your fans that experience would be worth it there's enough teams out there that would do that 4 years from now.
I mean, we used to have the conversation of in a completely open market where there is no salary cap, how much would LeBron make a year?
Right.
And it would, like, at his peak, people are saying like $1 billion athlete, which always felt like hyperbole, but I understood why people said that. I would guarantee that if you paid LeBron max in 26, 27, I still think you're making out financially as a team better than if you didn't have LeBron and you saved the $65-70 million.
It's interesting. The NBA is different than a lot of other teams, right? Because the NBA, it's a 20,000 seat arena, right? And you're not, and for the most part, NBA attendance is oddly good, all things considered. Like the Bulls, for instance, lead the league in attendance for the past 20 years. They haven't been good in a very long time. Like it's odd how that works in the NBA, but yeah, you'd still make money hand over fist. It's just having LeBron matters so much.
I also think because people have the cheap shots at LeBron is there's no market for him. That's just not true.
Not true. Yeah.
And the second thing is, well, LeBron can't tell you what moves to make. LeBron doesn't have any power. I also don't buy that to be true. Like I think because I think everybody keeps pointing back to who LeBron was and the power that he had at his peak. And I think people almost look at this of like good riddance because people get upset when players have power, which I think is, and especially if you're a former player, I think that's crazy. Like Magic took flack in real time for the power that he had. It's never attacked his legacy. Michael had a lot of power with the Bulls. It never hurt his legacy. When this is over, the lay GM thing is not going to hurt him. He also might not have the power he had even 4 years ago. That doesn't mean he won't have power.
He's going to have power. And if he ends up with the Cavs, by the way, he's going to have a lot of power. At the deadline, we're going to make trades based off of what LeBron suggests. This is how this is going to work. And by the way, I'm kind of excited for this era of LeBron if it does in fact happen. The idea that he has power, because I like Donovan a lot, but Donovan hasn't shown any interest in wanting to be the guy that wields any of his power outside of getting JB Bickerstaff out of town.
So I think Donovan does like to use his power, but like Giannis, he'd rather not do it if people know. Meaning, like, I think there's a certain guy, LeBron is one of them, that will wield his power and actually wants you to know that he's doing it. I think Donovan really he'd like to wield his power, but not at the expense of people knowing and maybe, having problems with him.
He wants to be everybody's friends, basically, is the problem.
And same thing with Giannis in Milwaukee, by the way.
Yeah, no, Giannis is exactly the same way. In many respects, Giannis is the same way. I don't want a superstar to be buddy-buddy with everybody. I don't need you to be buddy-buddy with everybody. I need you to do what's right for the team. And ultimately, LeBron he sometimes gets it wrong, but that's where his directive always is.
If LeBron doesn't choose the Cavs, is it an indictment on them?
I don't think it is. I don't think you can look at it that way. I would just say it's just we just didn't have what he was seeking and what he was trying to have offered up, right? Like, how do I get mad if the girl's like, I don't love you. I'm sorry, I don't love you. Okay, that's your choice, that's your decision. LeBron, there's things that the Heat, for instance, offer up that the Cavs can't. A relationship with Giannis there, we can't offer up. Things that Golden State offer up that just aren't appealing or that we don't have. That relationship with Draymond. We've talked about Kerr and Curry and everything. Like there's just we don't know what he wants, and they offer different things. How can I get mad at the Cavs in that instance?
I think it's going to depend on what information comes out afterwards. If there's a report that LeBron was more interested in the Cavs and the Cavs are in on LeBron, it's going to be a real indictment on them. If
that would change things, sure.
If LeBron didn't feel the love specifically from Donovan.
But I'm not expecting any of that. Are you expecting any of that?
What?
That we're going to have any of those reports?
Yes. Every time
not.
LeBron makes a decision, there's a flood of things that come out.
Yeah, but the ones you mentioned specifically, I'm not expecting those reports.
I would not. I have no idea what will and won't come out. I just think those are the kind of things that all of a sudden make the Cavs look bad in this. Like those are the kind of things that if I heard, all of a sudden I go from, well, it is a team that got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. Well, they've got Giannis, or well, they've got Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid.
But at face value, if I have to answer the question at face value, you should have to as well. At face value, and what we have right now, would you consider it an indictment?
Yeah, because quite frankly, I'd be wondering about their recruitment efforts.
We talked about that, and I wondered about that myself. I've wondered about the idea that Steph Curry is going on Good Morning America today trying to make last-pitch efforts. ESPN is putting out articles with 3 different 76ers and the relationships attached to that. I do think that's an important part of this, and it's one thing that I think they've missed in all of this as well. But I think if he doesn't end up choosing the Cavs, the reason why it's not an indictment is it just would have been offered up other things by these other spots that, frankly, the Cavs couldn't satiate. They couldn't take care of.
Well, but isn't that also an indictment?
Not if
like
it's,
LeBron
not if it's
doesn't
things,
think he can win with you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not if it's things like relationships and it's things like, hey, you can golf outdoors in California, and we also have a bunch of tech bros and everything out there as well in Silicon Valley. Like, I'm sorry, we if you want to choose California because it's 50 minutes away in a private jet from LA, there's nothing the Cavs could have done because of that.
216-474-0092. If LeBron doesn't choose the Cavs, is it an indictment on them? And strong issues in baseball in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
7th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Two teams in 16 days coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan back with you. I want to get to this Buster Olney sound in a minute here. Are you a packer or a overpacker?
I think I'm an overpacker.
Theoretically, I guess you could be an underpacker because I'm probably an underpacker. So we have Jake is going on vacation, a well-earned, much-deserved, very happy Jake is having this. Mac today on vacation for today and tomorrow.
Is he going somewhere better than Indianapolis for a Fever game?
Yeah, the bad thing is, I don't remember. I know Jake's told me like
Jake
3
going?
times.
I don't think Jake's ever told me. I think he said he's off, Friday and then all next week?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've had this conversation 3 times
I just
with
assumed
Jake.
that he was staying home.
I'm really bad, unless it's like Disney or like some place that I've wanted to go. I never really, or a ridiculous thing like Indiana. Like Mac, I never.
Where you're stopping at a Buc-ee's and a Roosters.
Okay, Buc-ee's is worth the price of admission. Thank you very much.
I lived right near a Buc-ee's for a very long time. I know more about Buc-ee's than you do. Is the problem with this setup? Okay,
you and I will fight.
I lived in Texas.
If you run down Buc-ee's, we're gonna have to have some fisticuffs.
The state flag is either Buc-ee's or a Whataburger flag.
All right. So Jake has actually joined us now. Jake, so you can actually pitch in on this. Where are you going?
Yeah, we're going to Fort Myers Beach in Florida.
Oh, that's going to be really
nice.
nice.
Are you driving?
No, we're flying Friday or very, very early morning.
Okay. Nice. I don't know why I thought you guys might be driving.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's like 15 of us on this vacation because I'm going with my dad's extended family.
Oh, so, that's good stuff right there.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of us.
Well, if you like the dad's extended family.
That's true. Do you like them?
We do. I'm actually trying to avoid my close family to spend more time with my extended family because my immediate family can be a lot.
Okay.
So,
I like that honesty out of you, by the way.
Yeah, there are certain members in my family I'll try to avoid and other ones that I'm going to try and, hitch to on these 7 days. Are you guys doing
all
days.
one like Airbnb? Is that the idea? Or
yeah,
no?
Yeah. We all rented one place, all pitching in. We're going because my cousin graduated college, and this is her graduation gift. So she's not paying any of it, but everybody else is chipping in.
Nice to graduate. Good Lord. I never graduated, so I wouldn't know. However,
I don't think I got anything for my graduation.
You're both overpackers. And I would like to know, I would like to understand the both of you, because I don't get
Well,
it.
there's nothing to understand. If I'm like last weekend, I went to Buffalo for Saturday and Sunday. I took 6 polos with me.
But why?
Did I need to take 6 polos? No, but it just felt like the right number.
Do you know that did you know, like, hey, this is
it's
overkill?
It's a feel-out thing. No, well, yeah, you always know it's overkill, but I've never been on a trip and been like, geez, wish I had another shirt. And I think that's what keeps me going back to overpacking.
So I've never overpacked. As a matter of fact, I've chronically underpacked, and I've never said what you've said.
I freaked out in my head because I realized I only had 3 pairs of underwear.
Yeah, see?
And I was like, oh, no, I didn't do this right. I legitimately told Elise, I'm like, how did I forget the underwear? It's like, you have 3 of them. What do you mean? How did you forget the underwear? But that's what I thought.
I think it's 2 cabins ago. I only, for 5 days, 6 days, I packed 2 pairs of underwear on accident. And so we just cycled.
That's a disaster.
Cycled.
That's a disaster.
We just cycled. At one point, I let them air out for a bit.
Be honest. Did you actually cycle, or did you just power through?
Oh, I cycled. Yeah.
You say cycled. What do you mean cycled? You just washed them every day? Is that the idea?
Oh, no. I just wore one, and then the next day I wore another, and then the next day I went back to the first pair, and then went.
So there's no washing in this equation.
We had a washer and dryer there.
Gross.
That was powering
Tess is not
through.
There. I wasn't worried. My cabin boys aren't going to get the stench. It's fine.
Man,
Plus, we're in the hot tub half the day. That stuff washes off.
You're describing everything that everyone thinks you would be describing in that setup.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how massively disappointing that is to so many people that just want you to take more than 2 pairs of underwear.
You realize how freeing
it is? That just want you to have more than 2.
Why are we letting clothes? Why are we letting clothes impact our enjoyment of a vacation?
You gotta let it fly, guys.
Also, underwear is an easy thing to pack a lot of and not even take up a lot of space.
They're an easy thing to forget, though, because you get a couple pair in there and you're like, it looks like 4 pair to me.
Only problem you run into is if you start dressing for different seasons and then making it where you're taking like 4 pairs of pants and also like 4 pairs of shorts, and then that's where you end up with the problem. And so you got to really decide, what seasons am I doing with this?
All right, so Jake, you're an overpacker. Give me your rationale.
Yeah, so like JP, I kind of freak out if I don't have enough. But when I pack, I tend to pack by like outfit. So I'll lay out how many days I'm gone. And it's like, okay, I need 5 outfits, put them all together, put them in my suitcase. And then at the very end, I just always kind of see myself as, yeah, let's throw in a couple pairs of shorts in there, a couple pairs of underwear extra in there, some socks, just to make sure I have enough. And then, yeah, I come back home and I have so many clean clothes I didn't even wear. But yeah, just like if there's room, I'll just throw extra stuff in there.
You
Why
guys
not?
are aware. If you don't have enough, you can just go to the store, right?
Did you go to the store for the underwear?
No, because I live life.
That's the problem.
Because I'm a life liver.
Yeah.
You guys aren't living life here. You guys need to remember that there's a little voice that goes off in your head that goes, "Hey, if these 7 pairs of underwear don't work out, I can just go to Walmart."
Or I can just pack 7 pairs, and then I don't have to buy underwear I don't even need. That's the other part of this.
But you've already got underwear you don't need.
No, I have underwear at home. I don't need to add to my collection of underwear. I just want to wear the underwear that I've already purchased, which, by the way...
Nothing fits you like a new pair anyways.
No. Fun fact about me, I exclusively wear the same type of underwear.
What do you mean?
So I don't like, some people have like 27 different pairs of underwear and they're all like 27 different brands, or they're like 6 different brands and they're all thrown around. I have one brand. I'm exclusive with the one brand, and I only buy that one brand of underwear, so I never have a different feel. It's always the same feel.
Do you understand? That sounds
it's so nice
a
for me.
lot.
Once I went this way,
I feel like that's common.
I'll never go back. Like,
I'm the same way, JP.
Are you really?
I feel like that's.
Did we just become best friends?
I feel like most people are that way. Are you not, Nick?
I feel like by you saying most people, I think you just mean you and JP.
Exclusive.
No, I feel like that's. I don't know. I think that's pretty common for all of your pairs to be equal.
You never have to guess or anything like that. You know what the feel is going to be.
What's the difference in feel? Listen,
there used to be a time in life when I would just go rogue, and whatever was in front of me as far as underwear was concerned, and I'd be like, oh, is this one's going to be a little tighter today? Is this one's going to be a little looser? This one's a little bit back? No, none of that nonsense. Same brand, same everything. It's all I wear.
Yeah, there are like 20 different types of underwear. You pick one that you like, and you just keep going to it over and over.
Like boxer briefs versus boxers versus tighty whities. Like that's the way people do it. Not only Duluth Men's Trading Company's boxer briefs, which, by the way, nice pair and fits very nicely. But my point is, like, I'll buy those when I see them on sale, but I'm not like, it's the only thing for these boys. Feels excessive. Feels like there's a lot of controlling going on here between the two of you.
I wish I didn't have as many thoughts as you do about the idea that you just kind of you're very flimsy with your packing and you just kind of just go.
It's so good.
You just kind of go, and
it's so good. At any point, I can throw 5 things into a suitcase, be gone for 5 days, and love every second of it. I was on, we were on Mac Dune's Wild Rides. It's like one of the dune buggies out in Michigan, and I had dirty drawers on, and I was just flying. I was just living the draw.
And then for 3 days after that, you had dirty drawers on.
No. That was the last day.
You were finding sand.
I went
for a
4
week.
for 4. Well, no, I guess technically this would be 4 for 5.
We're wondering if you've yet to wash even that pair of underwear.
No, they're clean. Yeah, I cleaned it when I got home there. But no, all I see is like reasons to have anxiety on a trip when it comes to packing.
No, the anxiety comes.
Just set yourself free.
The anxiety comes if we don't pack enough.
I don't.
The anxiety is gone with the idea that we have packed enough. We don't have to make trips to Walmart or wherever else to buy random pairs of underwear that we don't need. Like, we're all set. We're ready to go.
But if then you panic about not having enough underwear on a 2-day trip,
by the way, this is not even exclusive just to the clothes side of things. Jake, I'm sure you're just like me as well. The amount of toiletries that I'm taking is very excessive. I'm basically taking my whole bathroom's toiletry setup and moving that also with me wherever I go, down to the toothbrush charger, down to the toothpaste that I use, and everything in between. Like, we're packing it all up. Contact solution, like I bring like 7 different backup contacts because you never know how many. I don't know what's gonna happen there, but I'm ready.
I'm learning a lot about the two of you.
I'm never not ready.
Yeah. except ready to have fun. 216-474-0092.
This is all in the pre-fun stage. This is in the packing stage.
Pre-fun, okay.
This is pre-fun.
Yeah, packer, overpacker, underpacker. Which one are you? And the Amari Cooper treatment in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
always catch it anytime using the Rewind feature in the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got 32 teams in 16 days coming up in 20 minutes. Zach Gelb of EEI in Boston talking some Pats first. And then after that, Grant Paulson of Grant and Danny in D.C. on The Fan at 6:30 talking Washington Commanders. I don't know if you saw this. I want to get to the Jerry Jeudy stuff, Amari Cooper stuff. I got some Ashley Bastock sound on this in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But did you see that there's a morning show in the Minneapolis-St. Paul market that put up a billboard urging LeBron to go to Minneapolis?
Yeah, I didn't see that. So Dan Lebatard did the billboard for LeBron, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Should we have done a billboard here?
Unfortunately, the competition controls all the billboards in Cleveland and most of Ohio.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably why they fire everyone all the time.
Because the billboard control?
I don't know. I'm just saying they lay a lot of people off.
Okay.
They do.
All right, then.
Pretty heartlessly.
We can't find one.
And yet the heart's in their name.
We can't find one rogue billboard?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think we could, but it's not a good billboard. You know, like I need like look where Misney puts his billboards.
Yeah.
I need one of those billboards, one of those bad boys.
Or like that real estate guy that is now telling you to hate him. It's like reverse marketing is what they're doing here. I've seen this in a lot of different spots.
I had to think about it for a second, but I have seen it.
Yeah, he's got what I would call a very punchable face, and and it says like "I hate," and then says his name and everything like that. It's like the the ice cream spot Jenny's is now doing this thing of like this ice cream sucks. That's their whole branding campaign. It's like this isn't good ice cream. It's like
which is funny. I've been to Jenny's. It's not great. I'm kidding.
It just seems like a peculiar move. I don't know.
To that guy with the punchable face, if you're out there listening, I could do a great live read on that. I really could. I could really deliver. We could do like the ways I hate you kind of thing. I'm just saying I could really have some fun with it.
Hey, let's sell this.
We could have some fun with it. But yeah, it said, "Hey LeBron, Minnesota's great, don't you know?" And it's Crisco, Dez, and Wes.
Well, we didn't know them before, but the billboard works.
That's true.
We've never said their name on this show before. Crisco? I'm going to listen to Crisco?
Crisco. He's very slippery. Crisco is.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
How unfortunate for Crisco.
Also, very high cholesterol.
But they always go back and forth though. It's like Wes is always pissed that he's third in the.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Classic Wes, you know, Crisco.
He
Dez.
fought to get his name on that show, and then just to be an after the and is just so insulting.
A wacky name like Crisco really tells you that guy's got personality.
That's
he deserves
true.
to be first.
Yeah, I always love when people are like, "How'd you get your nickname?" And then it's the dumbest story ever.
Yeah, and it's just really bad.
Yeah. In fairness, can we all agree all radio show names are generally bad or bland?
You mean, are you talking about Afternoon Drive, or what are you talking about?
I mean, someone could point to that.
Yeah.
But, like, I do think, like, in the era of corporate radio, the idea of, like, like the Morning Zoo or whatever. I'm trying to remember what Kinsbach and, Jeff Kinsbach and his morning show co-host, whose name is escaping me right now. This is awful. Like, they had, a fun name for their show. No, it's like two guys' name.
I think that's why
the so-and-so name was so-and-so. Like,
I think that's why it moved into just two guys' name, is because the names always sucked, and so then they just moved to, we'll just call you Baskin and Phelps.
That's Cleveland Talking Heads for a minute.
Yeah. And then
because they were the Talking Heads.
We'll just call you Baskin and Phelps, and then everyone is just in agreement that's probably
nice
better.
To have the name on the show. Must be nice. Good luck, Minnesota. You're not going to get them, you bastards.
No, and I'm not even going to give them a good job, good effort in their attempt either, by the way. And this is not with the billboard. This is just in general.
Just in Minnesota in general?
Minnesota in general, yeah. I guess here's where I will give the good job, good effort. The beat reporters and the writers of Timberwolves basketball, they deserve the standing applause, the round of ovation.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that have tried to get people convinced that Minnesota's an actual contender in all this when they've never been a contender in any of this.
Here's what a Fame W move this is.
Yeah.
It's a variety. It's like a
It's not even a sports station?
No, it's not a sports station.
This isn't K-Fan or anything?
I actually think, if I'm reading this correctly, it's more of a, their demographic is more the female demographic. So who are you? I don't even understand this.
Oh, a lot of females like basketball, Nick.
Yeah, that's true. Just don't talk WNBA with this guy over here.
That's how you spin that?
Hey, it's a good try.
That was nice.
Yeah. We're having fun.
We're having fun.
32 teams in 16 days coming up here. But we again, Charming or Chotch, the KS95 in Minneapolis billboard to try and woo LeBron. I think it's charming because it has no chance of working and it's a weird pander to your own town. Good job. Music stations of the future. That sounded so much meaner when I said it. That sounded so much worse than I intended it to.
Yeah.
So anyways, Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com.
You're right, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Not great, Bob. Ashley Bastock was on with us of Cleveland.com, and you posed a great question on whether Jerry Jeudy will get the Amari Cooper treatment from the Browns in 2026. Which will play.
I fully acknowledge Andrew Berry likes to wheel and deal, but we do know Andrew Berry holds on to these guys that he's had an affinity for a long time. Sometimes I would argue he maybe holds on to them a bit too long and doesn't move on quite when he should. Jerry Jeudy is not just a guy that they traded for and extended before they ever had a chance to watch him play in a game for them. He's also a guy that we know that Andrew Berry talked about after the fact was high up on their draft boards in 2020. We know he's been adamant that he is still the bell cow receiver in that room. So to me, I would be surprised if they make a move. But again, you can never say never because I think the Amari Cooper situation was a little bit different and age was more of a factor there as well. And I think he ended up just kind of falling off that cliff. So I think you always got to be wary about that with receivers. That can happen, but it would still be surprising nonetheless to me right now for that to be the case.
I mean, if I have to have a Denzel Ward conversation, who I have no inclination of trading, but because theoretically, if there's a first-round pick out there, you'd have to be dumb not to do it.
Right.
There's got to be. I mean, I think we got to go back to the Amari Cooper situation and how far his stock had fallen. So when Buffalo offered a third-round pick, it felt like you hit the lottery for him.
Well, so it is interesting because Andrew Berry's gotten a lot of credit for basically being ahead of the downfall of Amari Cooper before anybody else, right? The year prior to him being traded to Buffalo, he had 1,200 yards, Nick. Like it's not as if it was you can make an argument. I mean, Jerry Jeudy had 600 yards last year, only a couple touchdowns. Like, if you want to tell me Jerry Judy's falling off a cliff, we have signs that would suggest that after last year, he's got a real uphill battle to regain some of his form. This was 6 games from Amari Cooper at 30 years old, and then he was like, all right, I guess we're done here. And he was able to get the value out of it, and he was able to basically predict that he was done. If you believe that Jerry Jeudy is actually going to end up in a downward spiral and never show anything what he did or anything close to what he did 2 years ago, then yeah, you get any sort of value. This has got to be on the table.
I think Jerry Jeudy's in a really interesting situation in 2026 because I think if he shows up early and he looks like 2024 Jerry Jeudy, the Browns are going to be able to come back and go, that's another, they're going to be able to go back to this trade was a win for us. If he goes out there and again seems to be not happy and seems to be kind of contentious with the media, which kind of belies that maybe there was some tension in the locker room that was kind of underreported. If that continues, I'll tell you, I don't think Todd Monken's dealing with 17 games in that crap.
Meanwhile, he's also taking away balls from young players. He's taking away a lot of opportunities from even guys like Isaiah Bond, but also the 2 rookies that we added as well. Concepcion, Denzel Boston are going to need their share. And so I don't know. I feel like this. I feel like I don't know why we're not talking about Jerry Jeudy potentially being traded, but I feel like we should be.
I think I wouldn't even say traded. Like, I think Jerry Jeudy is on roster watch. Like, I could totally see a world where he doesn't make this team. And even then, I think he is week to week. Like, I think Kevin Stefanski suffered a lot, meaning like he suffered fools a lot. And I think Jerry, and again, like maybe this is my perception, but I think we remember the media outbursts and the bad production and the frustration. We saw all of it with Jerry. I hope we don't see it this year. I don't think for a second Todd Monken is letting that fly for a week because Jerry Jeudy isn't Odell Beckham Jr. Jerry Jeudy isn't Amari Cooper even.
I'd be really surprised if he didn't make the roster. That would really surprise me. But the idea that 4, 5, 6 weeks into the season, we wouldn't just be doing the same thing they just did with Amari Cooper. Like, guys, we got to be paying attention to this stuff.
But I'd also be surprised if Jerry doesn't respond to Todd Monken. Like, I think Jerry's one of those guys who might have a new lease on life because of the head coach. As much as I can say, Todd's not going to put up with the crap that Kevin Stefanski did. I also think Todd might be the kind of guy that can go to Jerry and be like, hey, we need you as a leader on this team, and here's what it looks like. And if it's not like this, well, then you won't be here.
Yeah.
And I think that might be something that Jerry responds to. He also might just be clear of whatever was going on last year that we never really found out.
Might be. I just... I guess one of the other differences here between Jerry and Amari that we have to point out is that Amari was aged and he was at a spot where if Jerry Jeudy gets back into form, he can still have a few good years of football left. But I'd ask you, Nick, is Jerry Jeudy going to be on this team 3 years from now? Obviously, his contract's out after the end of the next season, but is he going to be on this team 3 years from now? Are we giving Jerry Jeudy another extension?
I mean, he's young enough; it's conceivable it could happen. If he has 1,000 yards this season, it's so
I
funny.
want to know how the Browns think about Jerry Jeudy long term.
Well, I think that's what's so funny about him is there aren't a lot of guys that I'm like, it's this full swing of he could get cut before the regular season, and with a 1,000-yard season, he gets a $15 million a year deal, right? Or maybe that's even low, $20 million a year deal. I do think the pendulum swings far both ways for Jerry Jeudy in the way it doesn't for most guys on this roster.
Sure, yeah. If he has
outside of maybe the quarterbacks,
if he has another 1,000-yard season, sure. It's fascinating to me, and I feel like everyone is just in so many conversations about the wide receivers. We've all just assumed that this bounce back year is happening for Jerry Jeudy, and everything's going to be awesome. And you can make a lot of different arguments about it, but. We have so many young players and so many young guys that they're going to want to throw to and get the experience over. Jerry's really got to outperform while also signaling he's going to be here long term if you're going to keep giving him passes and touches.
That's what I think. And listen, there's the cap impact of this, which I have not done any research on, and I refuse to.
You can get out after this year.
So, but could I see them?
And you could trade, obviously, and you could trade at the deadline.
Could I see Cedric Tillman beating Jerry Jeudy out for a roster spot? Yeah, I could. Again, I can see all the way from that to he bounces back, and all of a sudden he's one of the chosen guys by Todd Monken. So as somebody who kind of liked Jerry's glow-up 2 years ago, I kind of hope that's what happens. But, yeah, I think everything's on the table with Jerry Jeudy, including the table. 216-474-0092. Will Jerry Jeudy get the Amari Cooper treatment this year? It's 32 teams in 16 days. Leads off with Zach Gelb of WEEI Talkin' Patriots Football. A little preview in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, deep down in places, you'd like to tell everyone that a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And it's simple, guys. I became a Ram guy in earnest because I did the Ram side-by-side with the alleged competition, and it was as simple as this. I went to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up, and I felt the power of Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8. You can also feel the power of the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. As a matter of fact, I've been thinking about going to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer here shortly so that I can test out. I have yet to drive the 540-horsepower Hurricane engine, and I'm intrigued, guys. And it's simple, because whichever you choose here, guys, you're going to feel the power. And why would you or anyone else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Driving the family across America in a 4-banger? They won't respect you. And somebody has to say it. All right, people who laugh, I will laugh hard in your face. But that's the kind of friend I am. And for comfort and easy-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for QC Kinetics, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's summer. It's time to be outside, moving, playing, and living. And you're sitting it out. Let's talk about how to get that life back with QC Kinetics. Here in the Cleveland area, it's happening every day thanks to Dr. Aaron Wolkoff and his incredible team of medical professionals. People who are stuck in the cycle of pain, hip, knees, shoulders, back. They're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. And you can be next. 216-770-5488 locations in Westlake, Beechwood, and Independence. Find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a good candidate. 216-770-5488. That's QC Kinetics.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck.
The best fences for the best property, and you're in luck with Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck. Hey friends, Ken Carmen here for NEOFence.com. Aluminum, vinyl, custom wood, chain link fence, and so much more with a 5-year labor warranty on all new installs. NEOFence.com.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are hurtling towards NFL training camp coming down the line here in a couple weeks. And we have other shows, I will say, very hack with the 32 teams in 32 days. So we've decided to be extra efficient, less hacky, 32 teams in 16 days, because that's the kind of guys we are.
Oh, is this platform still free?
I know. We should charge you, but we're not gonna. We don't have the power
that much
to.
bang for your buck. Where do you get it these days?
So let's get some of that bang for the buck by heading out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're going to go out to WEEI in Boston. Zach Gelb, friend of the program, talking Patriots football. Zach, welcome to the show, buddy.
Appreciate you guys having me. How are you?
We're doing all right, buddy. I'm kind of... I think JP and I are both pretty interested in where the Patriots go after last year's surprise, Drake May's rise and all of that. But I guess for fans who are just catching up and just logging back into football here, what's been the biggest storyline of the offseason for the Patriots?
I think it's going to be their head football coach, Mike Vrabel, and the whole Diana Rossini situation.
Something happened there?
But once you move past that, and no, Nick, we will not be going on vacation together for a guy's trip on Sedona Resort. I don't think that would be smart. But once you move past that, it's pretty much basically all how much is this team going to regress? Because I still think they could be really good this year, but are the odds in their favor to get back to the Super Bowl? Probably not. And you got to think Buffalo is going to try to go win that AFC East once again.
Are you surprised that Vrabel is going to be the head coach week one?
Absolutely not. The only way that I think this story really pops back up is really when Diana Rossini speaks, if she does, or if you're really in the weeds of this story, if somehow that kid named Mike is Mike Vrabel's kid. Outside of those two things, Mike Vrabel's job is to win games. If Mike Vrabel was a 6-win coach, I think it's a different story because it was a big distraction for a while. But the fact that he came in and took over a team that was with the 4th overall pick and with the roster that's not great, he had them in the Super Bowl. I don't care what excuses people say. Oh, a bunch of quarterbacks didn't make the postseason that should have. They had an easy schedule. The Pats were in the Super Bowl last year. And right or wrong, the number one priority is to win football games. Like, look at what Deshaun Watson was accused of, and we all know why he was in Cleveland, because the Browns at the time thought he was going to be worth all that money where they could put away the distractions and go win football games.
Zach, Drake May had a pretty nice glow up after the Super Bowl run. ESPN ranks him voted him as a top 10 quarterback this year. This time next year, Drake May is a top 5 quarterback if.
I'm going to say the Patriots get back to the postseason and they win a playoff game. Like when the Patriots drafted Drake May, I said, there's a lot of potential there, but I wasn't sold on the pick. And instantly, when they put him on the field, I fell in love with him because the offensive line the last 2 years has not been good, and they really didn't have any great weapons the last 2 years. Now they go out, they get A.J. Brown, they get Romeo Doubs. That's a 1-2 punch. So all those other wide receivers that they had through the years, like Matt Collins, and I think Booty's on his way out. But you look at all those other guys, they dropped down to wide receiver 3 and 4. So Drake May has really done a lot with not really a lot around him, and with less around him. Now he goes out there and gets A.J. Brown. So I love the athleticism. I love the big arm. The throw up against Buffalo where he stopped on a dime, falling out of the sidelines and bounced upon Diggs was really nice. So as long as he stays healthy and this team makes the postseason and wins a playoff game, I think he's going to continue to climb up the rankings. I thought he could have been as high as 6 on that list. But I was fine with him being in the top 10, being in at number 8. And quite frankly, I also thought he should have won the MVP last year. I thought that was a little career achievement for Stafford because May's value to the Patriots with the lack of talent around him, I thought was greater than what Stafford had with all the weapons out in L.A.
A couple things went nicely for the Patriots last year. Obviously, there was a lot with AFC quarterbacks that didn't pan out, but AFC title game, for instance, you're playing Jarrett Stidham. You're not playing Bo Nix. Even if you're not even scared of Bo Nix, it's still going to be better than Jarrett Stidham. And then the travel. Zach, we've talked about the Browns this upcoming year having like a whack of travel and how that helps and everything in between. But then it also goes with the schedule, too. If it was the easiest schedule in the NFL in the past 20 years is what some people have suggested for the Patriots, I'm building a case for why I shouldn't be as high on New England. Are Patriots fans seeing that way with those couple things all put together? Or is it just as much optimism they should be right back in the Super Bowl?
Well, it's weird because I think the team got better this offseason, bringing in A.J. Brown, bringing in Kevin Byard, bringing in Elijah Vera-Tucker on the offensive line, Will Campbell, hopefully getting him healthy, drafting Caleb Lomu, Travion Henderson now, year number 2 in this offense, maybe getting more on his plate. So the team got better, but it's tough for me to say they're going to be a 14 or 15-win team. So I look at this team with their defense, which is phenomenal, with Milton Williams and Christian Barmore. They need to go pay Christian Gonzalez, who's still got 2 years left on that contract. That defense should easily be top 10, and the offense should be significantly better because they added an A.J. Brown. So, I look at this team, I get it, the schedule is tougher. You would assume that, probably 2 out of 3 of Lamar, Burrow, and Mahomes are going to make a return to the postseason this year. I still believe that this team's going to be 10 or 11 wins, and I think they could be as high as 12 wins. So, yeah, it's regression, but in a weird way, I do think they got better. But I think the rest of the AFC is going to catch up as well this year.
Zach, we know we have you here to talk some Patriots football, but we also know we like to get our opinions on the Browns to see how people outside of Cleveland look at this. How do you see the Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders quarterback battle going?
Leroy Hoard told me before this really became a big thing, where momentum gained for Deshaun, that he thought Deshaun, because of the money, was going to win the job. I think that would be an egregious mistake by the Cleveland Browns. I have zero, actually negative infinity interest in seeing Deshaun Watson play quarterback for this team. And the worst thing for your franchise would be that he actually gets on the field, because he used to be a good quarterback 5 years ago, and he bottles things up and actually plays decently, and then there's a contract discussion with Deshaun Watson in this offseason. I would start Shedeur, but I'm kind of feeling like it's going to be Deshaun, and where that owner was last year, basically admitting it was wrong, and now there's a chance and a good likelihood that Deshaun is going to start, that is mystifying to me and something I would not do if I'm running the Cleveland Browns.
Zach, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. As of today, as of right now, you've been the best guest we've had today at 620 on the 32 teams in 16 days segment.
Am I the first one?
Oh, okay. Well, when you put it like that, but yes, but we appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Zach.
Well, can I just blow this up right now? I think LeBron's going to Miami.
Oh, you bastard.
Wait, based off of what? No, I need to hear it. Based off of what?
All right.
Yeah.
Zach,
put
one
Zach
more
back
time.
on.
Based off what?
I think it's going to be Miami or Cleveland. I think there's more of a need for him in Miami, where when I look at Cleveland, I think that's more nostalgic. It would be cool to see LeBron go back to the Cleveland Cavaliers. I just think in Miami, they got Giannis, they got Bam, they need a ball handler. I think LeBron wants the ego stroked a little bit, and I think he'll get it more stroked in Miami with the need for him rather than it would be in Cleveland.
You said stroked one too many times for
Yeah,
now.
I got very excited there. Follow this man on Twitter at Zach Gelb, Zach Gelb of WEEI on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Good stuff. Breaking down the Patriots there. Now we head out to Washington, D.C. Grant and Danny, he just wrapped up his show. This is the kind of mensch that he is. He just wrapped up his show. He's hopping on to talk more football today. Of the Fan in D.C., Grant Paulson joins us now. Grant, welcome to the show, bud.
Thank you. What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Where do you think LeBron's going? Because we're just going to ask everybody this.
I think he's going back to Cleveland.
That's the right answer there, Grant.
You knew what city you're on.
Yeah, that's a good man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grant.
And by the way, I love Ohio, he says as he walks out of the tunnel with his music playing.
All right. Well, I'll volley back and say I like Jaden Daniels more than a lot of people right now. Why is it that Jaden Daniels has taken such a big hit? Obviously, year 2 didn't go well, but my goodness.
It's because he took so many big hits, to be honest with you. I mean, the injuries were bountiful. You guys will see if you watch the Netflix documentary that just dropped, Quarterback. I mean, this guy was on the trainer's table all year, and he just couldn't finish games. In fact, he started and finished 4 total games last year. There was 2 stretches, I think, all season where back-to-back weeks he pulled that off. So there was no real continuity. It wasn't just the actual time on the grass in games, but it was also practice time. He was off the practice field for days and weeks on end. And you can get by. We've seen that with veterans late in their careers at receiver, in the secondary or something. But for a quarterback to not have that timing with the offense, practicing on Wednesdays and Thursdays, especially a young guy in year 2 in the NFL, it's not going to work. So while he played okay football, his performance when he was on the field was nothing quite like it was when he was an MVP candidate as a rookie. And then just the missed time for a guy, it wasn't completely fluky, right? He's undersized in terms of his frame and a little bit thinner than most quarterbacks. So that there was questions. Even though he played in the SEC, scored 50 touchdowns, won the Heisman Trophy, there were some questions about his durability. And lo and behold, in year 2, those issues reared their head.
So, Grant, what's the vibe in Washington and like the expectation for this Commanders team with everything you just said?
Well, I think locally people are much higher on them than the national pundits are. They think this team should make the postseason. I don't think realistically, legitimate, credible thinking Commanders fans think they'll win the division because the Eagles are still really good. I actually think Dallas is a team that isn't getting enough credit in the division. They're going to be legit 11, 12 win good. But Washington should be in the 9 or 10 win wild card mix. I think that's reasonably what people are thinking. Look, I mean, this is the third year of a regime that's had 3 drafts and 3 free agencies with a front office led by one of the most anticipated hires in town in a long time, Adam Peters, to be their general manager, coming over from San Francisco under John Lynch with Kyle Shanahan, where he built a buzzsaw in the conference. And Dan Quinn's been here for 3 years, and they got to the NFC Championship game, albeit in what was a Daniels-led fluky run in year 1. But that means the bar is a little bit higher. So let's say reasonably, year 1, you're a 4 or 5 win team. Year 2 last year should have been a 6 or 7 win team. There's no reason in your third year as a program, even if you take the outliers of the great year and the bad year and you throw them out, that they shouldn't be a wild card contender. And if they're not, there's going to be a lot of tough questions to answer for this front office and for this coaching staff.
Emotionally, how are Washington fans and even yourself, how are you guys dealing with thinking you arrived in 2024 and we're going to have this long runway to win 5 games last year and now this year it's just a true wild card?
Oh, it devastated people. I think the worst thing that can happen sometimes, especially when you start a new regime, is that you can have too much success too quickly. And that first season, I think, was both an indication that a lot of things had changed, and that's still the case. Dan Snyder, the longtime terrible owner of this team, is gone, and the new ownership group is very, very solid. And so you have a chance that you never had before. That NFC Championship game run that they went on, which was 30 years in the making, farther than they've been at any point during my lifetime since I was in diapers, that would have never happened and wasn't possible under Snyder. So that's not changing, and that's a positive. That's a good thing. But I think people thought, okay, you got the quarterback, and this is over now. They're just going to be the really good team every year, like the Chiefs and the Bills and these other teams with top-notch QBs. Number one, I think Daniels has to prove that. Is he a top 5 guy? Not yet. It can be a top 10 guy? Maybe. We're going to see at the end of this year. But it was very much a ALS ice bucket challenge of ice cold water on everybody last year for sure. And so I think mostly people don't know what to think. This year is going to determine. One of these 2 years wasn't real. We're about to play a football version of, to tell the truth or something, where last year and the year before keeps standing up and sitting down, and one of them stays seated.
All right, Grant, more wins in 2026, the Commanders or the Browns?
I would say the Commanders. I think the Commanders should win 9 games, and at that point you're a missed kick here, blocked field goal there away from the wild card in 10 wins. So I know that that's not the national expectation, but they have beefed up their defense. They spent the 3rd most money in free agency this year. They had a draft that was led by Sonny Styles at linebacker. I mean, their entire defensive philosophy has changed. Durante Jones coming over from the Minnesota Vikings under Brian Flores. They've got a better offensive scheme. They're going with more of a Ben Johnson, Kevin O'Connell, Kyle Shanahan pro-style scheme, not the Cliff Kingsbury college Saturday offense they were running. There's a lot of things I like about what they're doing. They got to go prove it, but I think they're going to be very much in the mix in December to get into the postseason.
All right, final one, about 30 seconds here. What's your read, Deshaun versus Shedeur?
I would assume that Deshaun starts. I just have to imagine that you give him one last crack at this thing based on the financials. I guess it's possible that Shedeur Sanders supplants him. You're talking to the wrong guy. I think Shedeur Sanders played terribly last year. I think the fact that he was a Pro Bowler is comical, and I don't watch him and see a starting caliber quarterback. Now, the last time we saw Deshaun, it wasn't a whole lot different, but one of those guys was taken late in the draft. The other one makes a lot of money, and we like to pretend like this is a meritocracy, but it didn't always work that way.
Man, you almost had a perfect hit there until the Deshaun thing. Grant, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Grant.
All right, take care.
Good man. Grant Paulson there of the Fan in D.C. on the Weinshart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Football Talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Final segment of the show. Nick and JP with you one last time here. Want to say a big thanks to our many guests in today's show. Chris Jimenez, some LeBron hate to start this thing, and then some really good Guardians analysis as well at 2:40. Ashley Bastock on the faces of the offense and defense and the quarterback battle. Jerry Jeudy's future as well at 3:20. Nick Baumgardner, NFL Draft for The Athletic. Shador fans are so furious.
Yeah,
so furious.
I know it's not hard, and you know what? We haven't really talked much Shador Sanders over the previous couple weeks and change because of LeBron, and so they've been thirsty for some news. And Nick Baumgardner didn't give it to him.
And then Zach Gelb of WEEI and Grant Paulson of Grant and Danny on The Fan in DC. In the previous segment, big thanks to all our guests. If you guys missed a moment in today's show. Well, not only do you have the rewind function on the free Odyssey app, but you've also got all 5 hours up there on 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And, oh, hey, BT Dubs, by the way, like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. All this being said, so Ben Axelrod, I think I got subtweeted by Ben Axelrod.
I would say that's an accurate take on that.
Saying 24 minutes ago, Ben tweeting out, remember when multiple Cleveland media personalities made vague posts last week implying LeBron was about to make his announcement? What happened there? Ooh, you got me, Slugger.
Okay.
I forgot when you send out the googly eyes tweets, that is a code between yourself and fans in this town. That's on me, dog. By the way, I quote tweeted and put more googly eyes out there.
Okay, good. That's the right way to do that.
Kevin saying, you just gave us 3 eye emojis. 1 means you're trolling. 2 means you may know something. 3 means you got news.
Is that what that means? 3 means you got news?
I think he's making that up. Yeah, I don't think that's.
Because if we all got on board,
I got news for you.
If we all got on board and there was an amount
like
of googly
eyes,
and there was obviously everyone knows 3 googly eyes is when it gets serious. Then
does 4 mean you're being trafficked?
Then it would be nice. That would be nice for you. But yeah.
I feel like we could have like a hand signal for that too. Let's go and get to it in case you missed it.
Now, what's funny about it is that I know you were joking with the googly eyes.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks Daryl was joking. Poor Daryl. Nobody thinks Daryl was joking.
I would like to see any of the other Cleveland media members address it. I feel like I'm the only one that will. Have a good little fun about it.
Is that right now?
I think so. Because in the end,
probably.
What's Ben going to do? Write a front office sports piece about me?
It will only help us.
Fat radio host used too many googly eyes in a tweet?
I wish he would. It only helps us.
I also like when anyone in any business goes, oh, sports talk guys drumming up interest in their product?
How dare they?
Yeah.
How dare they?
I guess we're new to the bit.
You want people to pay attention to you? Oh, geez.
Not
what
me.
a world. No,
I actually prefer the lower the ratings, the happier I am.
I love that no one pays attention.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
great.
my goal.
Yeah, great. Yeah, fantastic.
What you got?
All right. Well, I was just thinking about how few people we actually have to have pay attention in order for it to even matter. Like the idea that, I honestly, guys, we only need 15% of people listening to us at any given time, and we'll have this job for the next 20 years.
Yeah.
It is a shockingly low number of the percentage of people that you actually need to get on board with what you're doing, and I feel like that always gets lost in this cause. People are like, oh, you have to get along with the masses. Everyone has to love you. No, I can piss off 50% of people. If I get 20% of the city to listen to me, I'm a rock star in the city. Simple as that.
Trying to figure out where I land on this statement, because you're not wrong, but also
it's just true.
Everyone loves Nick and JP.
Well, that's all. That's all you need to know. All right, big headline. NBA planning to create a single streaming home for local team broadcasts beginning with the 2027-2028 season. YouTube reportedly the favorite to host it. Now, the Cavs are one of 10 teams that are listed in this because nothing has been announced, obviously, yet. But YouTube is a real potential here. It seems like there's 3 options that we could end up landing on. It goes streaming only, where it's just all exclusively on YouTube, and then you pay a fee to YouTube, $15 to $25 a month, and that's what you end up getting. Cable plus YouTube, which seems like the strongest possibility to me.
Let's do that because I have cable.
And then the over-the-air TV plus YouTube, which also seems like it's possible as well. If we went YouTube only, how would you feel about this?
Well, I'd like it less than if they went YouTube and cable. But I understand, like, this is what you're going to have to do. I just think they should be really upfront about this. Like, when it felt like, hey, get Guardians TV, and then later I found out I also had it through Spectrum.
Yeah.
It was that was just kind of how things developed. Nobody was to be blamed there. It did cost me more money than I cared for it to cost me, though.
Oh, did you subscribe to, like, Guardians TV to begin with?
Yeah,
or no?
I did. Yeah, remember, that was right when we're, like, on the in-between of looking for a house to buy.
Oh, yeah.
And so then, like, a week later, it was like, oh, and it's on Spectrum. And I was like, oh, cool.
I would imagine it ends up being something similar to that, while also then being the home for YouTube for people that don't have cable services. And it's interesting that we're getting there, but all packaged in one spot. I think I think people are going to enjoy this if it does go down.
This is my yearly time to talk about how irrelevant the ESPYs are.
Hey, how about Myles Garrett over there on the ESPYs?
We've been
he looked sharp,
eating an apple. Yeah, he had been looking fat there for a while, but ever since he got out to LA,
I
really slimmed
meant more
up.
the outfit than anything. You know,
Yeah, that's
like
fair.
that was a sharp outfit. That was a nice white shirt that he had on. He seemed like he was really taking it all in. I despise the ESPYs.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. It's also like this weird pregame show they've got, and I like The Miz a lot, but
Yeah,
they've
The Miz
got
is cool.
I think that's Andrea Carter. Am I right on that?
I don't know her name.
And oh my God,
Kevin Nagandi.
Kevin Nagandi. Thank you very much. And quite frankly, I don't know who this show is for. I think is maybe my point.
Yeah.
It just seems like another excuse for rich people to get dressed up and look like ass clowns, and then ultimately none of this matters.
I remember when they invented it, and it was like, and now you look back and
The
they're like,
90s.
Yeah, and now you look back though, and they're like, whoa, we have all these memorable moments when like Norm Macdonald, you know what I mean? And it's just it's odd to think about. They needed content for this time of the year. They got their content for this time of the year. That's fine. I liked it last year or 2 years ago when they had Shane Gillis on there. I thought that was funny. Was it Marcelo Hernandez, I think you told me?
I'm just out on him.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing funny that comes from this.
As a stand-up, just out on him. Nice sketch player, but good God, he is just another.
I don't care, like, what is the best sports team of 2026? Or, like, what's the best play of 2026? I just don't care about the results
Can
of
you
that.
imagine sitting in that auditorium or arena, wherever it is, for 3 hours as they play these things?
Do you think they give the participants good gifts?
I think that's how they get them there.
Well, that's like most
Yeah,
award shows. You get they're like $30,000 gifts that you end up getting in these gift bags.
That's like 20 years ago. Like now they have like some $100,000 gift
Do
bags.
they really? Does it get that expensive?
It's
I thought
pretty,
it was, wow.
Yeah. Which that's exactly what rich people need.
More free stuff?
Free expensive stuff.
Yeah, that's
not
cool.
free like us poors. We get free stuff that's just like not worth anything. These rich people, they need free stuff that's worth a lot of money. I'm proud of them.
I got a chip clip like 3 years ago. I use it all the time.
Yeah.
That's my free stuff. Yeah.
Listen, I was going to say I don't get free stuff. I tend to get more free stuff than I deserve. And it actually is like of a nice value from here and there, so I'm not going to complain. But back when I was, but like in Charlotte, I got no free stuff.
Really?
Yeah. We just weren't that
No,
station.
We get
weren't the
tickets
chosen
we get
station.
tickets and stuff like that. It's
we
nice.
like that.
It's nice here. Yeah.
Very happy.
All right, that's good.
Very happy.
I like that. We should talk, because I'm a company man, we should talk more about nice things about the company from time to time.
Yeah.
We enjoy you, Odyssey. I guess I'll be the only one talking now.
That's a great company. Great company. Yep. Great company. Great business.
After the billboard fiasco of the early 6 o'clock, I figured...
That's not our fault.
Our
company can't help that the other company with no heart, that they bogart all the damn billboards. Making that Misney money. If you can't tell, JP's just throwing his hands up because
I got nothing to add.
Yeah,
there's billboards that they don't own. They don't have monopoly on the billboards in this city.
They pretty much do.
They don't. They
Yes,
don't.
They do.
No, they don't.
That monopoly means they have most of them. They do.
They don't. They don't own all the billboards in the city.
They own like a.
How many billboards do they own in this city?
I don't know the exact number. I guarantee you it's above 75%.
So we got 25% of uncharted land. We have billboards that we can find.
And all the crappy ones. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali and Flume Dog millionaire Mackenzie Flume. Congrats on her for the new Star 102 gig as well. That's awesome. I think that's out there. Well, it is now.
I don't know that
it is now.
I hope they had a big announcement planned or something, and you just
it was in the. It looked like.
Yeah, we got one. We got an email.
Wow. You didn't hear it here.
Congrats to Mackenzie.
Yeah, for nothing. Just for being her. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Trying to do a nice thing. Trying to be a company man.
There we go.
Blow it out your ass. No. I'll see you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.